panelists. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Alexandru Carbinario. There we are, come on. He does deserve a class, right? Welcome. Take a seat just there. We also have Mike Kostake. Please join us, Mike. Thank you. Also, a gentleman we saw yesterday here on the stage, Adrian Zdunczyk. Please welcome Adrian. He gets a woo. There's somebody wooing for you. Oh, you woo for yourself? Fantastic. Well, that's great. Woos for himself. Michael Halipas, please join us. That's right. And Giovanni Conti, thank you for being with us. Take a seat. And the man who's going to shape this conversation forward naturally in a productive and effective way as well. Please welcome to the stage from CryptoWiser, Mr. Nicholas Sargent.
Morning, everyone. Welcome to this panel. I guess I'd like to start off with a quick intro from everyone. So I'm Nick. I'm the CEO of CryptoWiser. We're a crypto exchange comparison site, and we do a lot of crypto news as well.
Of Gate MT, the subsidiary of Gate.io group. Okay. Thank you.
Hi everyone, good morning. My name is Michael Halipas. I'm a barrister by training. I'm from London. I specialize in financial crime and digital assets. I spent some time in the UK working in the specialist fraud division. I spent the last few years working in an offshore jurisdiction of Jersey in the Channel Islands as their lead crypto prosecutor and legal advisor out there. I'll tell you about that another time. And very recently I launched my own project, Block AML, at the intersection of digital assets, confiscation, financial crime. That's me. Happy to be here.
My name is Adrian Zdunczyk. I'm a CMT, charter market technician. I'm definitely the dumbest person in this room. I lose money for a living. I'm a trend follower. I trade Bitcoin. I'm a big fan of traditional assets as well as anything that generates money, you know, that is otherwise called business. And I've been in this industry since 2017. I've made all the possible mistakes I could have made. I'm making them as I go every single day. And I try my best to learn and not make them twice. At times it goes better, at times, you know, it doesn't go better at all. I'm here actually to learn as well from these legends around me.
Thank you. That was beautiful. My name is Mike. I am my daughter's driver. She's 8 years old, and for the last 5 years, that's pretty much my full-time job. I was fortunate to be enlightened to enter this blockchain space in February 2016 by Brock Pierce, the chairman of the Bitcoin Foundation, a guy I just used to party with in LA, not as much as he does. And I went to a conference in Amsterdam. The market cap was 8 billion in February 2016. There were 621 cryptocurrencies. At that conference, there were 16 presentations. I didn't understand a word. There were 4 guys wearing suits. We were all money guys from New York and LA and San Francisco. We kept in touch, Fidelity and so forth. And watched the entire market go to 800 billion within the next 24 months, created a number of companies in that space. And then I had an unfortunate situation, which is why I'm on this panel, of a former employee who chose to extract certain points, digital assets from my wallet. And last year I was invited to speak on this panel to help other people be a little smarter and not trust either strangers or people close to you. So that's why they invited me again, because apparently I said something good 1 year ago. Thank you.
Hey guys, my name is Alex. I'm the CEO and CMO of Banksters. Banksters is the first trading game on Web 2 and Web 3. Launched a couple of projects myself, and I consider myself an outside-the-box marketer. I market things a little bit different with a new type of strategy. Thank you. You have the mic, Nick.
All right, so we'll just jump straight in here. With everyone with a variety of backgrounds, I wanted to start with a pretty open-ended question. So the topic to start with is, what measures do you take to keep your projects or companies safe from scams?
Maybe I can start with this one. Well, there are two elements. The first one is our internal security, and I'm speaking from an exchange point of view. We just make sure that our information security is up to the latest standards. We learn from the latest scams or anything that happen in the market to our direct competitor or what's happening on the market. That's one element. The other element is due diligence on projects, on third parties that we take on board. It might seem a cliche, but the most important thing from our perspective is know with whom we are dealing on the other side. Not thinking how famous, how the project is widespread, but what is behind that, what are the people, how consistent they are, I mean, what is the historical records. And this way, we try to mitigate things, and so far we've been pretty much successful from that.
Okay, and that's from an exchange point of view. Does anyone want to offer anything from another perspective, personal or?
Yeah, sure. For example, in our project, we made some sort of security categories. So your question was towards what we do as a project to keep secure. So we do a security group, like let's imagine social media has one group, moderators another group, and usually the technical part is really, in the background. So keeping these security groups aside, no one has access to certain, let's say, infrastructure or keys or whatever passwords. They have to go through the CTO or the technical staff. So making security groups and keeping them, from falling into scammers and stuff like that. Emails, guidelines, trainings. Every project should do that.
Okay.
Myself, I think, by that I don't talk from an exchange point of view, but having experience in advising in scams or reading the statements of victims of scams, it's really unpleasant reading. I think this asset class that we're here to discuss today is just another asset class, so to avoid scams, much the same as with other scams. I think from an individual's point of view, do your research. Don't FOMO. Watch out for that natural human instinct of greed. Be careful to follow Twitter advice. Be careful going with people who might be impersonating well-known individuals in a space. I think to spread education, or at least on the basics of self-custody. I don't think there's any avoiding that. I'm not trying to take away business from the exchanges here, but I think it's, eventually, the more people know about basic self-custody, the better.
Great. And moving on from that, what do you think are a few top giveaways of a typical Web3 scam? So when you're looking into a project or a company or a person, what is the first thing you look for? What are those signs you look for?
Yeah, the first sign is the person itself, the people, the backgrounds, and wherever you see gaps in their background or they don't put their full name and their social profiles, just run.
Solid advice. Anyone else?
Right on. That's actually very good indication to start off, right? At times, we all suffer from this hindsight bias. And raise your hand, how many of you have ever fallen for a scam in crypto? Okay.
Half the room.
Half the room, right? So that's the problem of this industry. And that the issue has always been, until now, until these days, has always been that there has been, lack of regulatory framework, that's one thing. Lack of proper understanding, which is awareness and education, that's another thing. And eventually, the Mika packages that are coming in, the markets and crypto assets and free packages, it does change the perception, the perspective, right? And it takes down the curtain, takes off the curtain, the barrier between the TradFi, traditional finance business, and crypto, right? So it kind of like liquidates and makes it more liquid and gives this regulatory, this legal compliant security to all the ends, right? So if there is none of those points that I mentioned, also run away.
Just would like to build up on what was just said now, so there are two other elements here. The fact that sometimes when you do your due diligence, just do not follow what is said in the main media, because I do not want to go back to the examples, but there have been lots of projects that on the surface they've been seen as, well, this is good ones, because no one really went deep into the research. They just follow what other one were doing, and this is all the time a trap, and people they needed to avoid to fall in that one. And second one, try all the time, if it's possible, to follow or to get in projects that are regulated, are backed by a regulator, so there is more element of security for you once investing, entering, or doing whatever with that same project.
If I may, while I remember, I'm thinking of a few case studies here. On a personal level, again, we've got the exchange experts here, but on a personal level, just as with whether it's carbon credits or a data center you're investing in Dubai, let's say, or the latest crypto, avoid and speak to your family about this, your friends. This is not just limited to the people in this room. Avoid cold callers, avoid high-pressure sales tactics, all right? And it comes back to self-custody. Do your research. And with these scams, having read the statements of victims, we're not just talking about pain in the pocket. I've read victim statements where a son believes that his father's rapid decline in health was brought about by being a victim of scam. I read another one last year where a family lost £200,000 of life savings, right? So that's enough to put people out of crypto altogether. Like, there's FUD if you wanted it. So avoid those natural urges, greed, FOMO, do your own research. Again, I know I'm speaking to a room of experts here, but, you know, speak to your family, I think.
And following up from that, I mean, why do you think people continue with more information, more education? I know you'll never get rid of scams completely, but why do you think the #1 reason why people are still falling victim to crypto and Web3 scams?
Because people don't know enough. Especially now we're in a bull run, right? Hiring in this industry, scams, I'm sure, in this industry, they tend to follow the Bitcoin price, right? But one last thing I would like to say is, if you are a victim, report it. Report it to your local law enforcement. I know that a lot of them are behind the curve, but you've got to report these crimes. They might be intangible assets, but they're still capable of being stolen from you. Report them, identify the wallet addresses, let law enforcement and intelligence agencies build profiles on these wallets. Got to do that.
Following up on that, I have a question. So the topic was, after spotting a scam, regardless of you falling for or not, what is the action to take? And since, you know, it's in crypto, and we were speaking before candidly that law enforcement is behind, right? So what can you do if you fall victim for a crypto scam or you see one? How do you follow up with those consequences and make sure it doesn't happen again?
You got to report it to your local law enforcement. But as a basic minimum. I know we have mixed experiences here, but you got to do it.
There's only one conference that's now in the 2nd edition. It took place in San Francisco in January. They did not open it to non-law enforcement people, and I asked them to do so. They wouldn't. I'm going to keep lobbying for them to open it for next year. This is the who's who in the American legal system, from FBI, Secret Service, and so forth. They talk among themselves. They don't make it public, but they will hopefully next year. So what they also are very surprised how many crypto hacks are there, but they themselves are not willing to share with the world how the process, right? Because then the crypto hackers will learn what their process is. So it's it's an issue that they're dealing with. How much can they reveal to the public about what the steps that they go through? I know what the steps they go through because I've been to 2 of them, and there's a guy in jail from 2 years ago, and he's got 3 years left on his 5-year term, and I'm gonna be the first guy to go hug him and get him out of jail and drive him back to LA to his mother, right? Even though he stole from me and from other people about 7 million euros in 2017. Hopefully he'll become like a Frank Abagnale, from the movie Catch Me If You Can. Hopefully he'll go work for law enforcement and teach them, how to catch people like him. That's my hope.
If I may just add to add on top of that, right? Because what Mike is saying is awesome. It's always good to have the one of us in the lobby side of the circle. Eventually, it all comes down to, well, something that in behavioral finance is known as the self-attribution bias, right? And the self-attribution bias purely explains that whatever is good, it comes from the word outside to us, to our life. If we make 100x on a coin, if we make a bank or win a jackpot, it's our genius. But if we lose, we always have to find someone to blame, right? That at times, well, politicians have this particular gift of making themselves an easy object of the self-attribution bias. It's easy to blame them. And at the same time, there are a lot of reasons to blame them, because just like you said, you know, they have the insider information. And they very often illegally use it at times, right? So for instance, Nancy Pelosi. Are you familiar with the case of Nancy Pelosi, just for instance, from the United States? And their insider trading, right? Those are the Congress people who are using the insider information to making bets, for instance, before the latest earning report from NVIDIA. Right? Those are the people who make a lot of money, even though they shouldn't, because they violate the rules of the free market per se, and then they are politically exposed. So that's another concern, another issue. And the problem is, eventually, the people who hold the information just do not wish to disclose it to teach others, right? And that's a big obstacle, that's a big wall that we have to break, and eventually comes with the help and support from the right people, to which some of them happen to be on the stage, maybe except for me, I'm too dumb for it.
Maybe, yeah, mate, an extension of that question, how to avoid falling victim to a scam. But another case comes to mind. If you have been scammed, we accept that a lot of law enforcement are behind the curve. Right. What you can do, it is possible for private and public to collaborate, because there are private investigations companies that can prepare a report, a blockchain report, hand it to law enforcement. But an extension of the answer is, not all blockchain analytics companies are the same. And I've read certainly one report that looks like perhaps the individual might have been scammed a second time. But public-private cooperation will be key in these cases.
And do you think the lack of regulation with crypto leads people to, if they fall for a scam, kind of to not do anything about it because they feel helpless?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that is the case. I went to law enforcement here and in LA, and there was nobody to help in 2017, 18, 19. Finally, I found somebody because a friend of mine, Michael Turpin, he was hacked for $24.8 million from his phone on January 6, 2017, or no, 18. And he went and filed a lawsuit against AT&T for $200 million and the $24.8 million. And the way they caught that 15-year-old kid is because he went and yelled at his father and said, "Screw you, I'm now independently wealthy. I stole, $24.8 million. And his father went to FBI and told on him. And that's how they found the kid. But he was 15, so they didn't file criminal, charges against him. And it's a very, very long case. Mike Turpin has spent over $3 million with Greenberg Traurig, his law firm in LA. It's a very big case. So I called him and I said, "Can you help me with my case?" And eventually he gave me an officer of the law in San Francisco. He said, "Hey, you're not in my jurisdiction, I can't help you." But after I begged him a few more times, he gave me a number of a colleague of his in LA. That guy said, "You're not in my jurisdiction, you don't live there anymore." And I finally told him to Google me, and I told him that if he solves my case, I'll make him famous, the way his colleague up north has been made famous by Mike Turpin with his big law case. He called me back in an hour, and he said, "Okay, I'll take on your case." So I had to bribe an officer with, "I'll make you famous," for him to take on my case. Do you understand how hard it is to get an officer of the law to take your case? And then you file with the FBI. It's called IC3, Internet Crime Complaint Center, and it goes nowhere unless you know somebody, like an officer like this guy, to go in and search for your name, take the file out, and start working on it. Then they invite you to a meeting with the district attorney, and they look at you like an idiot. Why did you trust that person with your wallet? Or why were you not secured with 2FA or whatever? And they don't know where to go. And then they tell you, do not hire any crypto investigation companies because that embarrasses them. A year later, after they did nothing, I finally hired a firm and I gave them the report. I said, "Oh, thank you. Now we understand how this works." So finally they revealed they had no idea how it works. I also asked them, "Do you know how money is transferred?" "Oh, yes, of course. We've had classes on this." I said, "Have you ever done it yourself?" No. And I tried to bring a laptop into the meeting and they wouldn't let me show them. So this is what you're doing both here in Europe and in America with law enforcement. Now, again, this is from a few years ago. Hopefully by now they've upgraded their game. That's why they're having conferences on this topic. And eventually people do go to jail for some of these cases. But the guy stole 7 million, he still has it. He just won't reveal. When he comes out, he'll be 25 in 3 years.
They go to jail except they are Gary Gensler, for instance.
Sorry?
They go to jail except for they are Gary Gensler, for instance, right? And the SEC's latest leaks, and the Bitcoin ETF approval and the lack of 2FA and the third-party unauthorized access to their official Twitter account. And I go on and on and on, right?
It's our fault that we keep voting for wrong people, in power, and then they put other people in power, and then they control us. So it's only our fault for voting the wrong people.
Okay, Giovanni?
Yes, I just want to build up on what Mike just said. It's quite an interesting example, yes, that we've been discussing a bit more. Yes, I believe that an increased level of regulation is very much due, even if it seems kind of a nonsense from some perspective in this environment, but it will help to make everyone at ease and for people to have the comfort that if something will happen, there is a regulation that is going to come in place in a reasonable amount of time for things to get resolved.
Okay, anyone else? No? Switching lanes to kind of half corporate and half personal, a huge problem is people impersonating legitimate brand names. Is there any points you can speak on to any examples that you may have experienced? I know I have a few with all the big names and how to spot that and what kind of scams they're laying down with those.
Yeah, I like, every week I get someone from KuCoin or Binance to offer me a listing. Usually it's for free.
I always take this,
yeah.
don't you?
Sorry?
I always take those opportunities, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, it's, you just need to be smart. These scammers are not that smart. You guys are much smarter than that. 90%, 80% of people that scam you, they have no clue how to hide their track on the blockchain. They're really idiots. So you can outsmart them. And do your research. I mean, if someone tells you, I'll give you a listing on KuCoin and your project doesn't have nothing, that's pretty much a good indicator that that guy is an impersonator for someone from that specific exchange, and he will ask you for money, or he will send you a faulty link, he will send you something that, yeah, and that's it, it's game over.
Sorry to cut in. I mean, that just reminds me very quickly of the point that, I almost fell for a scam, and I'm definitely not the most intelligent person. I think I've fallen for enough scams to know what to do or what to do eventually. Until there was a person who called themselves for whatever Bankless HQ or whatever, that was some big brand representatives. They call themselves this way. And they invited me to an interview, like, it happens that many people do, right? And they invited me to the interview, so I take it lightly at times because it's, it's a new sequence, right? So you can get easily distracted. That's what I'm trying to say. And I got distracted, and they gave me a Calendly link to book a call with them, right? And I opened, before opening this link, I gave it to my IT team to kind of like verify if this link is safe, and it wasn't. Right? And there are many of those. There are many of those impersonators. There are many of those people who call themselves, some representatives of the big brands. And if we just, for a moment, take it lightly, take it for granted, just like I did at that time, and that was my mistake, would have almost fallen for a scam. And they come every single day from all around the world. We can never take things lightly.
Yes, this is happening with us as well, almost on a weekly basis through any of the social media. Either someone is impersonating as part of our group or external. If you have experience, you immediately understand. The thing is that they come with big numbers and they contact lots of people. You all the time find there is a weak spot, and unfortunately, this is what happens. So again, continue the internal education, just keep everyone on the top of what's happening all the time. This is for us one of the key to resolve the issue.
And I think we can all agree, scams are prevalent in any industry. Even, people are still getting scammed within traditional banking all the time. So maybe this is this pointed maybe towards your law background, but how far do you think we are behind getting just to the rate of traditional banking scammers? Because I think a lot of people, when they think crypto, they think scams. because of that lack of education. So how far behind do you think we are?
And FUD. How far? But look, not everyone is at different stages of behind the curve. We have to accept with this asset class that the criminals, the financial crime people, on the whole, are generally ahead of most law enforcement. But it's education. Look, I've had conversations. I know that globally, for the most part, law enforcement are upskilling and training. Watch this space, yes? They'll get there, and they'll probably get to a basic level of understanding and so on. But again, look, these scammers, like you said, they're not that smart, but they're good at a few things, right? High pressure, offering you the earth, yes? If you're a dishonest individual, you don't care too much about offering the earth to somebody else, right? And again, it's human nature. So again, each one of us has to be careful. But again, there must be VASPs in the room or CASPs. You can do checks on the wallets that you interact with, right? This is a multi-pronged approach. We're not just dealing with individuals sat at home. So it's a risk-based approach. You're expected to take reasonable steps. You are part of the ecosystem, and together we won't get to this stage we want to get to if you guys are turning a blind eye, or if you're not conducting AML checks. So we've got, we can't do it with cash. Most money laundering happens with cash still, right? But as we all know in this room, there are checks that can be done in blockchain. So I think it's a group effort to improve the health of the ecosystem.
And I think we're running out of time here, but just want to offer anyone else have any last tidbits to say?
Yeah, don't trust anyone. Become paranoid. Hire a chief paranoia officer, and double check, triple check, and just remember that there's very few people in this world you can trust. That's pretty much it. Because at the end of the day, you're going to look back and you can't blame the person for being raised the wrong way. You can't blame that person for being greedy. You could just blame yourself for trusting and also not educating yourself. That's it.
That was Chief Paranoia Officer. I like that name, man. That's a cool name. One last thing from me, I would say, is manage your risk. As simple as it sounds, perhaps, just maybe, it doesn't make too much sense to put all your money, all your investments, all your hard-earned savings, all your family money from the sold cars, into whatever shitcoin someone proposes to you. Just maybe try to diversify. And even if you wish to take that bet for whatever the scam coin name it is that someone gave you, again, maybe just put a little bit, right? It's inevitable. The losses are inevitable. The longer you stay in this industry, the bigger the chances that you're going to fall for the scam eventually. So it's not about trying to avoid it, because probably it's impossible to avoid it per se. It's more about how you manage it, right? And you manage it by not putting all your money in that, basically.
All right, thank you, everyone. Stay safe.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for our panelists and moderators as well. Thank you so much. Lots of ideas and insights there to again, help us maybe in a better place now, emotionally, mentally as well, business-wise, to tackle perhaps what's inevitably going to come towards us, face us. Certainly hasn't already. It's on its way, definitely. Right, we move on now to our next session. This is a workshop, once again, a workshop. This is from ACM Finance, a crypto exchange, recently been launched. We're going to find out now the vision behind this here on stage. Two gentlemen are going to do that for us right now. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together, warm welcome for these two gentlemen from ACM Finance, the founder and CEO, Andreas Fleszaka, together with colleague Alessandro Maslo.
All right. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for the opportunity to be on stage today. We want to talk about the vision behind ACM, what we did, and today I want to take a step back and really show you the thought process we had behind. So, here we go. Finally. So on our thought process, we thought it comes back to three main topics. And the one thing is access, it's information, and it is the diversification. Let's talk about access first. When I ask right now in the audience, who can buy a cryptocurrency within 5 minutes? Most of you can. Who could buy stocks in the next 5 minutes? So it's a little bit less people. Who could buy a government bond or a corporate bond in the next 5 minutes? So the hands are decreasing, and why is that? It's not because buying a corporate bond is too hard. It's because a lot of people, they lack access to buy different asset classes. And that's something we want to accomplish, that we have many asset classes under one roof. A lot of people are talking about diversification. I used to work in a family office, and I had the privilege to talk to a lot of real estate developers, for example. But when I was talking with them about diversification, it came down to different real estates in different cities, or maybe in different countries. But they were still in one asset class. When I was talking to their fund managers, same story applied. They had the diversification in different industries, different sectors, different stocks, but they were still in one asset class. When you talk to a lot of people who are heavily invested in crypto, it's still in one asset class. They are diversified in different coins, but they still didn't switch. Most of the time when you hear people talking about crypto, they said it depends on your risk appetite, how much you want to invest, between 5 and 30%, some say less than 10%. It really depends on your risk appetite. But what about the other 70, 80% of your portfolio? And then usually you have to go to different platforms or have to gain or get access to new platforms. And that's exactly what we want to change. At the end, it's giving access, information that everybody can become a successful investor. That was like how we started the approach to ACM and to our ecosystem. We realized pretty fast that just the access point as the exchange is not sufficient for the whole ecosystem. So we came up with the ideas of the banking part, of a wallet, and of the academy. I know that is a really big goal, and we take it step by step. Later, further down the line, Alex will tell you what has happened over the last month and the roadmap for the next year, or for the next years.
Thank you. Hope you can hear me. Hi, everyone. I'm Alex. I'm the CTO of All Crypto Mechanics. And just to start or continue the story, how it started last June, it was. So Andy approached me and told, like, we have amazing idea. We see a lot of challenges. What we want to now accomplish. We have amazing financial mechanics behind of this. Yeah, but we financial guys, right? So, and we don't have a clue how to realize it technically. That's how I came on board to help to build this up from the technical perspective. As at the end, of course, this is a lot of technology behind this. But what the founders have started with, of course, is a team. Yeah, this was built in very, very short period of time of best experts on the market, starting IT, legal, financial organization, compliance organization, marketing, design, and the whole operations. And there are, of course, much more people behind the project that was amazingly built up in just months time frame. And what happened afterwards? right? So we started building the whole process. Yeah, starting from the creation of white paper, and it was written in not a traditional way. If you open any white paper of crypto exchange that we have learned and studied before, was normally written by some technical guys, techies with all the protocols and bits and bytes and how amazing they encrypt and doing all those technological innovations put in there. So this white paper was written by financial guys. They really understand the mechanics, they understand the challenges, they understand the benefits and how those different asset classes that Andy was mentioning will be working together and are already working together, right? Then, as we had discussion on the workshop before, of course, a lot of legal stuff come into play, right? So technical realization is one part, but then, of course, the getting all licenses, starting building all companies to be in compliant from the stage of announcement to pre-sales, ICO phase, starting of the exchange, starting banking business, and launching the whole operations. Of course, it took a lot of time. Yeah, so we had the amazing discussion yesterday on our booth when everyone was asking, yeah, okay, so yeah, you get your VASP license in Poland. It was easy. Yeah, but we learned a lot during the process, of course. And also looking back to also the pre-sales phase. Yeah, okay, we just were informing the community about the project, right? But for us, it was critical from the beginning to being compliant with KYC requirement for jurisdiction, to being compliant with user data, yeah, so the customer's data. So that's why really we took time to build it and accomplished from the very beginning with the best suggestions from our lawyers, from the organizations that supported us. Choosing the providers was not easy. Yeah, so we spent a lot of time, of course, to finding the technical team, to find the white label solution. Really happy to be here and to see a lot of faces that we were talking before, starting from, again, white labeling for exchange, AML providers, KYC providers, monitoring, yeah, so risk management, everything. So like it was really a lot of work, a lot of conversations. And then due diligence about the capabilities of those, yeah, and then we started building back in October timeframe. Yeah, from October we were pretty successful on ICO phase. Yeah, both on realization as well as running the ICO, as again like the web portal and getting access, connecting wallets, all those stuff is like super exciting for techies, but also a lot of marketing activities were going on. Yeah, so the founders were running each week the workshops, informing, answering the question, and again for the targeting market where we go in for the users that had not probably a lot of experience with crypto before, but had already invested in family offices, right, in traditional real estate, in stocks. They understand this, okay, get them and enable them to very easily and simple way to get and give a try to invest to crypto or like set their wallets and doing those first steps was not easy, yeah, but we went through this process, and then there was a big launch over the Christmas time, exactly on the 25th of December, yeah, when the whole Europe was celebrating, we were launching. Yeah, and it was exciting time to see when the first hours, first users from the beginning were onboarded, were migrated, can claim their ACM tokens, yeah, can make already some deposits, yeah, can see and test the system. Of course, was a lot of nice time. At the same time, same hours, the hackers already were also active. Yeah, so it was amazing when we started the ICO site. After 4 hours, we got the first attack. After we launched the exchange, it was, I think, after 2 hours, we got first attacks from our amazing friends from Bangladesh. Thank them. Yeah, so it's of course continuously process that we get attacked from all over the world now, like from bots that are set up from our Vietnamese friends to Indians to Pakistani. Yeah, so thank you to keeping our security good. But so far, again, 2 months run, new onboardings, new requirements coming into play. Yeah, we are really enjoying the ride, despite, again, a lot of job that was done so far. Let's take a look in the future, what's coming, because of course, as Andy mentioned, so exchange, what you can see now, what you can experience with us right now, is just very, very small piece out of this. So of course, we want to deliver the best experience to our users with a bright portfolio of crypto, with a capability of different ways of trading, from spots, margin, futures, OTC, you name it. Yes, of course, we learn from the industry. You know, our founder, Benjamin, already like many years there, understand the specifics, understand the requirements, and that's exactly what you see on the slide, what we are going to implement with staking, savings plans, everything. But what even more exciting for us is what right now it's pretty small, stay there at the end, Q4 and 2025. And normally, as you see from our forecast, what we say in there, we try to deliver early. Yeah, so we are very conservative. Most of the team comes from Germany and Austria. Yeah, so we try to really plan accordingly. So what is interesting and excites us is really build this ecosystem where our users would be enabled to invest in different asset classes. So the full bank license is really exciting for us, as it enables us, of course, to not only using banking for fiat on-off ramping for crypto transactions, but really make the whole mechanics with financial interactions and financial investments. Of course, there is the whole wealth and portfolio management behind that, because we see the average investor really try to diversify, as Andy mentioned in his part, right? And to build this transparent overview, transparent dashboard where you can see all your asset classes. You see what is your investment right now in real estate, how efficient it is, what is your rent for income monthly or yearly, what kind of performance of your stocks investments, what kind of performance of your crypto, your staking, and you name it, right? So this is really where we're targeting. That's what we want to enable our users. Yeah, and that's where we invite you to come together with us. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Alex. Just as a story, Alex mentioned that we had the hackers, and I exactly remember it was December 2026. And I get the message from Alex, and Benjamin was in the group as well. We have the first customer, and we are celebrating. 10 minutes later, we have the second customer onboarded. We have the third customer onboarded, and we have the first hacker attack. So that came within 10 minutes. Yeah, that was quite a surprise on Christmas. But that showed that the system worked, that everything was safe. And we're pretty happy that it happened at the beginning. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for being here. Thanks for listening. I hope we could show you what ACM Finance is about, what all crypto mechanics is about. We're happy to talk more in detail at the booth. Enjoy the rest of the conference, and thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you so much. Wonderful. Just pop it over there. Well done. Right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, if you just joined us, welcome back to day number 2 here at Crypto Expo Europe 2024. More productive, more ideas, insights, perspectives, even secrets as well here on stage throughout the day. Once again, remember, apparently our hashtag is on fire, Crypto Expo Europe just Crypto Expo Europe, hashtag Crypto Expo Europe. It is on fire, apparently. So again, what you hear, what you see here, you want to share with your networks, for example, those that are not here in Bucharest with us. You hear something that's a golden nugget of information, you hear a quote, or you hear something that you just simply want to share within your network. Do that on social media and using our hashtag as well. Right, let's move on to our next session right now, jumping into the tokenization of real world assets. Again, giving us, again, a lot of what we're doing is really helping, really learning experience, right? Lots of ideas and insights to help you kind of make sense of really where you are and what's relevant for you and where you're moving forward. So listening to this, well, maybe all different stages of what we understand and what's meaningful for us. But again, after this, hopefully wherever we are, it'll take us up a level to where we really want to be. Right, let's move on to our panel. Here we go. First of all, please welcome to the stage Victoria Soltesz. Come and join us, Victoria, who deserves a round of applause, absolutely. There we are. Take a seat wherever you want. You can choose wherever you want, maybe in the middle. There we are. Together with Victoria, we have a gentleman who was with us yesterday, Seka. Please come back to the stage. Welcome back. From MK FinTech Partners, Dr. Kelly Fenech. Kelly, come and join us. Thank you. And a man we heard from yesterday also, and actually we heard from him. We saw him and we heard from him. I'm not sure how many of us were listening to him yesterday as we were enjoying the cocktails in the evening, but we're going to listen to him definitely right now here on stage from Sun Contract, Ayman Sufi. Please welcome back. There we are, Ayman. Cocktails were wonderful last night, thank you so much. And also Pavel Laskajewski as well. Wonderful. And the man who's going to moderate and shape this panel in the right way moving forward, please welcome, again, we heard from him yesterday, Mr. Tadej Slapnik.
One. One.
Thank you, Peter.
No.
So,
One.
hi everybody. Let's start first, Victoria, with you. How do you see the evolving landscape of payment processing integrating into the traditional financial mechanism together with the field of tokenized assets, please?
Right, so first, I would like to welcome everyone. My name is Victoria Soltesz. I've got a payment consultancy company. I'm a tax professional, banking expert, and payment consultant, trying to educate people of the fiat world, setting up payment plans, finding correspondent accounts, working with financial institutions and banks. So thank you very much for having me on this panel today. Regarding tokenization and overall, payments, I can talk about it for years. That we have very limited time today. I usually say that when it comes to payments and banking, we need to fulfill the requirements of the compliance of the bank. That's the most important thing. So all the technical advancements, all the new innovations, everything is directing towards the harmonized compliance work between the blockchain world as well as the crypto world. As I usually say is that eventually the crypto is going to be regulated, that it becomes just an alternative currency. So this is my point of view in terms of everything. But we do see a lot of need from different emerging markets for new innovation, for new payment methods. When it comes to tokenization, however, what I really see as a trend that people still try to open accounts and move funds in the fiat world which are regarding these tokenized assets in a way as it was a traditional fiat means, a fiat vehicle. This is not always the best way, and this is not always the cheapest way, because banks still see this as a higher risk operation. In this way, I usually say to my clients that try to think like a bank, try to act like you were lower risk and secure your position in a way that you are really trying to push the business plan and the payment flow to the fiat world as it was traditional fiat. And if it's okay for the traditional fiat, it is going to be usually okay for the crypto as well.
Thank you, Victoria. Sakar, at crypto.com, I believe you prepare some new features also regarding the offerings covering tokenization of assets. Please, can you share them with us?
Sure. Hi, everyone. Good to see you back here. So, just before we get into what we've done and what we plan to do, I want to talk a little bit about what asset tokenization is, right? Because we've been securitizing assets for a long time. This is not new. So what's the difference? The difference is that you take physical digital assets, right? Physical assets like commodities, like art, like real estate. Digital assets like IP, intellectual property, you take them and you make a digital representation of the rights associated with them. So far, it's the same thing as securitization. The difference is you put them in digital tokens on the blockchain, right? That's the key difference. So you've got to ask yourself, when I do that additional step, what are the things that I need to take into account? And in the asset tokenization process, it's a 5-step process. It's fairly straightforward. And what we hope to be involved in is the last 3 steps. So you got to select your assets, right? You got to decide what you want to tokenize. You got to value them. And this is typically done best by experts in that field, not something best done by the exchanges themselves. Because if you're valuing art or real estate, you need specialists who've done that for decades. The 3rd step is actually creating the tokens associated with those assets. And there's tokenomics that goes on behind it. How do you value an asset? How do you build an economy around it? The 4th step is distribution, right? That's something that exchanges excel at. And the 5th step is token maintenance. So the ongoing, adherence to transparency, to immutability, and to security. So the last 3 steps, token creation, token distribution, and token maintenance, is what players like Crypto.com excel at. And we hope to be involved in the distribution and the circulation of these tokens. Of course, we'll play a deep role in selecting the tokenization projects that we feel have value, that have the right values of security, of commitment to privacy, to commitments to doing things the right way. As Victoria mentioned, holding yourself to a bank grade or traditional financial institution grade compliance and approach is actually quite important when you're converting real world assets into the digital space, because this is where regulators start to get nervous. So hopefully that gives you insights into what we want to be involved with. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly at MKey FinTech Partners, how do you actually guide your clients regarding the regulatory part of it?
Well, yes, how I don't normally guide our clients, the first thing you have to do is when you're dealing with tokenization, specifically tokenization of real-world assets, is you have to see in what regulatory regime it fits. You have the traditional financial instruments. Those would normally fall under MiFID, MiFIR, and CSDR. And then also now you have in play MiCA, which deals with crypto assets. So the first thing will be carrying out an assessment as to where the asset fits. Once you realize where the asset fits, in which regulatory framework, you have to see what project your client wants to carry out. Does he want to carry out an offering? Is it a public offering or a private offering? If it relates to a public offering for traditional financial instruments, you need to issue a prospectus. If it's crypto assets, you need to issue a white paper. If they want to carry out licensable activities, for example, with respect to an electronic money token, then you need to apply for a license, either an electronic money license, whereby you can issue electronic money. Also submit a complete license application, business plan, ICT policies. So it varies very much, but you always start at what is the asset, categorize it, classify it, and then you see what sort of project the client wants to carry out.
Thank you. Ayman, yesterday made an important step regarding tokenization in renewable energy sector. Can you share the most important benefits out from your solution?
Yeah, yesterday we launched our NFT platform for the tokenization of real-world solar panels. It is derived from a vision that solar panels need to be for everyone, but not anyone have a roof on his top, right? Most of the people are living in apartments, yeah. So when we tokenize the solar panels, people with NFTs, they just go into the platform and they can decide to use the benefit of that solar panel on their roof. So it will create, it will give solar panels more access to more people, and also it makes it more liquid, because once you install solar panels on your roof, you cannot sell them back. But if they are tokenized, you can sell back the NFTs on a secondary market. And even those who doesn't want to use the energy, or let's say in jurisdictions that we do not have a license for electricity, they can still buy those NFTs, and it's like they are producers of renewable energy and sell it to other consumers. So through those NFTs, the energy produced by the underlying solar panel is sold, and the revenue is put in their wallet. So through the tokenization, either you can use or you can gain from it. And it's all liquid. It makes it more liquid and accessible to everyone.
Thank you. Pavel, let's speak about adoption. Where do you see the barriers, and where do you see the most important, let's say, supporting mechanism to break these challenges?
So the adoption is the holy grail of the crypto industry for years, and everyone is trying to find that. And yet we haven't, but we are closer to this. So hopefully soon we're gonna get that one. So what we do also, we are tokenizing the traditional financial markets. We are tokenizing the fully regulated entities, hedge fund, in our own case. And the biggest challenge that we seen was how to combine this traditional part of the market with the crypto one. There are some regulations, there are some rules that are allowing you to do so, but there are plenty obstacles that you need to solve on the way to tokenize, for example, this fully regulated Swiss-based hedge fund, and to provide APY for such a venture into the crypto in form of some sort of like regulated DeFi protocol. And the good thing is that some regulations are being implemented. Like just in Europe, we have MiCA, we have DORA, and we have DLT. So just those three regulations are setting the market in some areas that is making a business as ours more predictable, because we can predict what's gonna be possible, what's not gonna be possible. Because in the past, you could run a very successful business for 5 years, and apparently after introduction of new regulations, you figure out that you are illegal. And that's a problem. So that's why regulation, in my opinion, are good, because I understand what I can, what I can't, and how to move within those meanders of the regulatory world. So that's one element. So regulations are good for the adoption, because it's gonna make the business more predictable. The second element of that is where those regulations will make market more secure, because right now we have a lot of scams, a lot of issues, security problems, and there's no one to point a finger after all to retrieve the capital, to sue, to go to court, or to try to, you know, do something like you can do, what you can do in the real world, on the real market. So with regulations, usually there is going to be a need to expose the UBO, the person that is behind that, which should provide much more security on the retail side. And as we all know, the retail is not very often well educated in the technology, security elements, this and that. That's why we have those all antiviruses on the computers, this and that, because people don't know and they are clicking those fake links, scammy links in the emails. So we can speak about the education, and it's a very important thing, but there will always be a huge group that will do exactly opposite. So another element is this security of users. And the third element, adoption is always driven by capital. So as regulation floating in, the big capital so far was a little bit, was staying away from the crypto, because they were not feeling secure enough, like pension funds and everyone were not joining in the race, because they couldn't. But with, for example, ETF on Bitcoin, the pension funds are deploying capital into the crypto through the ETFs, which are in the intermediate that is solving that problem. So the big capital is joining the race. They put all in the big bets on the tokenization market in the future, because they see the possibilities of tradability 24/7, put liquidity where there was no liquidity, like we can imagine Berkshire Hathaway, Warren Buffett Series A stocks, 600,000 per one stock, so there is zero liquidity. So with tokenization and fractionalization of such an asset, we can provide this to retail customers, and banks and other institutions will have like transaction fees from illiquid assets before. So I believe this is the third element. This capital that is floating in is going to drive the adoption because they have skin in the game as well.
Thank you. Victoria, back to you. Now, if we are speaking about tokenization of real-world assets, where still we have these challenges, regulatory challenges, that of course we know that we have technological solutions, but regulatory that we still cannot do it. And can you highlight a few of them?
Yes, I think there is a huge elephant in the room that not every panel is addressing, which is one thing that what we can do technologically, one thing what is legal, and I'm looking at you, Kelly, because you know exactly what I will go with this. Just because it's legal, it doesn't mean that the banks will accept it. And also many times I got clients who are coming from different law firms, and they tell them that, listen, now you do that, the security is in place, the regulation is in place, everything is good. Okay, maybe it's in offshore because that's the only way which can accommodate you know, your regulatory needs. And then Victor, try to help me to find a bank account now. Try to help me to accept funds from my own clients. And that's the problem. And that's when we have to work with offshore banks who are obviously coming with a whole next level of security issues, and the price is going to be up, and the whole business plan is upside down because instead of paying normal banking fees, sometimes you're paying 2–3% on that. And this is the main issue, that yes, I understand that technologically there are a lot of challenges, and there are a lot of issues around the regulatory framework, which is not the same in every country. But the most important thing is when we are starting any kind of crypto project, let alone tokenization or basically anything, how am I going to move funds? I do need to pay my employees. I do need to pay, you know, rent, and I need to pay out the shareholders. So I need to put this money somehow back in the fiat system. And that should be the first question of starting any kind of blockchain or crypto-related project. Who is the bank who is happy to work with me? Do I trust this bank enough that I trust my funds with that bank? What are the prices? And then address all those other issues.
Thank you. Sekar, how deep do you at crypto.com, let's say, dive in checking the regulatory compliance of the assets that you have listed?
Sure. So I think the first thing we have to accept is everybody here, whether you're sitting there or here, we're on the frontiers, right? We're reaching for the future. But every time we come across a challenge, whether it's a regulatory challenge, a banking challenge, or a security challenge, we have to ask ourselves, are we that different? And the answer is no. Because if you look at traditional markets, right, any marketplace, a securities marketplace, the rules say the same thing. The motivations are the same. Transparent, liquid, accessible, efficient, and orderly markets, right? That's what it's all about. And you know, our position is that we offer the exact same thing with tokenization of assets, because what tokenization does is it offers accessibility, it offers fractionalization of you know, fixed assets, it offers transparency, it offers immutability, right? And therefore, as a result, the markets tend to be orderly. So what tokenization does is it offers liquidity and efficiency above everything else. Now, having said that, and this is important to go back to, because when we come up against the challenges, we have to understand our own philosophical underpinnings. On the challenges, I think Victoria's put them out perfectly. They're regulatory in nature. When you tackle the regulatory challenges, we ask ourselves this, and we would urge everybody else to do the same. You just have to make sure you're not a capital market instrument, because that raises the bar on your licensing. So you do not want to be a security token. You do not want to be a derivative token. What you want to be is a utility token, right? Or a non-security token. So you try to design your framework around that. And that's something we look for. The other thing we look for is security. You know, is the chain or the protocol or the token design actually safe? And that's the fifth step I mentioned, which is token maintenance, that we tend to be quite heavily involved in. And the last is, you know, the last issue that we look out for, apart from regulatory and security challenges, you know, concerns around consumer education. Do they understand what they're getting into? Do you understand the core asset on which the token is built? Because it's not just good enough to understand the token and how it works. You have to understand what you're effectively buying into. So if it's real estate, if it's art, you have to do the same amount of due diligence as you would when you buy the actual thing as when you buy a fractional interest in it. So that's basically our approach on these challenges.
Thank you. Kelly, let's look a little bit into the near future. What we can expect in the field of regulatory, let's say, activities, not just in Europe, but let's say also globally.
Sure. Well, currently the most significant regulation is definitely MiCA, Markets in Crypto Assets Regulation. And it's important to note what MiCA does. It categorizes crypto assets into 3 groups. So you have the electronic money tokens, asset reference tokens, and you have the other crypto assets. Electronic money tokens, they prepare to maintain a stable value by referencing one official currency. Whereas asset reference tokens, they tend to create their value from referencing a wide array of assets, commodities, baskets of goods, other crypto assets, including official fiat currencies. And then you have the other crypto assets, which would be normally like payment or investment tokens, such as Bitcoin, Ethereum, Ripple. So definitely the market, MiCA in play will definitely be one of the most significant impacting regulations. But then there's also the EU introduced the DLT pilot regime for DLT market infrastructures. And what it does is, we have to understand that traditionally EU capital markets law, it wasn't tailored to accommodate tokenized assets. And due to this, they created that DLT pilot regime to create a sandbox for certain tokenized financial instruments to be traded on these DLT market infrastructures. So those are the most significant regulations right now.
Thank you. Ayman and Pavel, let's combine and just upgrade the same question to both of you. What we can expect, for example, in the field of tokenization of renewables?
Only renewables. I can say that tokenization now is going beyond renewable, like in every aspect. Like, for example, a survey done by PwC, they said that asset managers are now expecting in 2024 they want to increase market share and increase, access to more users. And this can be done by tokenization, for example, the barriers of investment for a high investment, for example, for 10,000, with we can fractionalize it with tokenization and make people with lower investment capacity, let's say, can invest in it. Yeah, and as Sekar said, the concept of tokenization is not new. There was a concept before. It's called securitization. So for now, the normal framework that tokenization is going through is like you go to a tax-friendly jurisdiction, you create an SPV, you tokenize the asset, buy the asset and tokenize it, and then you sell it back. It's creating more friction, more costs that not anybody can do it. So only crypto native person. That's why we needed a legal framework for this. And luckily jurisdictions like England and Switzerland started to do this.
Thank you. Pavel, in 30 seconds.
I will keep it short. So I will give some numbers because I'm the number guy. So by 2030, the RWA and tokenization market is meant to be, according to all the big 4 companies, between $16 trillion up to $64 trillion market. That means that by that time, the tokenization market needs to grow from the current state, from the current level, like 1,000x's. This is something that we used to in crypto, by the way. I believe that the next things that are going to happen in the next years are going to be regulations much more to allow big capital and all the financial assets that we know, as for now, to jump into the into the crypto market in a tokenized way. So we're gonna see a lot of traditional financial markets and assets to be tokenized, but also the assets that previously were not tokenized at all, like solar panels, like art. It was happening in the past, but a lot of other things that we are not even aware of. And I've seen those before, like even investment alcohol that is being tokenized, that is bringing APR, that is growing, and everything to put into the blockchain to provide one universal layer to exchange any kind of the digital asset in between, that everyone can participate. So in my opinion is that the next couple of years are going to be huge because of the numbers, and the numbers are not lying.
Thank you, Pavel. Thank to all great panelists. One big applause for all of them.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for everybody. There we are. Thank you so much, our moderator, and all our panelists as well. There we are. Once again, a productive, effective session, helping us kind of make sense of really where we need to be moving forward. And that's exactly what we're going to do right now. Once again, for this session right now, this is all about crypto wallets, how to choose your crypto wallet, how to choose the best one naturally relevant for you, what's the best course of action, insights, perspectives. Probably, I imagine, because on this full panel here, every seat is going to be taken, so we've got 8 opinions, maybe common opinions, maybe differential opinions as well, helping you again make sense of really what is the best way forward in terms of crypto wallets and choosing the right one. Let's get cracking, and let's move on right now to our panelists, who many of whom we've heard from before. Great to have them back on stage. Please welcome, first of all, Ilya Pushkash. Come and join us. Ilya, welcome. We also have Dorian Vincelioni, once again back on stage. Welcome back. Together with Dorian and Ilya, we have, again, Dr. Justin Sherry Herrera. Please come and join us. And as they come on stage, make them feel welcome even more. Give them a round of applause. Nobody... Nobody cares, but it's okay, we care here on stage. We move on, Giovanni Conti, please come back to the stage. All we heard from you this morning, more perspectives and more insights. Peter Marish as well, thank you for joining us. Bogdan Rotaru, Dimitar Bratavanov, fabulous, and as you can see, 7 seats. My friend, could you sit here? Okay. We have 7 seats, 1 seat free. There we are. 1 seat free. And our moderator who's going to shape this conversation in the right way forward, naturally, Cristina Lucrezia Corner. Take it away, Cristina.
Thank you very much. So you see we're pretty packed here. We have 20 minutes. And a few disclaimers in the beginning. So we will be talking about choosing a crypto wallet in 2024. Disclaimer, it's not an investment advice, so please do not consider it as an investment advice, also because 20 minutes is not enough if you have never had any crypto wallet to choose it, right? But you can definitely have some insights and use them. On the panel, no pitching, we don't have time for this, but for your valuable insights, we would be happy to get them. So, a question to the audience. How many of you have a crypto wallet? Please raise your hands. Amazing. How many of you have more than one crypto wallet? More than 2, 3, 4, 5? Okay. I will not continue, but that's great. How many of you have downloaded or bought a new crypto wallet in the last year or so? Okay, quite a lot. So my very first question to you guys is, I know that a few of your companies have launched a wallet in the last 1.5 years. Why is it needed in the market? What is that is missing in the ecosystem that there are new wallets that come to the market, and which gaps do they fill? Let's start with the left side.
First.
You hear me there, right?
Yeah, Dimitar, can you hear me well? Great. So Something that is currently missing, and a lot of people are trying to bridge that specific gap, is how we connect the crypto world with the physical world, which is happening with a lot of new innovations with respect to payment methods. So what the new wallets are adding into the ecosystem is that availability for example, card payments. You can simply go out there, use the power of your crypto in order to make a purchase using your crypto assets or leveraging them against a loan. So you can easily do a purchase. Giving example, I simply used my card yesterday to buy pizza overnight just to have dinner, and I simply used the crypto that I had. They didn't use my fiat currencies, they simply had my crypto holdings.
Thank you, Dimitar.
Yeah, for us at Binance, we have the Binance Web3 wallet, which makes it simple for new users to open a Web3 wallet. But also we have the older version of Trust wallet, which is for experienced users, and it allows you to keep your keys on your desktop. So you have choices and different types of security levels that you can choose from. That's the idea.
You mentioned this term, experienced users. Let's get a little bit into numbers. Maybe Dorian, you can answer this. Like in general, what is the percentage of those experienced users that are using the wallet, and how many of the users are actually those who get acquainted with crypto for the first time? Oh, how to use a mic in 2024.
I told you this mic wasn't working. And she went to the other side. That's smart. So actually, even if we would like as many experienced users to have wallets, the reality is that it's still too few, and the amount is just too low. In the end, having a wallet is really about having the choice. I think that is pretty much what it is. You can always have these hot wallets on exchanges, etc. Actually, a majority of users are still using this, and we are aggregating much more users than there is in reality when you look on-chain data. But in the end, it's more about the possibility for you to self-custody. And the moment when this possibility will be threatened is the moment we should be worried about. And it's actually, we're not so far from that. If you've been following the latest news, and I don't want to get too much into details about it, but we are getting close to having non-custodial wallets being really harassed by local laws, etc. Because they know, now they know, and they will be coming after it. So
legal harassment, this is a new term. Justin, how about you actually comment on that point in terms of the legal framework? What are the challenges that the wallet providers and especially the users actually can encounter, and what are the solutions that the legal framework actually provides as well?
Perfect, great question. I would say the main challenge that users and wallet providers are encountering these days is the implementation of the travel rule. So for those of you who aren't familiar, the travel rule is a rule which crypto asset service providers and also self-hosted wallets need to abide by. And this is basically collecting certain information, certain data, and verifying it. So proof of address, proof of ID. So as from December 2024, so the end of this year, if self-hosted wallets want to interact with regulated crypto exchanges, they need to implement some sort of verification protocols or comply with the AML KYC considerations. Obviously, there's a big pushback from the community and from users, mainly due to privacy considerations. And case in point, there was Trezor, who tried to implement a verification protocol at the protocol layer. And all the users of Trezor said, if you implement this KYC consideration, we'll just move to another self-hosted wallet. And so Trezor decided not to implement this self-verification layer at the protocol layer. However, it's just a matter of time. So I think by December 2024, that self-hosted wallet will need to comply with these regulations, or else they won't be able to interact with regulated crypto exchanges. And of course, you can live purely in DeFi, but it's not the most practical way to live, because at some point you're going to need to cash out, in summary.
Thank you very much. So Giovanni, Gate also has launched a wallet recently, right? So what is the gap that you were identifying in the market?
Yes, let me just go back to what I've been asked just yesterday in this conference here. There were two questions that were asked to me most of the time. Are you going to improve on the usability side? And this was coming a little bit more from the non-experienced clients. And what are going to be the security feature that you are going to add from the most experienced users? I believe that 2024 needs to go in both of these directions. We know that more users are going to come to these markets, are still not very much comfortable with the user experience of the entrant level of the wallet that we have at the moment. So we need to work quite a lot on that. And for the experienced one, we need to work a little bit more on the security features and make the wallet more rounded that you can just use in all sort of circumstances that you need.
So security and usability, any other gaps and challenges? Peter?
Well, a question is very simple because when I meet with a lot of people, I can say that people decide what to choose, which wallet. They usually take care about the recommendation. For example, if their friends recommend them some application which is very simple, they start to use it. And I would like to compare it to the banking account because when also people were younger and they started to use some bank account, it was the first way or first banking account which they started to use. And it is very similar with crypto wallets. And then I find like the communication between the customer and the company is very important because many customers in the markets, they are like non-experienced customers and they need the help. They don't know the basic things, what to do in the app or in the wallet. And then, as my colleague said, the security or the features what in the wallets are very important for the basic users. And I would add my colleague Dimitar from Nexo. He told that what is missing in the market that people want. The first thing what people want to do in crypto market is to buy crypto. We are fiat money, and
the second is to sell.
I'm sorry?
The second thing they want is to sell.
Yeah, the second one is to sell. But in my opinion, the simplest way is the number one. What the simplest way to buy crypto and to sell crypto is the number one what people are looking for in the market.
In my personal opinion, this simplicity versus security is actually the biggest problem of crypto in general. Also because crypto for so many new users is associated with getting rich quickly. So whenever it's very simple, it actually gets also very risky because sometimes, and also actually very often, simplicity is not associated with enough security. So Bogdan, your point of view in terms of how we can actually solve this dilemma, what are the current challenges and how the current trend of 2024 with the bull market, with the upcoming halving, can impact this basic dilemma, and what are the legal solutions to that so that we actually prioritize security and not this simplicity that is very sellable?
Okay, so in terms of trends, I've seen from our clients and in the market that people are oriented towards solutions for wallets that supports a lot of blockchains, many types of blockchains and crypto. Also, when it comes to legal points, as of now, I don't see, there are some challenges, yes, especially when you interact with, when you are a crypto wallet service provider and you interact with exchanges because they have some rules and the KYC rules. But I see that the bigger challenges are still yet to come with MiCA, where every crypto asset service provider will have to be regulated. And this is basically a good thing because when you choose your service provider with respect to wallets, being regulated is one of the most trustworthiness thing. So it will be very criteria, very reliable criteria. So that's how I see it in now and in the future.
Peter, I guess you wanted to comment on that? No, you were ready with the mic. No?
No.
No, okay, it's fine. Are you regulated?
We as a company? Yes, we are regulated.
Okay, maybe you wanted to say this. Okay, let's get back to the left side of the panel. Ilya, you represent Binance. It's definitely one of the big mastodon, but also, machine inside the crypto market that is also, I think, opens doors for other companies that go and follow the trends that you set. What are the current opportunities that you see for Binance in terms of getting more users along with your new wallet? And how important it is that you personally think that the crypto wallets market is actually diversified, more diversified than is currently? Please take another mic.
Sorry.
This didn't enter the top list.
Firstly, we developed the Web3 wallet for, as I said, for new users to be able to access the DeFi easier and basically to increase adoption of the DeFi. Because we really believe in DeFi and its applications in the future. You were talking percentages earlier. Indeed, the percentage of DeFi users is quite small compared to the number of all users of cryptocurrencies in general. But I think these type of wallets that are integrated with an exchange are going to increase the adoptability of DeFi in the future. It's going to help on the regulation side as well. And why not maybe also increase the competitivity in the market also, depending on the functionalities that other exchanges offer.
Great point. Thank you very much. We've been talking so far for 14 minutes about selling and buying. I actually want to hear about spending. If we are diversifying, multiplying the crypto wallets in the space, doesn't it mean that we also need to, have more places where we can spend this cryptocurrency as an asset, right? As a payment method. So Giovanni, maybe to you, how do you think the current crypto wallet ecosystem, along with the current crypto ecosystem in general, can actually impact the actual adoption of cryptocurrencies as a payment method?
I think that's a good question. I think that one of the elements to consider how people are going to deposit funds into the crypto wallet and how they are going to spend. Again, just making an example to what we did yesterday. We use a card linked to a crypto wallet to pay for dinner and for other things. So we need to work quite a lot in adding this additional feature, especially now that we get new entrants in the market, making easier for them to deposit in the wallet and to spend the proceeding of the wallet. And let's face that one, the world outside there is still very much fiat at the moment. So we need to bridge that gap. And from my perspective, this is one of the other elements on which everyone will need to focus in 2024.
Dorian, Dimitar, do you agree with this?
I generally agree. I'll go more practical, and I'll say that at this stage, we're in 2024, whatever you have for the long term, you should self-custody, and that would seem to be obvious. But actually, we're working on a guide for users to self-custody in ways that will bear less risks, because self-custodying is not riskless. It's actually, probably 25% of the whole Bitcoin stack is lost just because self-custodying is with components of risks. So yeah, working on a guide for our users at KuCoin to actually do it in a proper manner that mitigate these kind of risks. Also, when you're talking about spending, the reality with spending is that you need to have hot wallets. So even if you're not a fan, in the end, it has to be connected, it has to be responsive and very fast. For example, like we developed the Ku card. It's a debit card that can allow you to spend in real time. And sorry?
No pitching.
Yeah, no, but it's an example. And for this card to work, you need to be able to sell your crypto instant with your seller at the point of sale. So it could not work with the self-custody and the cold wallet, etc. So you have to bear in mind that the type of usage that you have with your crypto will also impact the type of wallet that you will choose.
Anything to add, Dimitar? Please share the mic there.
Just going to back what Giovanni said with respect to mass adoption, if we want more people to go into the crypto space, we have to provide them with options for, as you mentioned, selling their crypto, because of course everyone doing their own research would see how they can enter the crypto space, but having the opportunity to utilize their finances into the real world is key in order to get more and more people on board, in order to drive the space furthermore, get more focus on utilization of different tokens across the world and in the entire space. So that's all I can add.
Thank you very much. Justine Bogdan, speaking about the outlook for the compliance ecosystem and legal framework, how do you see the next big steps for crypto, and how would you evaluate the level of your optimism in the space?
So firstly, to continue on the conversation slightly, we're seeing a lot of mergers and intersection between crypto and fintech and financial services, where everyone wants to be the super app and do the same thing. So it could be if you were a card provider, you also want to convert to fiat and then offer cards in general. Or if you're an exchange, you want to also get an EMI license. So we're seeing a big intersection and merger between crypto services and fintech services and financial services, where ultimately everyone wants to be a sort of fintech super app, which is obviously great because you don't need to go to separate providers for different things, and everything is just being offered under one roof. In terms of compliance, obviously we have MiCA. We're going to delve too much into it. I think it's coming out of everyone's ears. However, ultimately, if you're a CeFi player, you're going to have to get a license. And if you're a self-hosted wallet, you need to have some level of KYC to interact with these CeFi players. And I'd say one good thing out of MiCA would be the concept of liability. Because at the moment, if you are using a custodian and let's say your assets are lost or stolen, it's not 100% sure that you're going to get refunded or reimbursed for the assets lost. At least under MiCA, if you're using a regulated custodian, the concept of liability is addressed and ultimately you can be reimbursed. So over here, we'll see an interplay of, or an influx of insurance players, which will come in because everyone regulated under MiCA will ultimately need to get insurance as well.
Yes. In terms of optimism, I'm very optimistic because there is still a lot of time for the crypto asset service providers to accommodate with MiCA and maybe take further steps for the future authorizations. So I think it's going to be a soft process.
Predictably, 20 minutes have almost over. Very, very last question. With one word, please name a wallet that you use or have used before your company has launched any, not naming your company's wallet. Dimitar.
Binance.
Ledger.
Elijah?
MetaMask.
Sorry?
MetaMask.
Trezor. Giovanni?
MetaMask. I used Exodus.
Phantom Wallet.
Ledger, Trezor, yes, all good. Amazing, thank you very much. And please make your research. And don't forget to, every time to make sure that the decision is yours, not anyone else. But use all the insights that are provided by these amazing experts. Thank you so much for the panel. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for all our panelists and Christina, our moderator. Fabulous. Wonderful. There we are once again. an effective, productive, full panel, all seats taken, lots of insights, and I'm sure, again, in a better position now to tackle this topic moving forward as well. Right, ladies and gentlemen, again, just to remind you, again, our hashtag, Crypto Expo Europe is our hashtag. Again, what you hear, what you see, what you'd like to share within your network who aren't here, share the quotes, share the photographs, and a little piece of what's here can actually be shared on social media, and again, not exposing, but promoting what's happening here. Again, remember, this is only the second time we're doing this event. Last year was the first one. This is the second edition. It's bigger, it's better, it's gaining momentum, and naturally, for 2025, we want to move that forward and do exactly the same thing. Right, we move on now to our next session. This is all about Football 3.0. So we know Web 3.0, lots of different elements and lots of different applications and how that can be used. This next conversation is all about the world of football innovation and how it can be applied to that. Again, when I mentioned football, Web 2.0, Web 3.0 as well, I'm sure you have your own ideas. Hopefully now we're going to get some new ideas, fresh insights, and again, maybe give us some insights and perspectives we haven't actually heard before. Let's get cracking with our first panelists here on stage. Please welcome from the Football Business Academy, Mr. Christian Dobrev. Please join us. That's right, a round of applause. He does deserve that. There we are. Also, Sport Director of Valencians FC, Ernesto Applefield. Ernesto, please join us. Also, a gentleman you may have seen a football fan. Certainly, you've seen him playing for Romania more than 100 times. If you're like me, a West Ham fan, he played 15 times. He's back here on stage. Mr. Razvan Rats, please join us. And also from Adidas, Katrina Kazaku. From Modex, Shay Sand. Fabulous. And the man who's going to shape this conversation forward, I'm intrigued as much as you are, actually, to see how this is going to unfold as well. Please welcome from Modex as well, Antonio Lorenzon.
There we go. Can you hear me? Yes, very good. So, hello everybody. Today we're going to talk about the future of football. So just let me see how many football fans do we have in the room. Well, quite a lot. Good to know. So we're going to talk about how football is going to be reshaped in the near future, evolving from where we are today into a more digitalized ecosystem, where the Web3 and the blockchain technology can enable every stakeholder, to have value, to monetize the excitement, and probably to give clubs and players a new source of revenue. But we're going to deep dive a bit more in a few minutes with this parterre de roi, in French, of guest speakers. So let's start with Christian. Probably is the right person to kick off, having the knowledge about the football association, the football industry. And the question for you, Christian, would be, how do you think, football is a very traditional word, right? That is, probably didn't change for decades. So how do you see the Web3 and the blockchain really evolving this industry and helping football to move to a more effective ecosystem where more people can drive value and source value from the different steps of the blockchain?
Thanks, Antonio. I think, as you said it, football, for better or worse, is a very traditional, very conservative industry. Naturally, there's players that are more likely to embrace change, and so then others follow, right? But I think at some point, everyone will have to evolve, as happens in life. And the key thing with football, I think, is that at the end of the day, the business model of football hasn't changed in several decades. And I think Web3 is a potential solution to that, to change the business model, to change the processes behind how things are done in the football industry. And more importantly, how to engage with fans, right? Historically, you had your fans from the community. Then with TV, it kind of like globalized. And now you have fans, football fans from Jakarta to Vancouver, literally. And they want to be part of their club that they're following or the player that they like the most. And if you stick with the traditional business model, it's not going to reach everyone in the same way that they want to interact with the club. And I think Web3 could be a solution to, especially for those fans, to engage them more.
Fantastic. And I mean, curious about it. I ask you another quick question about that. That is, do you think that is the football ready to embrace this evolution? Is the right timing? Is the moment where really we can step change, as you well described, an industry that didn't change so much in the past?
I think so. I think in the past few years, especially since COVID, I think a lot of football stakeholders have realized that something has to change. If not, there will be a cliff, right? So the important thing is to have enough football stakeholders and decision makers having the courage to push that change forward and make sure that the other ones get on board before it's too late.
Great, thank you very much. And so then I have a question for you, Ernesto, as a commercial director of a real club, of a football team. And how do you see clubs having a real benefit from this, Web3 introduction?
Well, I think, I'll give you a little story. We now sell around 10,000 jerseys. And the jerseys are being, so we know how many we sell, we know who pays for the jerseys, but that's it. Then you go on eBay, you go on Amazon, and you see the jerseys are being resold for a lot more. But we have no visibility on that. We know nothing about who buys them, who's selling them, and we make zero out of this. So I think Web3 can definitely help us with that. And also, it's the same with tickets. Because right now we know how many tickets we sell, and then you go again to those marketplaces, and then nothing. We see people selling them for double the price, triple the price, and we still make nothing. So it's definitely a solution that will help us.
Yeah, definitely. I heard that there are $5 billion US on secondary market of tickets, and today there is no real, monetization of that.
Exactly that.
So definitely. And I have also another small question for you that is linked to what you said. That we keep hearing that clubs are, they are not doing well in terms of financially. And today they source quite a lot on the media rights that they have from media. So do you think that really the blockchain and Web3 can become a sustainable source of revenue for clubs, from funds, engagement, as you said, ticketing, whatever?
Definitely, because we get all the data, then we can reuse it again and again and again. Then it becomes sustainable. And with that, I don't see why it would die off.
Great, thank you. So then we talk about clubs, about the overall, industry, and who better than Razvan can tell us a bit the perspective from the fans base. I mean, you are, especially in Romania, and I would say in Europe, an icon of football. So for sure you have a significant amount of fans. So how do you think that this technology can really impact the fan base and help them to become, probably closer with their idols and clubs, etc.? How do you see that?
So this is about that. Depends on the perspective you see. As a club, you have a fan base that, okay, you engage it, you try to keep them close, you try to keep them happy, let's say like this. So, and you have a lot of assets. That means that you have the players, you have a lot of things in your archives that actually you can use it to engage more and more the fans. So as a player, the club is engaging you, and also you separately, you're engaging with the fans through different tools. That means social media as individual things, but also the club still needs you as an asset, still needs to engage you. Then, what is more important for the club and for the organization like FIFA or something like, or UEFA, doesn't matter, is that it's a tool, a very important tool, is a revolutionary tool that you will engage more and more for the fans to be part of the game, because at this moment they are just, let's say, part of the game, spending money, fueling their passion, but still they are not really able to be like full part of the game and to be in contact, maybe because through this technology you can sell a dinner with Erling Haaland, which it's never been vandable before. You couldn't imagine that a club can do revenues from selling that. So it's about fan engagement, and it's about let's say making from this a bigger story.
So it's something like monetizing this passion that is an intangible asset, right? And drive revenue from there. That could, for clubs and players, could be real change.
This is the funny part and the most interesting part. It's how much how you could evaluate a T-shirt signed by I don't know, Phil Foden, because he scored twice yesterday, for a Manchester City fan, or this can be priceless for somebody. So even if you start to think that you can make a drop that is 100 T-shirts signed by somebody or something like this, still I can buy that T-shirt and then resell it.
Yeah.
So I can make money of that, and for the first time in the history, a fan can make money from his passion, because till now he was just spending.
Yeah. They become fans, art collectors of the different assets. Fantastic.
Just like that.
Yes. Thank you very much, Rasul. And now we have a representative from Adidas, Kodrina. And Adidas is a global player in the sport industry, probably. If it's not the biggest, it's one of the two biggest. And I'm curious to understand, beyond the Web3, beyond blockchain, is really how Adidas is looking at the digital integration between physical product and digital experiences. We heard in every industry that the digitalization is changing the industry, is providing higher level of engagement at all levels. So I'm curious to really understand how much you are placing this digital revolution inside your physical product and also thinking about the whole experience for the users.
So as a brand that's rooted in sports, our purpose is simple. Through sports, we have the power to change lives. And this has always been at the core of everything that we do as a brand. And will continue to be as we strive to be closer to our consumers, regardless of where we find them, in the online world, in the physical world, or in the Web3 world. So seamlessly integrating digital and physical aspects of our business is a core pillar of our omni-channel strategy, which holds the consumers, our athletes, our fans at the heart of everything that we do in this ecosystem. Some of the principles that helped in forming this omni-channel strategy are consistency. We want to make sure that no matter where a person makes contact with our brand, he or she has the same consistent brand image, the same messaging, so it's easier for users to create certain associations with our brand. Then we want to be convenient. We want users to have a convenience when they are interacting with our brand. So we make it easier for them to connect with us in our retail stores, on social media, in our apps, websites, and even the Web3 world through various projects that we developed there. Another core principle that lies at the heart of everything that we do is personalization. We have access through our membership program to a lot of data that allows us to tailor personalized experiences for our users and our customers. So for example, the Adi Club membership program that we have ongoing is a very powerful tool that engages in the same way fans, athletes, customers, and allows them to have access to personalized experiences based on the points that they collect through this program, and then they can later convert into product experiences and so on and so forth. And last but not least, the integration of technology into everything that we do, starting from the way that we design and manufacture our products. And a nice example here, also related to football, is the match ball for Euro, for example, that holds connected technology inside of its core that allows referees to make more informed decisions, because it sends information about the position of the players on the field, about the speed that the ball was hit with. So this is a really nice blend of technology and innovation into the way that football is being played nowadays. Sorry. Then moving on to the way that we facilitate sports for people, we have our running app, we have the Les Mills training app that's in partnership with Les Mills. And then last but not least, to the way that people shop, the way that they have access to technologies such as augmented reality or virtual try-on. So it's really making the customer experience more easy and more engaging. So to sum it up, as the physical and digital world do overlap quite a lot, we will continue to tell our brand stories and to engage with our users regardless of where they are, in the Web3, in the physical world, or in the digital world. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you for the comprehensive answer. And for the last speaker, I mean, what you have heard so far, it's you can watch a real example of blockchain application into the football industry. If you check collect.fifa.com, that is probably some links here or there, should be there. That is really a real example of drops of what Christian, Ernesto, Razvan, and Kodrina just explained on how really you can engage with fans, clubs, and all the stakeholders into a real Web3 live application, where with FIFA, that is partners with the Modex company, on really making live this evolution of the football ecosystem. Now, who better than Shai, that is the Chief Product and Technology Officer at Modex, that can explain what's behind this collect.fifa.com that I just shared with you as a link, what's the engine, and how really the question on how Web3 can really change the world of football, in this case, and how we can really be a simple interface that can aggregate communities and fans and clubs around the world to join this future football 3.0, statement. An opportunity, exactly.
Thank you. So at the end of the day, if we look at everything we've heard and the way technology is, this is our way to connect between two different sides of the spectrum. So we are taking the Web3 and blockchain technologies, and we are simplifying it and integrating it into the requests of the club, the players, the different partners. Adidas is one good example. This is where we are looking to really simplify the experience, remove the technology barriers, and create a real innovative fan engagement platform. So bringing all the different goods that we hear in the Web3 and blockchain, and the different projects that came and arose because of the innovation of technology, and bringing it into a place where it's more about the game and the love for the game. This is a point of connection between an industry that is, to some extent, as you said, very mature, very old to some extent, and bringing innovation into connecting the different parts and really giving the business opportunities for all the sides to engage with additional fans, to engage with different parts of the globe, and really harnessing the power of the blockchain technology and Web3, and connecting the world into making it a simple ecosystem for people to be part of football, be part of the game. And that's where we are taking also FIFA Collect. We are looking to, as part of it's kind of an internal joke, but Modex is a monetization, digitalization, and experience. It's all about how we are taking the technology and really bringing all the different parts from around the world, all the different ways to engage with the fan and to be more for the fans and making it simple for them to digest and use the technology and the projects. It's really about our love for the game, our love for the fan obsession, customer obsession, is building the right platform in order to harness the technology and allow all the different players in the ecosystem to be part of it.
Fantastic. Thank you for the let's say, the understanding a bit better on how this technology can really impact the football. We have a couple of minutes left, and I would like to raise one last question that is not going to be, it's one question for all of you. Who is going to feel to answer? It's more than welcome. It is really the younger generation, younger audience. If you look at the data, media data, they are consuming football footage, football content, sport content, very differently than many years ago. So you don't have a lot of people standing in front of TV and watching the standard conversation about football and sport. It's more a digital interaction, it's more a digital activation, shorter time that they spend on TV. So the question for you is, do you think that this Web3 revolution, the blockchain technology and this football 3.0 could be the good answer to re-engage with them and to have, from them, on top of the monetization of their passion, to having them back to the system or back to the game, the entertaining game, because it's a language that they can feel more adapt to them versus the previous way to consume content. Whoever wants to answer, it's
okay, I'll start quickly. Yes, I think that what we are doing is we are currently building the ecosystem for future generations. Yes, the next generation, their attention span is shorter, right? Because they watch TikTok, and they interact, but in a time span of 30 seconds versus an hour and a half of a game. And that's what we are building. We are literally building kind of football and the football ecosystem for the next generation. I'll give one example and then I'll let others talk. But the way we think is not different than how the next generation and the kids are thinking. I'll give the example of a few months ago, my son woke up and he's playing on Fortnite, and he said, I wish that I had I had a dream that I have all the V-Bucks in the world. And my answer to him is, I actually also had exactly the same dream. It was a different digital currency, it was Bitcoin. So what we are doing is we are really shaping the world for the next generation and the way they think about it.
Yeah, just to add on Shai's comment, I think at the end of the day, as in business, it's all about location and distribution, right? Yeah. And if you know where your fans are, if you know where they're spending their time and money, which in this case is mostly in the digital world, in online platforms, then you have to be there and create products that they'll want. You know, in my generation, we grew up with the Panini stickers, and if you had the marquee players or a full album, then you were among the cool kids. And I think in the current or next generation, yeah, I think it's moving to Web3 in the digital world, and so if they want to be the cool kids, then they'll have the products that you guys will offer. So
yeah, great point. The stickers, the old school stickers. Yeah. Do you feel like it's okay? So I think we are right on time. We have few seconds actually. We overpassed the time by 20 seconds. So in case you have questions or whatever, there is the Modex stand just outside here. More than happy to ask any kind of question or curiosity you have about how we're going to evolve the football of football and move into football 3.0. So I would like to thank you again, all the speakers, for your testimony and your experience, your insight, and thank you for attending, and it was a pleasure.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for our panelists and our moderators as well. Fantastic. Fabulous, pop it down there, wonderful. And as a man in his 40s, I still collect Panini stickers because every European Championships and the one coming up now, Panini is still alive. I hold my hands up, I still collect them. Right, we move on now to our next session. This is all about the role and importance of crypto and blockchain education. So the educational side, how important it is to educate the new generation on the upcoming financial solutions. How important is it? Some of those insights and perspectives we'll get right now on this within this conversation here on stage. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our our panelists who are going to join us right now. Please welcome, first of all, Alfred Tordes. Alfred, come and join us. Get a photograph as well as you come through. No. Take the stage. Thank you. Also, we have Serban Meza. Come and join us. Thank you. Together with Serban and Alfred, Christian Onetsiu. Christian, please join us. We also have Lucian Botte, Sorin Christian Nitsa, and Radu Rizuyu. And the person who's going to shape this conversation once again on stage, as she magnificently does every time she's with us here in Bucharest for the summit twice now, Jane King.
Right. Oh, hey. Okay, it works. That's always a good start. Thank you all for being here. I just want to say this is a topic that is really close to my heart. I feel like there's so much misunderstanding about blockchain. I work in New York, and I've been producing a series called The Business of Blockchain, which looks at all applications outside of crypto. We've talked about energy and micro-lending and healthcare and space and all kinds of interesting things. And it's geared toward the public, but also to lawmakers, to educate lawmakers. So I'm really curious to hear what our panelists have to say about all of this. And let's just start with, we can start at the end. How would you say the current state of education is in blockchain, both at, say, the university level, but also among the general public? You want to start off here? One of these mics doesn't work, I believe. Nope. Try that one.
Recently, I had a discussion with the Austrian blockchain ecosystem, and we jointly tried to determine in which area do we need improvements to bring the space forward. And I hoped that the most important one was government, because then I could lean back. But the most important area identified by the industry was education. Education on all levels. So of course, the future students must learn about blockchain technology and its application during the normal studies. We also have to educate people in practice. We have to do joint research. And the problem at universities partially is, of course, they still have to keep up their normal teaching load, and additionally, they have to invest in this new field, and of course, convince rather conservative areas of the academic system to foster this. And here, I think we are just at the beginning.
And let's just go on down the panels. I mean, how can we as an industry do a better job educating the public? What would you say? Go ahead.
I think that we should address this on the different levels that we have, because in the end we are here because we have a product which we think from the economic point of view that we can address the public, and then we are saying, no, the public is not educated because it doesn't accept our solution. But it all starts, I think, from the technical part, because if you don't have users that are able to, or if you don't have people that understand the technology, and understanding doesn't mean you can code it. I think understanding the technology means that you're able to explain to someone who's not technical what you're actually doing. And I think this is the challenge now, to get the students that don't understand the technology, motivate them to understand it, and then motivate them also to explain them to others. This is, I mean, it's tech. It's not something else.
Let me ask this question. How important is it the public understands blockchain? I mean, we don't know how the web works, most of us. Do we need to know how blockchain works, or do we just need a user-friendly solution?
Thanks for the question. I'm not really hearing the question. If you can just switch one of the speakers so we can have an understanding of what we are saying here on the panel, and also if you can help us with the door so we can have a little bit of silence, because there's no way we can have this conversation in
Also, the
noise.
countdown clock isn't working, so while we're fixing things. Yeah.
Yes, so thanks for having me here. I think the question is related to the education. I'm serving entrepreneurs and the leaders of the organizations And I'm here just to say that we are technology agnostic. We are not talking about blockchain and crypto as the magic pill that solves everything. We see all the technologies. We see Internet of Things, we see VR, AR, AI, everything that is right now functional or struggling to become functional in an economic environment, we have a look on that. And that's why it's important for us as entrepreneurs and leaders to understand these technologies and especially how we can put them in practice. We are maybe not in the forefront of the innovation, but we are very anxious to see practical applications of this. So we are more, and I'm helping entrepreneurs to understand all the technologies. Today we are staying here in an event that is more focused on crypto and blockchain, and I have a list of 10 things that I'm developing for entrepreneurs and leaders that maybe we will have time to explore them. But I want to start by saying this. We are technology agnostics. We are interested in the way, in a practical way, how the technology can help us create a better business or a better environment or solve more and faster the problems that we see in the market. So that's the way we approach education in the business environment.
Yeah. I've always felt like if there was, say, a recall of a food item or something, and blockchain could solve that in about 2 seconds, that would be something that the public would really start to appreciate and embrace and understand a little bit more. So what do you think needs to happen for mass adoption and mass understanding?
Okay, thanks for the question. I think the problem would be getting back to education. That's the issue usually. Because the general public and especially the youngsters, they are exposed to new technologies, to blockchain and new information, but that information doesn't always come to them from, let's say, credible and trustworthy source. So I think the misinformation sometimes and their access to proper education can shift everything in the near future. And I think that's the duty of schools, universities, and also companies, because with these new emerging technologies, and some of them not quite new but existing in the market, the education system, I think it's not fully ready yet to be part of that. So they need help from the companies, from the people, from the specialists in the market to bring the information along the youngsters and the new generation.
Yeah. You mentioned, kind of touched on a little bit regulation maybe. Would that be something that you think would help in terms of trust and public education and the adoption of blockchain technology?
Hello, everybody. Thank you for the question. It would definitely help. I think that's what we need the most. But going towards education, though, I think we have to go down a little bit of a lower level, so to say, more precisely. Think about the fact that the financial literacy of youngsters, and not only youngsters, in Romania and abroad, isn't that big. There are not that many people who are actually trying to understand the core economics as it is. And automatically, by talking about blockchain, for them, from my perspective at least, it becomes a little bit overwhelming. I'm a professor at FABIS, at Bucharest University of Economic Studies. I'm looking at my students, which are students of economics, and they do have difficulties in understanding the blockchain. How we tried to address the situation, so to say, we started to do some workshops with them in which blockchain as a whole is being explained, crypto is being explained, the idea of fraud is being explained more and more because we see more and more frauds taking place, especially in the past 2 years, so to say. Now we have a bull market, so that's happening once more. With regards to regulations, we definitely need to have it regulated. And what the EU is doing right now through the MICA package, we also have to implement at a country level because fiscal conditions are different from a country to another. Legislation is different, so automatically we kind of need to take that and implement it into our legislation.
And AI, I feel like, can play a role in the education of blockchain because it's just taken off. I mean, once generative AI, about a year ago, became so popular, I feel like blockchain and AI are I compare them to like a relay. Like blockchain verifies data and hands it off to AI to synthesize and extract value from it. So do you think that blockchain can benefit from the popularity of AI right now?
It really depends. As a marketing tool for sure. But I had an experience, and also, of course, ChatGPT brought a tremendous challenge to the education, especially higher education, because we saw papers drafted by ChatGPT, and we need to respond to that. However, and I have to confess, last year I tried to generate some multiple choices questions for my students through ChatGPT. I had to tackle a little bit with the roughness of the ChatGPT, but there were some useful, but they were the easiest questions to answer at the end of the day from the test that I put together. Okay, but I think there is a different challenge, and I will develop on what my colleagues stated up to now. I'm teaching law. So from this perspective, I'm a dinosaur for the technological environment we are now in. And you mentioned regulation, and you mentioned AI. Look, Europe just brought an EU AI Act where it says everything about AI except what AI is. Basically, AI is nothing from EU perspective. So from legal perspective, AI does not exist except as an object, as an artifact of a human. So there is a human behind any AI, which is stupid from technological point of view. Now, I am teaching a class of smart contracts to the master degree in law. And my students were, I need to explain to my students that when Nick Szabo, back in '94, coined this term, he coined it especially in saying we need to get rid of all the lawyers, like Shakespeare said, and therefore I gave you smart contracts. What we are seeing now, that smart contracts are litigated by the lawyers in front of the judges by using legal arguments. So, it's a tension here. Do we need to regulate these things? Brussels says, yes, we need to regulate. And last time I checked, I don't know if Nick Szabo is Nakamoto, okay? But he surely doesn't work in any agency in Brussels. So basically, those guys in Brussels are regulating what Nick Szabo invented. I don't know how to tackle all, and I think this is the real challenge in education.
Well, at least the EU is doing something. I think there might be a task force developed in the US to look at this. But you've got Elon Musk on one side and Mark Zuckerberg on another side, and
you have an AI law in, where do you think? Arizona.
Yeah. so I don't know what.
It will be the state populated only by AIs because it's all desert.
Well, and isn't there also, there's a lot of data centers too being built in some really remote places, which is interesting. Anybody have any more comments to follow up on all that? Yep, go ahead.
What I was thinking now is the fact that we are actually tackling education in a centralized way. And I think that there is a huge change. So compared to IoT and AI, blockchain is a lot about community. And this kind of challenge is also the way you are learning. Because if you look at all of the projects and the way that blockchain actually entered the market was through people learning from each other. So it's a more, also education starts to be a bit peer-to-peer. You are actually coming to this conference, okay, listening to some guys here on the stage, but you're actually spending more time outside. So if you compare everything that is happening in whatever, me as a teacher, I also a researcher, I go to other conferencing. the conferences on blockchain, crypto, and so on are one of the most liveliest and one of the most diverse conferences that you meet, because people come in for the purpose there, and they try to learn from each other. You try to discuss and ask about the other person's project. If you're into the technical aspects, you want to know the technical details. If you're in the economics, you try to. And then I think this also challenges the education itself, because if we go back and we say, okay, we like blockchain, but we want the centralized way of doing, where I will send my son to this university where there is one central authority that will govern everything we know about blockchain, it's an idiocy from my point of view. And I think this is what's happening now. We are changing also education in terms of community building, which I think it's nice, but we don't know how to approach it because we are not used to it anymore.
I think there's some other comments. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would just add on that I think the classical centralized education can't work anymore. I think we need to shift the paradigm to new ways of educating the youngsters. We have the AI, because you mentioned it. It's something that's kind of somehow seen by the, let's say, the education world as disruptive for the sector. So people are sometimes scared that they might lose their jobs, which is silly, because it's the way of how you do it. It's not the fact that we can use AI in teaching and what we do in our classes to be better and prepare the youngsters much better. So I think the classical approach to education, the regulated approach on education, which unfortunately happens in kind of a lot of countries, especially Romania, should be changed, and the paradigm shifted to bringing new and innovative ways in that.
Go ahead.
Also, there's a small point of raising the awareness of the entirety of the phenomenon. Like right now, we are in a room filled with people who do have a basic understanding of blockchain and crypto and what it does. But think about the fact that the majority of the population, so to say, isn't here. The majority is in schools, they're working, they're driving, they're doing whatever they're doing right now. That's the target audience, so to say, that we have to reach through education. And from my point of view, at least, the only way to reach that, even more than my colleague just said, in creating communities, which is something very important, because this is how the blockchain has started to develop initially. We have to receive, so to say, support from the government. They need, first of all, to become aware of the importance of this phenomenon. They need to become aware of the risks that basically it causes, because I'll give you just a random example, the shadow banking phenomenon. Okay, we all know that basically there's a fintech developing which is backing off on the banking system, and they're kind of pulling clients from one place to another. That place is a real risk. Okay, maybe it's not right now, but in the future it does need to be mitigated. And for that, the government needs to understand that, okay, we are here, crypto exists, and we do have to regulate it and to bring it to the attention of the public.
I know you are going to hate me for what I'm going to say right now, but let me clarify a little bit. I think education must have a process and some priorities. If we want to educate people right now about blockchain and crypto, we need to educate innovative startups, investors, and people who can transform an idea into something practical. Because, and now you will hate me, we don't know if crypto or blockchain is here to stay. We just know it's an innovative technology that might change some stuff. But in order to educate people in schools, we need to make sure first that this has a beneficial and in economy, and it's a practical thing that we have to prove. So that's why legal entities, investors, and innovative startups that can validate this technology into practical examples that will add value to the GDP, create more, hire more people, and create benefits for the market. I think this is the first priority. And if we talk about education in schools, it's like we just discovered something. We don't know if this is going to be the the end result or the technology that will be here in the following 20 years. And let's start talking about blockchain in schools. I don't think we need to do this. We need to prove that this technology is working and is creating benefits for the market. And that's why I think a group of educators around governmental bodies that regulate this, investors that are also very reluctant to this because they talk about risk management, and also innovative startups that maybe their head is in the cloud and they think everything is possible and this will be the future, and they don't see the rest of the technologies, they don't want to integrate with the rest of innovative technologies, and they lack the attention of the market and the client at the end that needs to be educated about this technology by just simply using it. AI was I don't know, was educating people by practical usage of ChatGPT. So this is the best way to educate people, but by creating something that is practical.
I just saw Jensen Huang, who's the CEO of NVIDIA, just said, I believe, I was at Stanford, and he said all tests will be, AI will be able to take all tests and pass them flawlessly within 5 years. I would like for each of you to give me some thoughts about how you see education. What does it look like in this world of blockchain and AI in the future?
Talking about educating people in schools about blockchain, a funny story. When we announced in the newspapers that we founded a research institute on crypto economics, the next day 2 young students came to my office and said, "Professor, great that you woke up. We have been mining Bitcoin for 3 years in our student hostels." So the young people, of course, get exposed to this very naturally. And in fact, I was motivated to find this research institute because a former student in 2016 told me there's a new type of protocol where you can transfer value. And it's called Bitcoin, and you have money without banks. And I thought, she's nuts. And then I downloaded the Satoshi Nakamoto paper, and I found out I have to learn it myself. And I founded the Research Institute. So in a way, we have to do all these things in parallel. You're right, we have to educate, of course, the regulators. We have to educate the investors. But the investors also need students who understand how it works. So basically what we are doing is we already introduce in the bachelor's program in specialized areas how you do it, because for CLIA, the whole area is not settled. It's not like making a mathematical introductory lecture where you know what you're doing. You have to co-develop it. But you also have to educate people so that you have enough people to co-develop things with you. So basically we do on all levels educational programs, also on the MBA level. And of course we are consulting the regulators who, to my surprise, are quite open. And the nice thing about the university always is the university also has a brand name. And in Austria, the ecosystem said, "Professor, we are very glad that we have your research institute, because before that, anytime we go to a bank and we say something about blockchain, they say, you're all criminals and you want to money laundering. But if the university has a research institute on that, of course you have credibility, but you also have a responsibility, right? That you tell people, no, this is shady, don't do that. And of course, that's kind of education. And we basically have to co-develop with the space, because if it's really here to stay and it's really very important, then it will become an established part of the education. And if it's not, you really have a problem with the competitiveness of your economy, and Europe is lagging behind. US and China innovate, Europe regulates. And that's not the way that it should be.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, just let's continue with this theme. Education, how it might look different.
Yeah, I liked the presentation that were yesterday and today, and most of the things were related to risk and risk appetite, and how the banking sector is still looking at the crypto assets as being a risky asset. I think it's the same with education. Education kind of looks on new technology without such a high risk appetite, let's say. And I think it has to change, because with new technology and the society in general moving towards adopting and changing and developing new technologies and actually developing and then stressing them in economical environments, like my colleague said, and also Professor Taude said, it's basically a trial and error. And I think the universities in education has also to increase their risk appetite and try and do the education and educate on this technology, because in a way it kind of, are you able to recognize the elephants in the room, or you are just going to say no because there was no one putting a name on it? And I think academia is one of the places where you can actually relate it more into, rather than economics, you're rather into the dictionary point of view, and you're just labeling the things that are coming. And then, as the professor said, AI doesn't have a name, but we are talking about from the legal point of view. I think that we have to put people in the academia to name what blockchain is, and this is education. It's no longer, let's say, passing on a notebook where you wrote everything. It's deciding as a community what this is, and I think this is the role the academia is going to take. It's the forum where you actually meet, and it's a non-combat zone because it's not the economical environment where you stay and discuss, and yeah, you develop something new, or the new test that you're going to do.
There is a great insight from what you are saying. It's a paradigm shift. Now the professors must learn in the same time with the students. So that's a new thing. They have to change the whole mindset.
It's very interesting. Well, in a way, that's kind of, you're exploring this together. That could, in a way, be even more educational.
Yeah, that's very true, actually. And I was just thinking at the Romanian American University, I'm also in charge of digital transformation. So I think the future of education, maybe not on short term, but on mid to long term, would be something very similar to the evolution of blockchain. Maybe we'll shift to, and there's already EU discussions on microcredits, and the students will take classes to education institutions all over the world, and they will get their degree by joining those microcredits and those classes that they are taking in different parts in the world in getting their bachelor or master degree. So probably in the future, that's how the education will look. So they will be global students educated in a diverse and, let's say, tailor-made way by themselves.
Also, if we look about the process, we were talking a little bit earlier about, is blockchain worth it? Like, does it really bring something to the table, so to say? Well, let's just think about the fact that there are a lot of central banks. Take the Fed, for example. They are working on developing their own cryptocurrencies. Okay, so the paradigm shift from cash and bank money, so to say, is moving towards that direction. So to say, a proof that blockchain will actually be useful and will actually be implemented. I personally think it exists. What's going to happen, nobody knows. On the other side of things, because Jane also talked about AI in education, personally, my treatment would be that it's kind of a double-edged sword. Why? Because in a way, you do get a lot of answers. The majority of them are good. But there are situations in which that AI isn't yet fully developed. It's not yet fully taught. And I've seen that from my personal experience teaching. I try to test the AI. Sometimes it may miss the answers. So it may be a little bit dangerous to base all of our hypotheses and all of our learning objectives, so to say, on what the AI gives us. It's still a developing tech, and I think we have to treat it as so.
Did you see Google Gemini? I mean, that was actually became a joke. Like, some of the stuff that they were coming out with, and not good for Google. But go ahead.
Yeah, I think the biggest challenge for the education right now is shifting the paradigm. I mean, for example, my daughter taught me several years ago, why should I need to learn a geography since I have Google Maps on my phone? It's pointless. Well, this is the question we need to answer, actually, to the new generation, for the new students. And I discovered that, for example, in my personal experience, in my classes, when I put them solve problems, real problems, case studies, we can see if they understood the concepts or not. Not asking them, please give me the definition of that concept, or please give me what the law says about this thing. Take a case study and solve it. If the AI will be able to solve that, and I'm sure some of the cases will be solvable by the AI within a reasonable time frame, then this is not a problem, a question that we need to ask our students to solve, because it will be automatized. We need to learn what type of problems AI is not yet capable of solving, or solving correctly or completely, and to ask our students to solve that sort of problems. So this is what we need to learn. We need to test, first of all, we need to test the limits of the AI, and then ask our students to solve different problems, or problems which we already saw the AI didn't solve correctly. And I have to confess, I made this experiment since the pandemic. In the pandemic, there was a problem with the remote exams, and how to make sure that the students are not cheating in those exams. And my answer was asking them to solve problems, because every one of them will solve differently the same problem. And now I continue this practice by giving open book access exams. So, I'm not wanting to ask you to reproduce something, but to use all the knowledge you have at your disposal to solve a real problem.
Interesting how you've had to adjust to this new world that we're in. What about, are all these students computer science students? Is there room for Steve Jobs versus a Steve Wozniak, who is kind of the tech guy and Jobs is the marketer? How would you describe what kind of students are pursuing blockchain and AI as careers or majors?
I find my students to be, even though we are a business university, to be much more concerned about sustainability, both environmental and also social. For them, and I think that's perfectly rational. If you think what kind of world we leave them behind, and they have realized that. And that's their utmost goal. Yeah? So motivate them by making a lot of cash in a short time. Maybe if you're at a business university, you might think that your students are like that, but they have totally changed their value system. And I think that's also a great opportunity, and we should help them to do that. And especially blockchain technology, if you mix it with other cool technologies, you really can make sustainable new systems. And our systems that my generation has made are not sustainable. And it's increasingly clear. And the young people, even though they don't have the power so far, they are realizing that. And for sure, we need totally different formats of engaging the students.
Some great blockchain applications for sustainability. So, okay, any other thoughts? Feel free to elaborate on that, what you're seeing for students.
I think that the students that are taking now blockchain and cryptography are more or less students or people that want to change the status quo, and they are actually changing the way trust is managed, because they don't trust and then don't care, because they see that the old system failed them somehow, including, from one example was also already given, and because the old system was, let's say, somehow rotten for them, they want to fix it. So I think it's, rather than being marketing or technical, it's people pursuing, for now, this. It's people who see this as an opportunity for change, and are taking on this boat because they think this is the fastest ship that's going to go on. Yeah, this is my own this.
It makes sense. There are ways that blockchain can democratize finance, with micro-lending and tokenization of things that can really change the financial landscape. So I think we have a couple of minutes here. I'm not even sure because the thing's still not working, but we're done? We're done, okay. I guess we're done, I didn't know. Thank you so much. And thank you all for listening, appreciate it.
All right. 1, 2, 3. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thanks to Crypto Blockchain Education. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this wonderful event, Crypto Expo Europe. My name is Mike Diamonds, and I will take it from here. I would like to thank my colleague Peter for hosting this show so far. Our next panel, it will be the last one before the lunch break. So, ladies and gentlemen, a couple of words about it. Match Chain, it's an interoperable EVM-compatible Layer 1 blockchain built for the people. They stand firm on the idea that privacy and control over your data are basic human rights. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite the CEO, Patrick Barbosa from Match Chain. Welcome.
Hello, hello. Good afternoon. It's really nice to be here. Thank you so much for the ones that stayed. We had a very insightful panel before. I'd like to introduce you guys to what we're building on our chain. Like we said before, I see a matching hat over there. Very, very proud to see you. Thank you, guys. Anyone can stop by the booth and get some quality merch about what you're doing, and then we can have some personal talk later after the panel. I'd like to start to explain what is Match Chain. We are just another layer one to come over here to the space to be just another project fighting among us the island dilemma. Come to my island is better than yours, my water is clear, build your community, build your projects, your company. No, we're definitely not. We are here to combine, to match, to cooperate every single chain, every single user in one space, simply using blockchain technology. We firmly believe that the future of blockchain is, regardless which technology you're using, is just a blockchain technology behind your application. If it's better for your protocol to be Solana, go be Solana. If it's better for your protocol be BNB, go BNB. Today in Web 2, we don't choose which application or which technology is behind. At least me, I never saw anyone saying like, excuse me, I'm not gonna use this application because I'm Java Maxi or Python Maxi. We don't do that. We just use what is the best technology for our project, right? Based on that concept, based on that truth, we need to study a little bit before the history of the internet from Web 1, from Web 2, to the evolution of Web 3. And I say evolution because this is not a revolution. It's a process that has to be matured within the time. Cannot be forced, cannot be implied, cannot be pushed to do things fast. We were just listening to the panelists over here commenting about how we're going to educate people fast, how we're going to implement the technology fast, how Gemini on Google just failed in an AI project because they want to catch up so fast with ChatGPT. You can't force it. You have to do little by little and just repeat history. So on Match Chain, that's our approach. We are literally repeating history. So when you look back, the history of the internet in the past 20, 25 years, there was 3 things that was the most important things that we learned. First, we got amazing and the biggest user traffic that exists. The users today, because of our smartphones that are in the internet, it's unmatched. Basically, you have more than 70% of the world population on the internet today. Once you have the user traffic, you can do anything. You can share, you can commercialize things, you can promote your business, and then you can have what is the most important thing today, data analytics. I used to say that the most important asset in the world is time. Our time for our families, our time with our friends. You cannot quantify this, but time cannot be quantified or tokenized, but data can. Hence, The big power concentrations of the whole wealth in the world are concentrated in 4 or 5 companies. Those are the companies leading the internet. You have Alphabet, you have Meta, all those companies that you guys already used to know, that they generate massive wealth over our own work. When you're having fun on the internet, when you're open creating business, they just create excuses, different doors for us to show our preference, show our behaviors, but not giving anything to us. But it's proving one thing: data analytics is very important, and the wealth is there. Once you have the data analytics, you have the cloud service. You need one layer for these people to be together, which is the internet, the servers, right? When you go back and understand that Web2 gives the power to the central companies, gives the power to the governments, Web3 has the possibility to take this away from them. Web3, thanks to blockchain technology, which is just a technology, is not a revolution, it's an evolution process, give this back to the users and to the community, while they are all focused on the data, on the information, in the simple big companies that they can control and do whatever thing with you. Blockchain, give this back to the user. Look at the size of the market share of the data of those companies today. Those are winners, it's not us. We're just working as slaves for every single company like that. The share of wealth, revenue between us also isn't existent, right? Again, there's a solution for that? Yes, blockchain. Are we using this in the right way so far? I don't believe so. I really believe that people are trying to force those technologies, really trying to implement this on our minds in a process that will be not sustainable in the long term, right? Because you need to learn by doing. I had one of the professors here saying that the word of mouth is the best education, because you can go to universities, you can go to master classes, even to conferences, but you're never going to achieve the masses. Look at the process right now with AI, with ChatGPT. I'm sure that, because that's how it happened to me, we learned about ChatGPT by someone recommending. You didn't see a big merchandise or whatever marketing campaign in the Times Square, right? Everyone was scared about AI. AI will dominate the world, they will drive my car. So why are you going to force and push something really big coming from a big, big corporation that will not be taken? So put out there, the other professor here said the same thing, put out there, prove the concept. Prove that AI is amazing. Prove that AI will change and make your life better. Boom. AI became the latest trend. Trend on crypto, trend on stocks, trend everywhere. It's proven. We have to do the same thing. We have to prove without change the way that people already used to do it in the Web2 space. We have 20, 25 years of internet history. Should we really waste everything and educate everyone to a whole new concept? Definitely not. We should just use the same process that the Web2 was built, implementing blockchain technology behind. Web2 first started with socials. Do you remember MySpace? Do you remember Facebook? That was the first getaway of users to come and, hey, I found a friend that studied with me 20 years ago in the platform that's called Facebook. I found a friend that was from my street, on the neighborhood that I grown up. That was adding value to people via a different platform, which was the socials. But after socials, we start with socials, e-commerce, and gaming. So this is the best customer acquisition for us to use as well on blockchain. Because if you just keep fighting against one blockchain to other, shuffling one user for Solana to BNB, shuffling another user for Ethereum to match, you're not going to get anywhere. We're going to be living forever in cycles. Bull, bear market, each 3-4 years, or to the next halving, right? No matter what cycle we are right now, we really don't care. We're still using internet, we're still using TikTok, we're still buying our merch, we're still buying our gifts on Amazon, because we are just doing the same thing that we used to do. There's a new paradigm, blockchain. How to put the blockchain behind those companies, right? In order for us to fix the problems, but using the same process from Web2, we need to fix 2 things. The 2 main things that must be fixed using blockchain technologies is 1, identity sovereignty, We have a massive problem of duplicity, triplicity, counter-fraud, a bunch of things that comes from Web2. Go back to Alphabet, go back to Meta. When they brag about the amount of data that they have, all the user base that they have, if you combine all those 4 or 5 companies' database, we have 3 or 4 times the world population. Because it's the same Patrick's inside Amazon. It's the same Patrick's inside Instagram. It's the same Patrick's inside TikTok. But what I do inside Amazon is the same thing that I do inside TikTok? Definitely not. My behaviors, my preferences, what I like or dislike is different. So do they really know what I like? Do they really sell the data to advertisement companies or to companies that pretend to improve my life with quality? No. So I have really poor quality of data. So how do you fix it? We need to create one single identity in one single layer, one neutral layer chain. In 2020, we got inspired by Vitalik. You all know who's Vitalik Buterin, founder, creator of Ethereum. He said that. You guys can read because I'm not a PDF follower. I know the history, and then I try to explain everything that is in my mind as natural as possible. Vitalik said, there's no point for Web3 exist at all if you don't fix the problems from Web2. And the first problem is we need the one pass identity for every single application that we're going to have on this decentralized world. The centralized world is called dApps. Today we are playing in NAPs, right? dApps must be on blockchain, but dApps must start to be created on blockchain as well. Well, the chairs is in front. I hope you guys can see. Like I said, this one ID pass has invaluable commercial value for the world. Because imagine, like I said, if it would be one player in the whole internet, one player for Facebook, one player for Amazon, for Google, now they would really know what you like, what you dislike, and when advertisement companies want to send things that are important for your life to improve your lifestyle, they will do basically very tailored solutions for you. The hit would be 9 or 8 of 10 instead of 10 or 1 or 2 out of 10 today. Because all what you're doing on those applications on the decentralized world, they know what you like. Where this data should be pulled from? We have a few gateways. The data is never pulled by us. The data is stored on your wallet, on your behaviors, with the technology that I'm going to explain right now. But first, we need to create doors to create the first thing that the internet was built on. Like I said, the first thing was user traffic. We need to create as less frictions as possible to onboard users. So first, if you look about Web3, we got to make sure that I don't fight against any chain. We got to be fully interoperable, fully compatible. But also, we need to make sure that those chains learn that they cannot do the decentralized identity by themselves. Because imagine today, how big is Solana? Massive. How big is BNB chain? Massive. Ethereum, massive. If they start to do the decentralized identity by themselves, what they became? Just another Amazon, just another Facebook on Web3. Because they will only know what the users from Web3 on their project are doing. They will never know where they are sucking so much on gaming, where they are losing or progressing so much in DeFi, better than the other ones. Unless all the decentralized identity is made in one cloud storage in one layer from all chains. Because now they can compare, how can I beat or do better or improve my technology and make our users better life than BNB? How can we make better than Match, right? Next. Good. Like I said, we target the whole Web3 space, not limiting from one chain to other. That's why we are EVM compatible, Move compatible. It's about to be finalized in the next months, which is amazing technology, fast TPS, modularity is unbearable. We need to make sure that every single application has the best technology to build your own business. But there's another thing as well. Like I said, blockchain is an evolution, right? If blockchain is an evolution, you need to see, look, and search for Web2 companies today that would benefit from blockchain. Who would benefit from blockchain? Go look for companies that are losing so much money on maybe on taxes, maybe on not being so much privileged geographically location where this company is settled. So if blockchain can cut the middleman, can improve the loyalty program of those companies, introduce to them, onboard them, make sure that those users will not even feel that they're using blockchain technology behind. If you think about it, what is blockchain in general? What is Web3? Web3 can be summarized in one word. Web3 is nothing more than wallet. Wallet is the only word that will fix and summarize Web3 industry. Because right now, we always focus on wallet, we think about cash, about money, right, that will carry a currency. But wallet in Web3 and blockchain is different. Wallet means assets, means your information, means your house, because you could have your house as an asset inside your wallet, could be everything that you decide to put over there. And owned by you, controlled by you, by your keys, not by a central company, right? So like I said, this made us wonder, what should be the path for Match? Should we start going crazy with AI applications, implementing or go scanning people's iris, give them a few bucks, collecting your palm certification or collecting your something that is very invasive? No. We should start smooth, soft, prove that is important, prove the concept, prove the rewards. We decided in 2020 to build our first social application. We built, developed, incubated a project from APAC, from Asia, which is called Intoverse, which is a social media. We started with the same path, social networks. Next will be e-commerce, next will be games. Intoverse is a very, very successful project already in Asia. They are running, and all the transactions are based on our testnet currently. We are going to mainnet by the beginning of Q2. Intoverse is nothing more than WeChat. You guys know what is WeChat? The application that is very much used on Asia, China, all those regions. So those guys do everything inside that application, from purchasing, from sending documents, from file management. So it's a similarity bias of application that they already know how to use. But that application is not controlled by them. So imagine if that application is made on blockchain. Imagine if that application have a reward mechanism for you to engage and for you to earn. Imagine now if in the chat you can send a red envelope, and that red envelope has some crypto with you. Imagine if in the chat you have 3,000 people in your community, and you want to do an airdrop on your chat for your friends or for your community. You send red envelopes with one click, and 3,000 persons will open that red envelope, 3,000 transactions on our chain. Like that, we have many other actions inside Intoverse. Currently, right now, our users are having an average 7.3 transactions a day inside the app. We are getting close to 10 million monthly active users, and are pretty much confident that by the end of the day today, you guys can check on our blockchain explorer, we're going to close 100 million transactions on our testnet only after 8 months from the app is open. TOX, Intoverse, TOX is the token from Intoverse application that is already being traded on 3 exchanges. You guys can find on CoinGecko. And all those rewards that they receive in the application, if they decide to withdraw, they withdraw right now via BNB and OPBNB. Not via Match chain, because Match is still not mainnet, still not live. Again, we don't mind. We need to make sure that we facilitate and make the life of those people better. They need to get rewarded, they need to have the funds, we need to make sure that they onboard and they stay. Imagine on the application, you will need to access those rewards, you need to withdraw your token. What do we request from you? We request that you prove your identity, but your decentralized identity. It's not your KYC, you're not asking for your iris, like I said, you're not asking for anything invasive. Right now, we have a technology that was inspired by Vitalik, like I said, which is called SBT. I'm not sure if everyone here heard about SBT, which is called soul-bound tokens. Soul-bound tokens is nothing more than an NFT, which everyone knows what is an NFT, but this NFT cannot be transferred. NFTs you can send to the marketplace, trade back and forth, go back, royalties, and etc. SBT, you can carry the same thing as an NFT. Your information, a house, your data, anything, but this stay to your profile. If this stay to your profile, this is something that could be really, really meaningful for you in the future. Let me give you just a simple example. You're playing a game, and you just won this game leaderboard of this competition. This game will send you an SBT as a certification. You just won a trip to Malaysia. This flight company will send an SBT saying that you went to Malaysia. You also can certify later your biometrical facial recognition. You can certify later your documents, which will all be stored on your wallet for you to have access. This is one of our next steps. Right now, what are we asking you to do? On your Twitter certification, on your email certification, cell phone OTP code. Everyone in the world, our parents, our family, our kids, they already know this process. It's not difficult. This is just the first certification of identity verification. Later, when you have 100 million users, we really need to make sure that you're unique. You can do your biometrical facial recognition, which everyone is already used to do this for banks, for many other certifications. Your biometrical facial recognition will be encrypted and become an SBT on-chain. If the feds, anyone comes to me and say, hey, I wanted the whole database of a biometrical facial recognition for your 100 million users, we cannot do it because your biometrical facial recognition is an SBT on your wallet. They have to request to every single user. More SBTs, more certification that you get, you're gonna get a score on-chain. Is a score based on your social interaction, based on your credit score, financial score? No, that score is based on your authenticity, how real you are, you know, how unique you are. Because the most real and unique you are, most valuable is your data. Where's your data been coming from? From all those dApps that is connected from our new platform that is coming very soon, which is called Match Hub. On our Match Hub, nothing more than an app store or a dApp store with all those chains applications from Match Originals, like Intoverse and all the other ones that are going on board, from applications from BNB, from Solana, regardless. But you're only going to need the one token as gas fees. MAT will interact with all those tokens to run the chain. Imagine Netflix. Netflix interface that we are all used to it. They have movies today from DC, Marvel, MGM, all those other movie producers inside Netflix. Netflix paid their fair share. They're all happy. But why they're doing this? Because they want the users, the subscribers. So once you create the user traffic, you have everything, right? Our end to goal from the end of this year is to achieve not just 10 million that we are close right now, 100 million monthly active users on our platform. We know, and then I can share with you guys exclusively right now, first time publicly, what is our next step to do this. I told you guys that we're coming with socials first. We did the Winterverse. We're about to announce a massive existent e-commerce platform that is joining blockchain. Joining blockchain and transferring all those users to have a wallet. So now on that wallet, they have the membership. And now on that wallet, they will receive discounts. Now on that wallet, they will have an easier way to pay and purchase any merch that they want across the world. This platform is coming, and it's about to some access our user base right now. Those user base, if you think about it, are they from Web3? No, they are from Web2, and they don't care about cycles. When I have now projects from BNB, from any other chain, cooperating during their identity with us, all those users will meet your game. All those users will meet your platform, your application, and they will use it regardless. And now you have the chance to do whatever you want with them, offer whatever you want for them as a benefit. You come in for a game and you are from Solana, send them an airdrop, send them an asset, something that they can be useful and love it. Once you like it, you're gonna share with a new friend. You're gonna talk, word of mouth. They are changing, they're making my life better. Oops, there we go. This is just a little bit about how our Match Hub will look. From Match Originals, from any other application that you could have, you don't need to know which is the technology behind. Imagine now, if you think about it, this is the new internet. This is decentralizing the internet, because on those applications, you do exactly the same thing that you're doing now. We're chatting on WhatsApp, right? We have social medias, not just Intoverse, any social media that can come and create. You can share your information, you can buy merch on e-commerce platform, you can watch videos like you do on YouTube, but on those new dApps. When you do this with one identity, now I really know what you like, what is your preference, how to make your life better. But do I know? No. Who knows it? The platform, the AI. Fast forward, imagine now, you are unique across all those dApps. You have those advertisement companies that pay millions, billions, and billions to the big companies to share your data to send you advertisements. Now, one of those companies, they will go to a simple white blank page interface, search the same way that you talk to Google or ChatGPT and say, give me the best or the main favorite game style for the population in Bucharest. The AI will filter the numbers, will give you all the statistics and say, wow, it's impressive. Those are my target audience. I want to send them an NFT to welcome to my new project. Those users from that target audience, they will receive a message and say, do you consent to give your gaming behavior or gaming preferences for gaming companies? Hell yeah. I play games, I want to receive some skins, I want to make some money, because I'm doing this in a Web2 anyway for free. I'll consent. Those companies have to pay to the platform, and now you guys are all part of something called the data sharing economy, which is nothing that exists today. We shift the power, we're using blockchain, like I said, to shift the power from the big companies back to the user, to the community. So the value of your data gives you data sovereignty. The value of your identity, being one person in the Web3, gives you identity sovereignty. There's no reason whatsoever for Web3 to exist if you don't fix the problems from Web2. If you're not, just stay in the internet, lives up a cycle, and crypto will be forever speculation. How are we going to unite ourselves? How are we going to make sure that other chains can cooperate, which we already have agreements with few ones, which we cannot disclose, that they can do the identities verification on our cloud storage, on our layer base. If you think about it, Chainlink have oracles. Oracles behind a bunch of DeFi projects that you don't know that is Chainlink Oracle behind. SBT, identity, SDK, and API can be behind any protocol, can be behind any company, even if they label with their name, as long as they are stored in one layer. Now all those chains will be part of this new internet. They'll get users, they'll get the validators, they'll get the mining power, they'll get the gas fees back to them. We share, we combine, we match. It's the same philosophy as the biggest company in the world was built upon. Look at Amazon. Amazon was the most unprofitable company for 7 years. The guy was going to the TV, being interviewed and say, Jeff, great job, but your company lost 12 billion last year, right? He said, yeah, it's fine, it's okay, don't worry. He was building the user traffic, cooperating, getting as much as users as possible. 10 years later, the guy divorced, his wife became the richest woman in the world. Because he knew the power of data, he knew the power of users. Once you have users, you have everything. We're willing to cooperate to support with everyone, no matter what. Like I said, this only operates if you create a decentralized identity. SBT is a great technology, but it's not a rocket science. Any chain could do it, but you need to understand that you gotta do this together. Here, you wanna see the power of enriching your profile, your identity, your certification for university. Let's say Harvard right now will start to, for every single graduate from the year of 2024, you're gonna have your digital certification because everything is digital. And if you wanna claim your digital certification as your SBT, you can. You put in your wallet, you're not lying to anyone else anymore on the LinkedIn because you can prove from a collection from Harvard. But we're going to Harvard right now and push them to do it? No. Go back to the Amazon analogy. You gotta make sure they're on board as much as users as possible from Web2 without the feeling that we're doing it. Then every single other chain will have to accept it because that's one of the KPIs. That's every single chain KPIs because we talk with the head of every single chain. Bring users from Web2. Look at Bitcoin. You think those maxis from Bitcoin? Bitcoin is a revolution. Let's change the world that was doing walking strikes across the world years and years ago. Did they change anything? I'm sorry if you guys is one of them. You didn't. You waste money, you waste time because you don't change anything by force. You need to be within the time. The thing SEC, Gary Gensler, they love Bitcoin now. They still don't. It became so big that it became inevitable. You need to create a user base. You need to have the traffic. The Web2 users already using without realize that they have a wallet. That will become inevitable. That anyone will come and join you. So is matching Rush dominate and take over the top 10 market cap in the space? No. We have a 2 5-year plan, total of 10 years plan. Very long-term project. We have more than 100 people on our team across the world. So this is a very strong and serious project, guys. I would love to have more talks with you anytime. Reach me out on Telegram, reach me out on social media. If I have some voice, I will talk with you guys today. This is because of being in the booth, having fun and enjoying so much with people that are stopping by and want to learn about match. I'm very passionate about what I do. All my team is very passionate about what we do. We learned that we can't figure out everything. We need to learn every day from every single person. So this is a joint work of all of us. So I'm sure that many of you can help and can support, grow our ecosystem, grow our ideas, and maybe even find gaps that you haven't seen yet, okay? I want to say thank you for everyone that stayed here in the room, that listened to me a little bit. If you want to go and check our block explorer, lisbonmatchscan.io. We are based in Lisbon. Our company is global, so we did a homage to our home city. We have our social medias on Telegram, and we have our Twitter. Thank you so much, everyone.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Patrick Barbosa from Max Train. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. We have a lunch break and see you at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Dois, dois. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're going to wait another 5 minutes for everybody to come in so we can start the second part of this event. Another 5 minutes. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, good evening and welcome back to Crypto Expo Europe. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our next workshop will be why do IE systems require blockchain and cryptocurrency? And now let's present our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, he is a Concept Factory CEO, Bucharest and London. Please welcome with a round of applause for Adrian Postenuca. Welcome. Our next panelist, ladies and gentlemen, he's the founder and CEO. Please welcome Antonio Enake from Sense for Fit. And now a big round of applause for our Human IE Head of Global Community, Bogdan Filip. Our next panelist, ladies and gentlemen, Human IE and founder, CEO. Please welcome to Sabine Dima. And the last panelist, ladies and gentlemen, Zea IE founder and CEO. Please welcome to Christian Mogodic. And of course, our lovely moderator, she's a Human IE web evangelist. Please welcome to Roxana Pistola.
Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure for me to be here and ask these lovely people the following questions. Since we have only 20 minutes for this panel, I have prepared one question for each of the panelists, and if the time allows, an extra 2 questions which anybody of them can answer. Bogdan, the first question is for you. In what ways does blockchain technology address the ethical considerations surrounding data privacy and ownership in AI development?
First of all, hello everyone, I'm happy to be here. I would like to start with what we do in real life actually, because it's exactly on this topic that we debate today. We at Humans AI, we are creating, first of all, the first blockchain for AI systems to evolve. What we're trying to do is to make the AI systems responsible or ethic, if you want. More than that, we are creating an entire ecosystem for AI to evolve and to be developed. But let's discuss a bit in more simpler terms. Let's imagine blockchain as a new way of storing and managing data, which is quite different from what we are used to. And also, let's break it down in more simpler terms and see how blockchain can face the AI-related ethical issues. First of all, we have decentralization. Think of blockchain like a digital album stored somewhere in the cloud where everyone can post photos, but no single person, no one single entity can own this album. This way, we make sure that no one, company or person, gets the full control of the data. Because in blockchain, it's all about spreading the access to control and ownership of the data on multiple parties. And then we also have data security. Let's imagine the blockchain technology as a top-notch security system that guards a treasure, okay? It uses special mathematic problems, namely cryptography, that are used in order to make sure that only some certain parties can validate and get access to data. In this way, ensuring everyone in an AI-related ecosystem that the environment is safe. And then we have transparency and traceability. When coming to transparency and traceability, blockchain technology is like a sticker that we put and we cannot remove it forever. Which means we can go back in time and see who did what and when, and this helps us to make sure that an AI is a safe environment to be developed or to work with. And also we have constant management features, which means that those pictures that I mentioned earlier that you put somewhere in the cloud in a digital album where no one, it's one single owner, through constant management, blockchain technology empowers us to choose who gets access or who doesn't get access to some certain data or personal information that we have that can be used in building AI systems. This also assures us that our personal information is respected. So we are the one that choose what happens with our data or personal information in AI systems. And lastly, but not the least, to conclude, so blockchain gives us some rules and piece of technology to make sure that in developing AI systems, we respect some privacy details, some transparency details, and some fairness details as well. Sorry for taking longer than expected, but this is how blockchain helps or enhance AI systems to be trustworthy and for us to allow us to work with them in a safe environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Bogdan. That was a very thorough explanation. Sabine, the next question is for you. How does blockchain technology enhance the trustworthiness and accountability of AI systems?
Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be here, invited again in this wonderful conference. First of all, I want to start with a question. Do we really need traceability and accountability for AI? When we started 4 years ago, it was a nice to have. So the AI models were so weak, so at the beginning in T0, that when we were thinking about creating a framework in order to keep trace of AI and to create way to control it, people were saying, okay, probably we will not live in our lifetime that moment that we will really need this framework. And look what's happening. So in the last year, in 1 year, AI changed everything. Every industry, every company is the only technology where the C-level management, they're investing a lot of money without knowing what they are going to do. Yesterday, I saw the Prime Minister of Singapore who said that we cannot stop this technology. It's here. We need to change everything. We need to invest in more school programs to re-educate everyone. We need to help the people who are at the start of their career to change it in an AI career. Today, the Indian Minister of IT, Minister Rajiv, who we met in December, banned the deployment of AI models without the government consent. So this technology is so powerful that the enterprises, they want to invest a lot. The governments, they're trying to limit this technology somehow. And now they're starting to look at framework that can control this technology. So yes, we can use blockchain for data traceability. We can use blockchain to create fair relationship between all the stakeholders that are involved in the creation process of an AI. We can use blockchain to create the economy, because what we understood in the last year is that ChatGPT is not going to end the market. There are many players. There are multimodal systems. So probably on blockchain, we will have the economy and the financial relationship between all of those models.
Thank you, Sabine. Adrian, I think the following question was partially answered, but I would like to hear your perspective as well. Can blockchain really help ensure that AI is used ethically?
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me. I think we are living in a very strange times. We are right now facing election all over the globe. And I think AI will gonna be a big part of these elections. There is an alliance made in the United States where they ban the software companies, they ban the usage of some words in creating prompts and creating outputs for elections. So in terms of using prompts, of using content for AI, it can be it can manipulate the output of election. Already happened in Slovakia, and I think blockchain can somehow create this glass box, not a black box of AI. I think a glass box, it's more ethical in order to understand how the AI works, what data it's driven it. And one more thing that's very important right now, because we are talking about AIs, we are talking about how to train an AI, the traceability of information, the traceability of content, of tokens that are, of images, of content that's inside of an AI is very important for making an ethical AI. Of course, we are still facing biased AIs, biased outputs, and I think a way of using blockchain in order to trace outputs, to trace inputs also. And yes, in let's say utopical world, when we have all these agent AIs that are talking between them and creating content and giving tasks to each other and having like a digital world of AIs where they are talking between them, I think it's very important to trace the content from one AI to from an AI to another AI in order to understand how they work. I'm thinking of a utopian world, utopian digital world, but we have to make sure that we're not going to turn into a dystopian world where AIs, they talk between them in a very weird way on a blockchain, and we don't understand what they're talking about.
Thank you, Adrian. Very interesting answer. Christian, how can cryptocurrency tokens, such as our own hard token, for instance, how can they incentivize collaboration among AI researchers and developers?
Thank you. Thank you. It is a very interesting question indeed. Let me first tell you who is Zaya in order to be easily for me to explain the answer. We are a medical AI startup that develop AI models for diagnostic in anatomic pathology. That means we employ researchers such as pathologists and machine learning engineers that has to collaborate each other to create data sets that are used for training of our AI models. Well, when we talk about AI, the most important things before even talking about technology is data. Because data is at the base of every AI model. And the more data do you have, and the highest the quality of the data, the best the AI model will behave. So here is the key. In order for us at Zaya AI to have a very large data set that is covering entire spectrum of the population, because we are developing AI models that diagnose people, we have to take data from all the continents. Yeah? That means we have to have a worldwide coverage, and we have to work with patients, hospitals, and pathologists throughout the world. And we created in Zaya ecosystem and launched a token that use the leverage of blockchain technology
to enable our researchers to work together with other researchers throughout the world to gain data, to incentivize all the pathologists and patients to give us data, and to create a reward system that leverage the power of blockchain to help Zaya to create very powerful data sets to develop the best algorithm that we have in diagnostic of anatomic pathology. This is the study case. We have many other utilities in the token ecosystem, but when we talk about how blockchain can help the collaboration in research and development of AI models in medical use cases, for us, this is the most important feature. To enable all the researchers, all the pathologists to share data, medical data, to secure all the exchange of the data, and to be incentivized and rewarded for doing that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and congratulations on all the hard work you're doing at Zaya. It sounds like a really groundbreaking project. Antonio, I know you are building an AI for fitness. Why do you think, in your opinion, that fitness needs the AI component? And then, why do AI and fitness need the blockchain component?
I'll try with this. Thank you so much. And congratulations. We are really, I think, game changer in the industry, and we really have smart ideas, but not just ideas. We are really going in the market with products, all of us. And about the AI for fitness, first of all, as we know, it's important, even in the fitness industry, but all the tech industry, to start with data. So what we did before to have this idea, we started with the NFTs that track your fitness progress, and everything is on blockchain. So for each workout, we can see you made the workout in reality. For example, in Instagram, we cannot really know for true if you really made the workout, right? But because of this, you are using the NFTs that they are upgradable, and we have enough data about you and about your fitness progress. Second, we are connected with all the tracker devices, and we bring a lot of health data from them. And now come the AI coach that is able to personalize through your data what you're gonna do, how much protein you need to eat, when you need to sleep, how much you need to sleep to have the recovery until the next workout, and more important, data about your health. And this is what we are building. But more important, why blockchain? So we saw a very, unfortunately, it's a big gap in the AI industry for the health and for the fitness advices. For example, if you go to OpenAI, to ChatGPT, and ask the ChatGPT about your health, or not about your health, but I don't know, you ask ChatGPT, give me a nutrition diet. For example, I want to lose 10 kilos. Unfortunately, he's gonna bring a lot of data from all the internet, right? And from everything that happened in the last, I don't know, 12 years, whatever. And you don't know, probably nobody here will raise the hand if we ask you if you really want to take the advice for your health from the internet, right? You want to go to an expert. By the way, who want to go to an expert to be healthy, right? This is why Zaya is here with What They Improve or others, right? Every single of us, we want to talk with experts. So we made a decision that the AI will be coached just through our experts, our doctors, and our sports specialists. And how we really prove the authenticity of these experts when they upload the data on the AI, we're gonna do this through blockchain. So when you're gonna use the AI fitness coach, you're gonna know for sure that the AI coach is coached by real coaches. And that's, I think, the future of the AI, and this is how we really need to use the AI. And I think Sabine said something very important. If the government come to you, like a company, imagine Sense for Fit, and say, we are not believing, what your AI is doing, right? And we say, look, we have the authenticity of each expert with all the documents. When they upload the documents, it's a transaction on the blockchain. We have the transparency and authenticity. So that's the future in how the AI will match with the blockchain in our case and with what we're going to launch in this July. Thank you.
And I want to give another perspective.
Of course.
It's very interesting because I wanted to give another perspective. You can go to an AI and ask, okay, I want to have a personalized diet and a personalized training. But maybe somehow your data goes to insurance company and you don't want to do that. Or maybe you want to go to the insurance company, say you train a lot, you can have a lower insurance because you go to fitness all day and you have a very good diet. And who's going to be in charge of this privacy? I think a good way of taking in charge of this privacy is going to be a blockchain, because you can allow a third party to take your data, and you can allow a third party to be trained on these data.
And also share the revenue with the customers. For
Yes,
sure.
of course, sharing revenues
things,
with
yes.
you because you allow insurance company to train on your data.
I think we have time for one last question. Anybody can answer it. Do cryptocurrency-based tokenization models unlock new investment opportunities in the AI economy? Who wants to answer it?
Tokenizate on your health, maybe, somehow.
Usually, the users, we don't have the chance to participate in amazing projects from the beginning, right? So when Facebook was listed, Peter Thiel already made 100x's. Imagine in AI companies, so it's even harder to be able to invest in a seed round because they are looking only for smart money. So if you are not from this industry for the last 20 years, it's impossible for you to invest. So for sure, all the Web3 space and AI gives the opportunity to builders, founders, users to participate from the beginning in the system. And the thing is like this. You saw what's happening in the market. Every project, now it's an AI project. So it will be pretty hard for the Web3 users to find out which AI project it's for real an AI project. Right, so there are upsides. Yeah, you can invest in new AI economies and you can participate. And if it's an amazing project, it's probable you are going to win a lot. But in the same time, being so popular and overhyped, there are a lot of projects that are not so AI. It was a meme with, I think, Spider-Man, and underneath it was acting like an AI startup, and underneath was ChatGPT. So do your own research. I know that it's harder and harder. So even for us, it's hard to understand if it's an AI that is built from scratch or if it's an API and it's a Git code.
Can I intervene just to enforce what just have been said? It's about decentralized science, in our case at least. For example, to develop an AI model in medical field, you need between 1 and 3 years, a lot of millions to invest in it, because people is costing you highly, and not only. And practically for AI startups, it is a way to fund the science projects that they intend to develop faster, in a more democratized way, and give access to people from the early stages of developments of AI models to be part of it and own some of the project. So it is coming with a very high value added, in my opinion, the blockchain and tokenization of R&D, and we should talk more about decentralized science because it will boost the R&D processes in all the startups in the world much faster than now when we are using VCs and angels and the entire ecosystem of investing that is not, let's say, so well tailored for all the startups.
And one more perspective I want to bring, how about tokenizing your digital trace? So tokenizing what you live in the social media in order for AIs to be trained on them, to get some money out of your, I don't know, digital trace and get some revenue, because we are making digital trace. We want or whatever we want or we don't want, we make a digital trace. And somehow maybe that trace, you can have, you can choose if an AI can be trained on your trace or not. Or if your, I don't know, data training can be used by Antonio or not, or it can be trained by a medical AI or not. And this way you tokenize your life in a way, your digital life. I'm not saying about your real life, but who knows?
Thank you so much. Our time is up. Thank you for a truly insightful panel, and you were lovely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Crypto Expo Europe. That was why do IE systems require blockchain and cryptocurrency? I hope you dig that. Ladies and gentlemen, next will be a workshop about crypto boomerang. The next bull run or path to mass adoption will be presented by BitJet. And I would like to introduce, ladies and gentlemen, for you, big round of applause for Vugur Usi Zaid. He is the CEO of this. All right. Welcome. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's very exciting to be here. And as I am the CEO of BitGet and I'm running 1,500 people team across the globe, I end up traveling to many, many places across the world and very exciting places. And before coming here, I was like thinking the question, especially, you know, I always say whenever like your friends and family start asking how they can buy Bitcoin or get into the crypto, this is kind of a beginning of a green market and good sign. And usually in our culture, we always say like a life is boomerang. And life is boomerang always refers to if you do good things come to you. If you do bad things end up happening to you. When I was in Australia, I actually get to know that boomerang is not just a playful tool, but it's an actually tool to hunt. And if you are a professional person who can use the boomerang and aim to the right target, you actually can hunt with it. Therefore, I think as an industry people who've been around both cycles of the crypto, if we know how to aim and if we know how to use the tools right, it's not just about holding or buying the assets when they're cheap and selling when they're expensive to make money. We can actually build things. And when we talk about building things, I always think industry thrives, thanks to people who build beautiful ventures, but also thanks to people who believe in what we are building. And many faces I saw today were the people who are also in the industry during the bear market, during the crypto winter. And that's why we are the believers, but we are also the builders. And when it comes to the building, 2 days ago, I was in Qatar attending the Web Summit. And on this beautiful journey across the globe, I end up seeing different approaches to the crypto. While in some part of the world, it's not as easy. In the Middle East, they do something different. They literally embrace it. They embrace crypto, they put legislation, they really build the ventures, they support the companies who are around. And the way they do it, they actually go and talk to the end user because they don't want to kill innovation. And I believe back in times, this was one of the cases when Facebook and all the social media were selling user data, and case with the Cambridge Analytica. We also saw that legislation always followed. It was never the first to be there. And legislators end up introducing very harsh rules that today we are seeing these big half screens whenever we are on a mobile trying to go to a new website, and we end up consenting to the things that we don't know what we are consenting for. And in my opinion, when legislation follows, it really kills innovation, and also it doesn't benefit anyone. While in the Middle East, they do actually build a beautiful legislation that helps everyone to come and embrace. But what they lack actually in the Middle East, they lack builders. They lack a talent who truly wants to build. And luckily, what BitGet does, we have actually a beautiful foundation called EmpowerX, where we are investing $100 million to the ventures to build a true crypto solutions and solutions on the blockchain. And I believe the way all the other players in the market should act is to enable more and more projects to come on board. And I believe that is how we will be able to reach mass adoption. Because as I already mentioned, in my opinion, it's not about buying cheap and selling high, but it's actually building and believing. Today, we are, as a BitGet, we are the builders. We are one of the youngest global exchanges out there. We've been around 5 years in the market. But in these 5 years, we were having a steady growth, and our all-time strategy was to make sure that we grow in a way that we don't have to do mass layoffs when the bear market comes and then hire a lot of people when bull market comes, or be cyclic. Instead, we were focusing to use that boomerang of the crypto, actually being able to reach the goals or to make the hunt. Today, we are the #1 crypto copy trading platform. We were the first one actually to introduce it. But we are also growing in a very high speed. And all this thanks to our building nature. And as I mentioned, it's very important to believe, but also to build and to take actions. BitGet, we are trying to become better in all the aspects of the service we deliver. And today, we are also having more than $10 billion transaction volumes. And we are trying to offer more and more services that can inspire our users and help us to serve them better. But on the other end of the journey from the Middle East, where we had this beautiful, very welcoming nature, we came to the Europe. Europe was always a very interesting market, especially when it comes to the tech scene. When we zoom into Paris or London, we see these places as a knowledge hub, but also financial hub. When we look at the Eastern Europe that we are today, we saw a lot of very innovative projects coming out, both Web3 and Web2 projects coming out from here. And Europe was always in this like a between kind of, it never embraced as open-minded as the Middle East when it comes to the legislation, but also Europe tries to be not as harsh as the people across the pond in the USA. And therefore, as an exchange, we are very excited today to be here and to connect with the local players, local builders, and also local believers. And I'm very proud to present finally the BitGet card. As an exchange, we believe that it's not only about trading, as I mentioned, it's not only about the buying, trading, and making investments and portfolio, but crypto is actually a place where we can earn, where when we build something or we work, and also we should be able to spend our crypto. And I am very happy with this crypto card because we are able to do different transactions. It's a USDT pegged card. It means it works as any other card where we can withdraw from the ATM, but also we can do any transactions across. And a very important story about this card is that sometimes back, I was having a beautiful dinner with my friends, and at the end, I was rushing to the airport, and I had to ask the wallet of my friend, and I sent it like portion of the bill that I supposed to pay. And 2 or 3 months passed, and my friend called me, and I told that, oh, I saw your own wallet, XYZ token. Do you think it's worth investing? And I had this kind of aha moment in my mind that, of course, my friend didn't have a very bad intentions, but my wallet was actually publicly available, and he could see all the transactions are happening there, and also he could see what I'm investing in, how much I'm earning. And what if this information ends up in the wrong hands? Therefore, I realized that as a crypto, as an industry, we need more and more solutions to help retail and to help end user. Because if you are talking about mass adoptions and fast forward 2 to 3 years, if everyone ends up accepting cryptocurrencies or crypto payments, the safety will be one of the first concerns. But when I finally end up getting my BitGet card and start spending, now my privacy is safeguarded. Of course, there are different aspects that we can take it further regarding the exchange, regarding not actually paying in crypto end to end. But I believe the crypto credit cards are one of the solutions that can help us to safeguard our privacy until the next beautiful venture comes in and helps us to build a true end-to-end crypto transactions that are based on consent. And moving forward, as I mentioned already, differences between Europe and US, I believe United States will be next very important mover where this market goes, because we all, as an industry, were expecting ETFs, and Bitcoin ETFs were approved in January. And moving forward, we see how it impacts our market, because whether we like it or not, US is one of the very important markets across the globe, and everyone keeps a close eye to make sure that as a big players, as a globe's most biggest economy, what kind of decisions they make. And this year we are having also elections in US, which will also impact where this industry goes, because recently that was the trend in the globe where the candidates embracing crypto were actually being able to get elected in South America. And surprisingly, 2024 is the year where will be most amount of elections across the globe. Therefore, we will be seeing a lot of political change, but also new legislation. And again, keeping an eye to US is very important. And what I am personally expecting from US, even though they're trying to be very harsh and very controlling, this should be able to the industry to have some sort of certainty. And when it comes to law or legislation, I believe as an industry, we are not afraid to embrace, but all we need is clarity. Because when the laws are too complicated and too hard to understand and too hard to implement, it really kills innovation. And when we look today into US, most of the players are not available at the market. And sooner or later, with the global expansion and the way we see how Southeast Asia is becoming larger and larger in terms of both economy and crypto payments, I believe that US will be very interested to bring on board more and more players. And also, let's not forget, for a long time, Silicon Valley and US was not only a financial hub, but also was one of the biggest developers of today's Web2 technology. And I believe in order to be able to keep that position, US also needs to embrace Web3 technologies. And again, today we are in a very green market. We saw Bitcoin hit 65K. We are very soon reaching both halving, and in my opinion, the all-time high is also very near. And while in order to be able to keep this cycle going longer, I believe that we will be needing more and more global economic recovery that probably should come from the United States. But when we are talking about America, I wanted to highlight the one important partnership that we've been carrying on for 2 years with Lionel Messi. And yesterday we were having a beautiful panel here with my colleagues from the other exchange that has the other football superstar featured. And I always say, now when we talk about football, we are kind of ending up thinking about crypto and this battle between two exchanges, one side being BitGet. And the very important story about Lionel Messi, that 2 years back when the BitGet was trying to find the next ambassador, we were trying to understand like who can be a best fit, what kind of professional we could look into. And we decided that we want to be associated with the greatest of all times. And Lionel Messi is one of the football players that is most awarded, most decorated. And we reached out to Messi and his team. And there was another exchange that was competing for the similar opportunity. And definitely 2 years ago, BitGet wasn't nearly as big as we are today, and we didn't have that much sponsorship money either. And we tried to pitch Lionel Messi not with the money that highest bidder takes it, but actually with the values. And Messi ended up choosing BitGet, and our partnership was going on for 2 years because he really liked what we stand for and what we are doing, and we really like working with him. And recently we also had a beautiful campaign, Make It Count, where we believe every action we take and every step we take in the economy is taking us towards the ideals that we are looking for, or towards our North Star to serve the customers and to serve the customers best. But throughout my global journey that kind of started in Australia, beginning of the speech, took us to Middle East, brought us to Europe and the US, there's one important market that where BitGet originated and one of our strongest markets, but I think it's a market that is really important for everyone, where we can learn about different strategies and where we can get inspiration from is Southeast Asia, and mainly the Chinese-speaking Asia. Because when we look at Asia, we saw how different countries are embracing crypto, where you can have an opportunity to both earn and spend in crypto, and also having a very open and acceptable legislation. And I believe this whole journey of Asia being at the forefront of crypto started back in times with Japan, where they introduced very clear and particular laws and legislation covering the crypto market. And the ones that who've been around the crypto really long ago, you most probably remember the Mako case and all the other cases with exchange. And lastly, when FTX case happened, Japan was one of the few markets that actually had the less impact to the end user. And I believe that's a beautiful case to learn from. And today when we look into Hong Kong, or into Singapore, these places are at the forefront of the building and helping the ventures to build in a both safe environment for the user, but also making it very impactful for the builders and for the believers. When it comes to actually BitGet and how we work into the case where we make sure that we do protect our users, we have 2 important projects. And actually, these 2 important projects was the reason I first get to know BitGet, where I've been working on another project before that, and made me fall in love with the BitGet as a user before even taking any position. And these 2 projects are, I believe, our testament for the users to make sure that we offer them the best service out there. And what actually we do at BitGet is that we promise our customers that we'll be really, really taking care of their funds. And the way we do it, we have the proof of reserves, where we openly and transparently show every user how much money is within the pool and where their assets are sitting. Because as an industry player, we know that if it's not your keys, they're not your assets. But we also believe that storing your assets always in a cold wallet is neither feasible nor interesting, especially in a market where things move fast, where most users want to make the best outcome and trade. Therefore, centralized exchanges are the place most users go. And therefore, offering this solution helps all our users that they can go and look for where actually their assets sit within the pool of our reserve. And more than that, our reserves is much bigger than the entire funds in the exchange. And why we do that? Because if in the same second, hypothetically, all our customers decide to withdraw their funds, there will be more funds available within the exchange, which gives peace of mind to our end users to make sure that we are transparent and we are not dealing with any customer funds. On top of this, of course, the custody of these funds are stored in the third parties through the very transparent processes that we are employing. And very important aspect that all these measures were introduced to the market before the entire chaos that was caused the exchange ecosystem back in the US. But it's not only about giving the transparency to the end user. What we also do, we have a user protection fund, which enables us to make a promise to our customers that if for any case other than end users their own responsibility, if they were not exposed to phishing or they did something wrong by themselves, they were not, they were using the same password or being attacked by any other sort, we will be restoring all their lost funds. Till today, there was no any incident of the breach at BitGet, but if ever that happens, we will have enough money to make sure that we cover our end users' funds and every user fund is safe in all possible measures. Also to make sure that we are not just doing promises, but we actually stand behind. All these funds that we have for the customer protection is available in the wallets to the public. And these funds are consist of 6,500 Bitcoins, and luckily price is going up, which means the pool is growing, and also USDT. It doesn't have any BGB tokens or the tokens of our own in order to make sure that we are not playing or manipulating the market. And today, BitGet is a huge ecosystem of the building and believing. We are not just a crypto exchange, but we also have a BitGet wallet that is a decentralized wallet with the users can access different exchanges or decentralized projects. We are also offering a dApp, but we are also offering different tools to our end users to better trade, better build portfolios, to make sure that they are able to come to crypto as a newbie, but also make a different journey through the crypto. And when we talk about BitGet, we are trying to become a true Web3 ecosystem and not only be there for an exchange while it's our central business. And today, I also want to invite everyone to connect with us, come to BitGet, both to trade, invest, and also at any given time, we are hiring more than 100 people, and feel free to reach out to me whether you are interested to list a project or you are just looking for another opportunity. Thank you very much for everyone for coming today and making this beautiful event possible. And I was proud to present my company, BitGet, at this event, and I'm really excited to connect with all of you. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was the workshop Crypto Boomerang, the next bull run or path to mass adoption. Thank you. Next, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have another panel. We'll talk about blockchain incorporate settings from 0 to 1 million, looking at how enterprises are adopting blockchain technology, including use of cases in supply chain management, finance, and record keeping. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call the panelists of this one. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing first from Europe, Business Development Manager. Please welcome to Dorian Vinceleoni. Our next panelist, ladies and gentlemen, he is a global head of people. Please welcome to Nelson Lopez. Our next panelist is the co-founder and CEO of Artera. Please welcome to Laura Perello. Next, he's the CEO of Nomad Fulcrum. Please welcome, big round of applause for Pavel Laskarusuki. Our next panelist, ladies and gentlemen, Institutional Business Development, Binance. Please welcome Michela Silvestri. Next, Head of Growth, Modex. Please welcome Pierandrea Quarta. And of course, our lovely moderator. Please welcome Cristina Lucrezia Corner.
Thank you so much. Happy to be here again on this stage. We will be talking about corporate blockchain in corporate settings, and we have a pretty big spectrum here of different projects. So as a way to introduce ourselves, because we have only 20 minutes and so many amazing people here, let's maybe start to delve directly to the topic and share some success use cases that you've encountered within your career, within your company's activity or your personal projects around in the ecosystem. So what is success for you in terms of blockchain implementation? And what are the use case, your favorite use case that you would love to share with us? Let's start with the other side of the panel. Laurent.
Hello guys, nice to spend some time with you. In fact, I will have a contrariant point of view. I do think we are still far away from a real mass adoption from businesses.
What is a real mass adoption? We all use this term so much. What is a real mass adoption?
First of all, I think we have to distinguish the crypto adoption and the blockchain as an infrastructure to improve a core business. So I will be focused on the second part, the blockchain as a technical innovation to improve any business. It's what we aim to bring with Artera, a secure, scalable, and blockchain layer 1, fully EVM compatible, improved by DAG protocol. In fact, we have to ask ourselves why we haven't seen yet a real implementation, real businesses implementing a blockchain in their core business. And in fact, there is a basic, obvious answer: the cost. For any adoption, from steam engine up to the web, it's all about cost acquisition. And how a business can deal with an unpredictable and volatile cost. No way. Basic rule in any business, control your cost. We have seen recently the conjunction of inflation and energy crisis just destroyed some business existing, some...
There are also some other problems in the world.
Sorry?
That are macroeconomically impacting the market, in my opinion. But yeah, sure, sorry, continue.
And in fact, what we need is offering a predictable and stable cost. And the only thing to engage business to use a blockchain technology, for example, for the coming soon digital product passport in Europe. It's a huge challenge for any companies producing in Europe. You need to bring a stable cost. And the reason why we introduce a subscription base, like consuming API, you have a quota, you pay a fixed price month to month. You don't need any crypto to interact with a blockchain. And so businesses can really implement the blockchain innovation in their core business.
So I really like how you do not want to play according the rules. So instead of success, we're talking about the big challenges. And actually, this is maybe the most important topic for a conversation like this. And you mentioned the cost. Dorian, so you handle a big chunk of a big crypto exchange activity. So maybe you have an answer how this cost challenge can be handled and how an exchange like yours can actually help the whole corporate adoption for blockchain being accelerated.
Honestly, that's not ours to solve. That's the best part about being part of the exchange.
This is how we all want to move the responsibility.
It's really
what can you do
ours.
in order to be part of it?
We validate the projects who manage to solve it. That's how it works. So as you define cost, I would say the other element to this question is, are you solving an actual problem? And that's how you drive acquisition, adoption. And I will state the obvious, but mass adoption is a thing when you're not speaking about it. We are not speaking about mass adoption of cars or whatever, like we just use cars. So in our case, being a large exchange, we will look at what the projects have in terms of value, and we will try to build on top of that and to validate them and make them well known and give them as opportunities to maximum users. But to be honest, like we will not elaborate ourselves these solutions. So many people are already building them.
Very valid, thank you. We have other two big exchanges here. Let's get their opinion on this, on the role of exchanges in building this corporate setting for the blockchain adoption. Nelson?
Hi. So I think by looking at this problem, we can think of what are the advantages of Web3 in general. If you think about its main philosophy and what it brings, you think about accessibility, security, and transparency. And I don't know one single business that wouldn't want to improve all three. And I know this is not a very sexy idea, and we're all a little bit degens here, and we like to think that we are all in a community, we all bring change. That's true.
For yourself.
But historically, one of the main drivers in any business, in any industry, in any technology, towards mass adoption, as we were saying, are businesses and institutions. And they are a huge driver towards mass adoption as well, and understanding the benefits of any technology. So we think about any technology as a service, or any service that is provided, or any product in technology. If you look at what Web3 offers, and its decentralized philosophy as well, we think that businesses can benefit from this, and a lot of the main projects that we at Gate as well support. And a good indicator for success are projects that help solve issues based on transparency, security, and, if you will, interoperability as well. And this applies to Web3, but it applies to any business in Web2 as well. And this is also what I think is going to be a main driver for mass adoption, as he was saying as well.
Building up the ecosystem. Finance has been very known for it as well. What would you love to add to this responsibility talk on the building of the corporate settings for the blockchain adoption? Michela?
Hi, everyone. Working? No? Hello, my name is Michaela. I represent Binance Institutional, which is the corporate side of Binance. One of our main responsibility currently in the ecosystem is how can we collaborate with startups to make their journey easier in the crypto space. And we have realized that one of the most difficult things to do at the moment is launching a startup and at the same time reaching a balance in terms of cost efficiency. So Binance, the institutional product suite of Binance have come across two products that have saved so much money to startups in this industry. One is Binance Pay, which allows almost any corporation to receive payments in crypto via an integration with all the Binance wallets from all the 174 million users of Binance. And the second one is Binance Link, which pretty much saves you all that cost of developing the back end. You only need to take care of the front end, and we provide you with the liquidity. Yeah? So that's the second solution. Pretty much save you a big chunk of that balance sheet that goes to infrastructure and will allow you access to the best liquidity in the world. Now, in terms of how is Binance promoting the services worldwide and how can we actually help them to onboard, we make things as seamless as possible. The idea is to get startups jump into the crypto space in less than a month. Usually we guide you from step to step. That's something we do with founders all the way. From the moment that you decide to onboard with Binance to the moment you integrate and to the moment that you actually need to reach your users and educate your users. So yeah, that's how we're currently working to fill that gap, bridge those challenges, and hopefully we can talk more. If any of you are interested in connecting with us, just do it after this panel.
Great pitch. Thank you. Pier Andrea, let's get back a little bit to my first question, and we've discussed it backstage. So what constitutes a success for blockchain implementation? And maybe you can share something interesting from your pretty long career in the field.
Yeah, I think for me, the turning moment was when you would speak to people and they would actually understand what you're talking about. You know, I was used to have a lot of meetings in my past corporate career where you would talk about blockchain, and most of the questions was, what is blockchain and what is the benefit? When it was a switch into, okay, now I understand, and I understand the benefit, that's when things change. And so I remember cases in which we used blockchain for identifying the origin of ingredients that were used into a product. And it was going all the way down into the supply chain, so not just the ingredient you were buying, but also the ingredient that were used to make that ingredient that you were buying, which can be a big issue for big corporations that are regulated into that space. I remember blockchain or better cryptocurrencies also being used in countries where there was a big problem with inflation, and therefore you would use a cryptocurrency to kind of protect yourself from that. And then all the way to what I do now. I work in a company called Modex, and we run a marketplace for FIFA. So the conversations that we have with FIFA, where they understand the value the blockchain can bring to them in terms of engaging with their fans, in terms of extracting, let's say, value from an engagement standpoint, but also from a monetary standpoint from this conversation with fans, and having blockchain being the answer for making that happen, it's incredible. And you know, with that, there is a platform that is called FIFA Plus Collect, which has been created precisely through that.
You mentioned a very interesting thing. We've definitely encountered cases where a company provides a blockchain solution to a problem that doesn't exist, right? I guess it may be even more of an interesting part of the work for new projects. So Pavel, my question is to you. Like when you, so you work, I imagine, with different corporate settings. How do you evaluate that a company needs a blockchain solution, and how do you act in case you understand that actually a blockchain solution is not needed in this particular case?
So I will use a couple of examples because I love to use the real-world examples, and one of those examples is going to be our own company, and another one a different one. So we have a hedge fund. The hedge fund industry today is pretty saturated worldwide, but the problem of the hedge fund industry that minimum ticket size is like right now 5-10 mil. It's a game for big boys with big checks. So it's one of the most professional financial products that generates profits in the world. But the problem is accessibility. Like that's why retail people, middle class, SMEs, they do not talk on the average conversation about the hedge funds. They speak about other shitty banking products, this and that, but they never speak about the hedge fund because of the accessibility and this baseline that they can't cross. So what we thought, okay, so we have a hedge fund, we are quant-based, we are licensed, Switzerland, etc. So everything is in place. So we should tokenize APY from the hedge fund to the crypto. Because the hedge funds, right now, the whole industry is not doing this because of two reasons. The first one, it's easier to convince 5 guys to get 5 mil ticket each and have a liquidity than to ask 10,000 people for the same thing. But the bigger problem is distribution of profits. We try to distribute 20% of the profits from 100 million to 10,000 people. The transaction cost will gonna kill you. But if you will do this through the blockchain, through the smart contracts and everything, the cost of transactions is like 2 cents, 3 cents, or even less on different blockchains. And you can do this much easier. And you are removing that barrier and provide the unavailable before products to the customers. And that's one of the examples. Another example is there is a company that produces alcohol, rum. They exist for 120 years. Most probably you can get one bottle here in bar downstairs. And what they have like this investment alcohol, 120-year-old bottle, barrel, this and that. So the problem of that is storage, how to store it. And another problem is if you will buy that, you can store it, how to sell it on the secondary market and prove that you are doing this properly with this very fragile item. So they started to sell it in form of NFT as a certificate of ownership. There is a third party which is trusted, which is this 120-year-old business. And it allows them to simplify the secondary market because they maintain this storage, this alcohol, investment alcohol by themselves. And this also simplifies the secondary market because you can actually sell the barrel of alcohol in Dubai where it's haram. It's forbidden. There are 2 companies that have a license for that. But you can always sell an NFT to someone because it's just certificate of ownership. You can burn that and they will ship it to you. So those are the use cases, the real world use cases that I think that will change the market. And of course the tokenization and RWA will bring the whole financial market. The predictions are saying about 16 up to $64 trillion in 2030, which means that the huge portion of that market will we'll be here where we are at right now. So there is a lot of room for growth.
Thank you, very interesting. And I think the third problem with alcohol is how not to drink it straight away, but the blockchain doesn't answer this problem. Okay, a lot of you already mentioned the skepticism, right? And I guess all of us here on the panel have encountered some skepticism while talking to potential partners, while meeting some potential team members. So my question to you, maybe Michela, can I start with you? How do you handle skepticism that I guess Binance has encountered pretty much everywhere, especially being present more or less everywhere? Skepticism related to both the crypto market in general, maybe to some bad publicity around some particular companies, maybe around the volatility of the market itself. How do you defend the blockchain cause, and how do you handle the skepticism from people and traditional companies?
I just show them the numbers. That's what we do, right? And at the end of the day, skepticism is battled with numbers and with data. I have encountered that there is not much friction from crypto companies, more from TradFi companies. So when we're about to work with a new hedge fund that has never touched digital assets, you just come to them with examples and real cases of important hedge funds and wealth managers around the world that has already applied digital assets or allocated digital assets in their portfolios. Very well-compliant funds that have done it successfully. So in Binance, we have this protocol of always guiding the users through different cases. Let's say a hedge fund from Dubai has never allocated digital assets before. What we do, we first guide the users on all the risk, all the parameters, all the compliance measures that they need to be aware of. And once they understand the full picture is when we work directly with them. And when they see the clients, the institutional clients that we're working for, that skepticism usually goes away. It gives so much confidence to institutional investors to know that there are giants out there already in this movement. BlackRock, the biggest, as I said, the biggest institutional asset managers are already in the wave, and they are indeed creating frameworks that the rest of asset managers in the world will use. We'll have a workshop after this on institutional allocation and how this wave has become bigger and bigger. But just to wrap up here on my question, I think skepticism is battled with numbers and with data. There's nothing else. Do not react to publicity. Do not react to bad press. You react with numbers. You react with actions, and you react doing things well.
The numbers bring us toward
lighter answer. When you encounter skepticism, but it only works these days, you just show Bitcoin chart.
Sorry, you show?
You show the Bitcoin chart. But it
Well,
works
numbers,
only this week.
I guess, as well, but today we have a pretty beautiful Bitcoin chart. It has never been like this, right?
It's easier in bull market than in bear market, I will say. That battle of skepticism is usually better in bull market than in bear market. I'm not gonna lie. It's usually better to onboard institutions in this phase of the cycle.
But at the same time, crypto is so much more than just a Bitcoin chart, right? And here we talk about education and the importance of education. Nelson, I would love to ask you, you work with people. So how do you think the education dynamic in general about being crypto savvy and blockchain savvy and go beyond just Bitcoin charts is moving in the industry, especially in terms of enterprises adopting blockchain?
Very good. And to the point that was just being said, one example of industries adopting blockchain and benefiting, going back to the principles of Web3 of accessibility, transparency, and security, might not be an example that immediately comes to mind, but it's very intuitive if you think about it, of how it benefits from blockchain, and that's supply chain. Supply chain is one of the examples that I like to give as to the success of the adoption of blockchain by mainstream or legacy industries. Supply chain is one of the most audited, secured, and reviewed processes in the world, wherever it happens. And for anyone here, it's really now intuitive to understand how it benefits from blockchain in terms of accessing the information that supply chain generates, the security that that information needs to have, and obviously the transparency and how it solves the problem of corrupted information wherever information is generated around supply chain. So going to the point that was being said, one of the best ways to educate people and to also fight some of this skepticism is to provide evidence. So I fully agree with what was just said. And when educating people, when telling people about the potential of blockchain adoption by legacy industries, I always go back to the example of supply chain because it's very intuitively understandable of how it benefits from blockchain, although the connection between the two might not be immediately intuitive for everybody. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we ran out of our time, but I really suggest everyone here to talk with our amazing panelists, and we've touched upon different very important topics: education, adoption, dynamics, the optimism. Let's continue at the coffee breaks, and thank you very much for being here. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, next will be a workshop presented by Michelle Silvestri from Binance. Please welcome back on stage, Michelle.
Hello, hello. This seems to be working. I'm going to use this one. Hello, everyone. My name is Michaela. I think I kindly introduced myself in the previous panel. I work for the institutional unit of Binance. Binance is well known by all of you for the services provided to retail users. But we are also, I will say very proudly, the first choice of institutional traders at the moment. So Binance, of course, has a unit specifically built and tailored for corporate clients. This is the topic of today. Today, I wanted to change a little bit the topic of the workshop. I by no means want to touch base on retail topics, but more to give you a heads up on what is happening in the institutional world. Why are they allocating so much capital right now into digital assets, and how is this evolving? When you are seeing the charts at the moment, the majority of you think that the main reason why institutions are allocating is because of the halving. And even though that's true, that's not true entirely. There's so many factors impacting how institutions are currently allocating into digital asset space. And before I start, nothing that I say in this presentation is investment advice of any kind. I will be touching some very sensible topics on data. If possible, as I said, nothing am I saying should be taken as financial advice. The first factor influencing investor decision, of course, is the Bitcoin halving. And I think that we already know that it's in 49 days, we're going to have the fourth one. It's going to be an event quietly as watched as the Bitcoin ETF. But let's go through all the rest of the scenarios that institutions are currently watching that will for sure impact the decision of allocating more into this industry. This is really important, probably the most important macro topic affecting prices right now is core inflation changes and interest rates. We are about to jump into a whole new different economic cycle. And is this economic cycle related to how institutions are currently deploying their allocation into digital assets? Yes, it is. Digital assets are no longer unlinked to traditional finance. In fact, they're pretty linked right now. Yeah? So in the next few years, specifically 2 to 3 years, we will see a change of monetary policy, an expansionary phase. And institutional investors are closely watching those moves because it will enter in correlation with what the crypto space will do as well. It is the interest rates globally are expected to go down in the next 2 to 3 years. At the moment are at all-time highs, as you already know, but this is about to switch. In the next 2 years, we're expecting them to drop at least to 3.6, 3.8. Now, what you need to know is that this creates, on the eyes of the institutions, this will create a flow between risk on and risk off assets. In the last 2 years, institutional investors were highly focused on risk off assets. If you want to put an example, bonds. Now, at the moment, there is, because of this macro shift, risk on assets are again in the radar. BTC is a risk on assets. Any crypto is currently risk on. If you see this chart just shows you the difference between risk on and risk off assets. Risk on is pretty much anything after large company shares, right? If we need to put Bitcoin in this chart, we're pretty much after venture capital. Well, risk off assets are the conservative ones, and are just right here in this extreme. This is very interesting. As you might know, there are going to be around 5 rate codes this year. According to many Fed projections, we're expecting at least 4 to 5 rate cuts. But what is really interesting is how crypto might behave in this new monetary expansion phase. Pay attention to this chart because it's really, really important. In fact, it can change how you see crypto from now on. The last time that we saw declining global rates, the crypto market reached all-time highs. Let me repeat that. The last time that interest rates went all the way down, BTC reached all-time highs. Crypto market cap reached all-time highs. And this chart is closely being watched by institutional investors and closely impacts how investors perceive digital assets and how they will allocate in the next 2 years. As you can see, in between 2017 and 2019, federal funds rates went all the way up, yeah? But then, right in 2019, we saw a change, a macro shift. Interest rates goes down. With interest rates going down, we saw a change in consumer behavior, a change of investors' flows, and crypto reaching all-time highs. Now, past performance do not determine future performance, meaning that doesn't mean that what happened in the past will happen again, but in macroeconomics, we can use that as a good way to understand why investors make decisions. Global liquidity is also being watched by institutional investors. Again, this is one of the macro factors that they're closely watching at. And this is another important chart you should be familiarized on, is the Global Liquidity Index. Institutional investors see this chart to understand how patterns in consumption and consumption patterns in every single individual in society change over time. And funny enough, it's also linked to digital assets. It's also linked to the prices that digital assets have experienced in the last few years. As you can see now, we're entering another expansionary phase, meaning that global liquidity index should grow as from now. We should be entering that last curve, that last wave, as you can see in the chart. And hopefully, if it's correlated positively with digital assets, it's another factor influencing investors' decisions. Now, crypto's role in portfolio diversification, I think you have perhaps heard a little bit about this, but the main reason why TradFi institutions are now jumping into crypto assets is because it allows them to diversify a lot more their portfolios. In the last 2 years, crypto assets has been pretty linked to stocks or to risk-on assets. If you compare the S&P 500 charts with the BTC chart, you can see quite a similar move, quite similar wave in both. Now, in the last few months, this correlation has changed. As you can see in the blue dot, the Bitcoin correlation with NASDAQ is at the moment near zero and was zero in September last year. If we keep this correlation at around zero or near zero, this means that institutional investors will have more reasons to allocate to digital assets because of portfolio diversification reasons. This is really interesting chart by Vanek, which is one of the major global asset managers, pretty well known worldwide. See this last, the first green line, right? Very interesting because you might think TradFi investors are hugely allocating and their portfolios are disrupted by digital assets. It's actually not. Let me rephrase that. It only takes 3% allocated to Bitcoin to completely change the returns of an institutional investors. Please note, once again, that this is not investment advice of any kind. I'm just showing you what institutions are currently deploying in terms of percentage. If a TradFi investors, let's call hedge fund, that has never ever touched digital asset, allocates 58.5 in equities, 38.5 in bonds, and 3% to BTC, it completely changed the return of that hedge fund over a year. And we're not talking about 10%, we're not talking about 20%, we're talking about just simply at 3%. So, can you keep your portfolios conservative and balanced even when you're adding digital assets into your ecosystem? Inside your business model? Yes, you can. And this is why hedge funds, TradFi hedge funds, are jumping into this space, because they are slowly figuring out the perfect balance between risk-off and risk-on assets. Spot Bitcoin ETF. Everyone here in this room, we're familiarized with the big news in January. The first BTC spot ETF was launched. And in just 2 months, a little bit more of 2 months, we have reached 80 billion almost in accumulated trading volume. This is 80 billion in 2 months. And to all of us, this is quite a significant number, but it might not be as significant as when I show you this chart. This is gold ETF by BlackRock in 2004. Many institutional investors thought in 2004 that this is already at all-time highs, this is already pretty boosted in, but when you see this chart, it just changed the whole mind of how much institutional investors can actually allocate. Gold ETF BlackRock was a similar product in terms of investment vehicle, but as I said, look the orange dot. The orange dot is when the gold ETF was actually released. What happens after, just keep us all amazed. That's the institutional flow that happens after the gold ETF was launched. So we're still early in the game. That's what I wanted to tell all of you. And charts like that stay short of what investors know and what investors are relying into. Institutional interest, past, present, and future. I think I show you a little bit of why the present and future of institutional appetite is changing, and hope that those macro variables that I have shown you today stay with you over a long time, because they for sure will influence the flows that institutions will be putting into the space. What I'm going to show you right now is just a wrap up of the current numbers. I think it's not a strange thing to say that for the last 2 to 3 years, we have encountered a lot. For the ones that have been in this space for a long time, we have encountered a lot of skepticism. And we just went through a panel in which we were speaking about skepticism and how we battled skepticism. And bear market was really hard for many startups in the space. In fact, the biggest financial giants were pretty against crypto assets. Yeah. And with a reason, I would say, with a reason. Yeah, they need to be compliant, they need to be careful on what is happening, but look how it's shifting slowly. And why is it shifting? Because of more regulation, because we're working closely with regulators, all of us. Every single giant in the space is working closely with regulation. Compliance is now in the picture. All of us, again, in the space are working hard to be compliant, and that's why that shift is happening. Yeah? Now, it's not a secret that more and more financial giants are jumping in the space. What I show you in the screens is some of the biggest financial banks in the world, investment banks in the world are doing right now, and it's one of the main trends, banking custody. And I do think that we're entering a new era of financial products. A new era in which the old will fusionate with the new. A new era in which we're going to see hybrid products. Yeah? Perhaps a little bit of CeFi, a little bit of DeFi. And we're going to see a lot of those old frameworks or frameworks already applied into TradFi being applied into digital assets. Again, another chart that surprised us all. Market cap of larger banks versus BTC in 2017, this was not even possible. This was a dream. Look at us now. Bitcoin is almost twice, I will dare to say, the market cap of JP Morgan. And I think this is just the beginning, being completely honest. Just for the record, I do think that 1.07 trillion is not the updated number. I think it's a lot more, 1.2, but please do check. Approximately now, 50 billion worth of BTC are held by ETFs, countries, or the balance sheets of central banks, public and private companies. 50 billion is held around those two categories. And this just tells you one thing. Institutional adoption is here to stay, and there's nothing more from now on, there's nothing else but growing. Where we are, if we needed to draw a timeline of where we are in the whole crypto option curve, we are right there. We are in that middle point, right, between macro fund, family offices, and VCs investing in the space, and larger, very conservative institutions like mutual funds and pension funds or insurance companies adopting this. I do think we are still slightly behind mutual funds and pension funds and insurance companies, just because we do require an additional level of compliance to work with those entities. But we are very much in alignment, or very much in line to work with them very soon. 2 years, 3 years, but we're getting there. This was a timeline that took ages. And why did it take ages? It didn't take ages because of the price. That is one factor, but the compliance and the regulation and the effort that many startups and crypto exchanges as a whole have put to reach there is insane. A lot of effort has gone for us to reach that point in terms of, again, compliance and regulation. The crypto market caps has nearly doubled since 2017. So I will dare to say that this bull market, if it's bull market, is not going to be near as the same as the previous one. Okay? I know what's happening here. 1 second. Right. So in my left side, you can see the market cap of crypto in 2017. Hope I'm not covering it. And in my right side, you can see 2024. As you can see, it's almost doubled the market cap. And we're not even in all-time highs. Where we are in terms of institutional adoption. Personally, many people, many allocators think that we're just at that 2.5% between early adopters and innovators. The flow of institutions that are still to come to the space is huge. It's going to happen in the next 2-3 years. It's going to happen slowly, but we're working hard to do so. Exchanges like Binance, with their current institutional offering, is doing that on a daily basis. And what do they need? What institutions need? What corporations need? They need liquidity, security, a huge coin selection, good fees, a diversified product offering, and client support. In Binance Institutional, we do take care of that. And here is where I come with a small one-on-one pitch in which I say exchanges are currently working hand in hand with those stratified institutions. Many retail traders believe that there is no way we work with them. All we do is working with them on a daily basis. Those are relationships that we nourish every single day. And we go by hand with those institutions for them to jump into the space. At the moment, Binance, as you might know, is the first exchange in the world in terms of spot volume and the first exchange in the world in terms of futures volume in some jurisdictions. Our biggest peak of trading volume was 100 billion, yeah? And at the moment, that cipher is actually not correct. It's not 90 million users, it's 174 million users, if not more. Who do we work with? Binance work extensively with algorithmic trading funds, hedge funds, family offices, VCs, trading bot platforms, automated trader platforms. We work hardly with mining companies, with private banks. We already are working with some of the biggest banks and institutions in the space. We daily go through a process of introducing them to digital assets, and this is just the beginning, yeah? One of the major solutions used by corporations at the moment that Binance is offering is called Binance Link, which allows any corporation, ideally the ones that are in the trading space, to take our liquidity, wrap it up, and make this liquidity theirs. Yeah, we allow you to build the backend with our liquidity and with all our product suite, and the front end is yours. Pretty much you can build any financial product now in the digital asset space linked to Binance liquidity. You can build a trading bot platform connected to our liquidity. You can build an exchange, and that exchange can also be providing your users our liquidity, and you can even now build solutions for FX brokers or in the FX based with a bridge that we currently have with Binance Link. So that's why we're currently working with so many institutions, because we do have those services and products in place to help you ramp up the services that you're currently providing. Asset management, we work very hard with asset management in the space, not only TradFi asset managers, very professional and accredited asset managers in the crypto space. For many of you, this is not well known, but in Binance, if you're a fund manager, you can have many features to help you manage the funds of your clients easily. For example, you can have super accounts in your main Binance account, so each account is a strategy, or you can run and deploy each strategy in each super account. You can have different funds regulated from around the world into Binance. Let's say you have a fund in Switzerland, you have a fund in Dubai, you have a fund in Cayman Islands, for example. So you can put all of them under the same entity in Binance. This is what we call the asset management or asset management solutions. If you are an algo trading firm or high-frequency trading firm, this is highly useful for you as well, because you can deploy different strategies systematically in our exchange. What if I told you that most of the volume made by institutions is now deploying or being deployed systematically and not discretionary? Let me repeat that again. The majority of the volume might be allocated towards systematic strategies and not discretionary strategies anymore. Many of the funds right now are in need of those solutions because they're applying a certain type of systematic strategies. And Binance right now do have the capabilities and the infrastructure to provide those services. Loans as well. When you're a huge allocator right now, you can get loans from Binance to allocate a lot more into your desired projects or your desired trading strategies. If you would like a loan, this is an over-collateralized loan. You just need to get in touch with you. And if you're a VIP client or a high net worth individual or a corporation, we can activate this feature. If you're, once again, an algo trader, we do have quite a big range of services to offer you. This trend is going to keep growing. Even for retail clients, I do think that they are transitioning between manual trading and systematic trading with time. And I do think that this trend is not going to stop. We're just at the beginning. So that's why we're offering so many features for algo traders. Custody. And this is a very important topic I wanted to offer all of you or discuss about is, did you know that right now, if you're a corporate client or a VIP client, you don't need to have your funds on the exchange itself, but trade as if you were trading on the exchange? Let me rephrase that. With our third-party partner, Cefu, right now you can have assets outside exchange for protection, for custodian solutions that is of your needs, but still trade as you were in Binance. So we mirror your assets in our custodian, and we mirror them into Binance. This helps with, again, the security and the confidence of your assets, just believing that they're well served. This is highly required by institutional clients at the moment. In fact, we have two solutions at the moment. We are starting to work with three-party banking solutions, three-party banking custody solutions, and crypto custodian. So there are two types of custodian. The custodian that, the type of custody that you can leave on a bank, yeah? Or the type of custody you can leave in crypto companies. Binance at the moment can offer both to investors. And then my last point was Binance Pay. If any of you want to have a fiat ramp, crypto ramp solution, Binance Pay is definitely of your choice. You're able to integrate Binance Pay in your day-to-day operations, and you get access to 174 million users worldwide. Yeah, technically any Binance user will be able to buy your products and services using their Binance wallets in one click. As the image shows, they just scan the QR code, and they're able to buy your products or service in almost instant way. Nothing else from my side, actually. I wanted to keep it short and sweet. This is my Telegram. This is my username. If you scan that QR code in the screen, you will be able to get a meeting in a meeting with me. I'm going to try to reply to the DMs as fast as I can between today and tomorrow. If you want to do business with Binance Institutional, please do get in touch. We also have a booth where two of my colleagues are there, and they will answer any of your questions. As you might know, Romania is already one of our strongest and most solid ecosystems. So I'm pretty sure that we can work with you in many ways. Thank you so much. Hope this was very useful and connecting with all of you very soon.
All right, gentlemen, wonderful workshop by Michel Silvestri from Binance. Next, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a panel about community building and engagement. Examine strategies for building and nurturing communities around crypto projects, including online forums, Discord channel, and local meetups. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to present the panel. Introducing first, he's the founder and CEO of the Bird Nest. Please welcome to Adrian Zdonchik. Ladies and gentlemen, our next panelist, please welcome from Parallel Entrepreneur, Angel Investor, Startup Studio, Ivan Lutra. Our next panelist is a trader, baker, candlestick maker. Ladies and gentlemen, from Paradigm Shift, let's give it up for Mr. Spread. Our next panelist is a YouTuber, investor, and trader. Please welcome to Daniel Nitza. Our next panelist, ladies and gentlemen, entrepreneur, angel investor. Please give it up for Vlad Stoica. Next, the founder of ESDT Tech. Please welcome Adrian. And now, ladies and gentlemen, welcome the moderator of this. Please welcome Sergiu T. Vasilescu.
Whoa. So definitely this one will be the sexiest panel. Okay. So hello everybody. Welcome to Romania for those who come today. So I personally know almost everyone from the stage. It's an honor for me to be on the same stage with the biggest Romanian and worldwide KOLs. I can vouch for them. They have high moral standards, but I want to know from their vision about what was their main asset to become a KOL in this industry. And this is a general question, and I want to make a roundtable.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Sergio. Thank you for the very nice introduction. It's a pleasure to be on stage with such high company. The main reason why I came to this industry and what's my mission is to put the shoulder and to put blocks and blocks on education for the cryptosphere when it comes to trading and when it's going to come to mindset. And I think this is the mission of Paradigm Shift. I don't want to keep too much of the time, so I want everybody to have their time. So my mission and my idea was to bring my experience of 14 years to the crypto space from the traditional markets. Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't join the industry as an influencer. I actually was already an influencer before I got into crypto for the first time. I got started early in technology, sold my first company at 17 and moved to Silicon Valley and was living out of there. And Coinbase was giving $5 to refer new users to Coinbase. And I was like, this is pretty interesting, let me try. And that's how I got into Bitcoin. I already had a couple 100,000 followers because I had done TV shows, I had done a lot of speeches, and that's how I started referring people to Coinbase. An interesting fact is every $5 that Coinbase gave at that time just to sign up is worth over $500 today. So that gives you the true exponential power that Bitcoin has. Even today, you can go around and chase airdrops, and you don't know what that ends up with. But that's how originally got started in the space.
Great.
Yeah, hey guys, I don't think this works. Let's try that again. Let's go. For the Romanian community and everyone here, much love. My name is Daniel. So I think the most important thing when it comes to a community is transparency, to be yourself, of course, and to really give them like a powerful message that crypto is here to stay, and show more than crypto, show the investment opportunity that this industry really has and still has, because yeah, Bitcoin is going up and down all over the place, but it's still a room to grow in this industry. So I'm here just to show that you can go from being like very, very low in your investment road to being very, very high in a short period of time if you put in the work, basically, and you know what you invest in, and yeah, that's very, very important. But yeah, thank you guys.
Hello everyone, I'm Vlad, and I think most of the people know me since 2017, since I started investing in private sales. And I think this is why most of the people follow me. I invested in big projects like Chainlink, Icon, Phantom in private sale, even since 2017. And that's what made me a little bit popular in the space. And now I'm doing all kinds of things. Private sales are no longer a big thing. And in the past years, I've also been like a little influencer. I'm trying to also help the community, not only invest for myself. And what I think people like at me is that I also have skin in the game, and I put my my money where my mouth is. And this is, I think, very important for influencers. They should also do what they preach and have skin in the game.
Hello, everyone. In my opinion, I think that all of us, from the early beginning of human being, we like to belong to some community. Let's say a tribe. So we like to share ideas, to share common principles, and in my community, people are speaking freely. They share ideas, and they feel like they belong to something. And I encourage everyone to be part in as many communities as possible and to take information from everywhere, because in all community there is value to be taken.
Oh, how do I top what's just been already said by those legends, right? One thing that I've acknowledged immediately, my friend Vlad, is that right? The awesome cool watch that this guy is wearing. This is very, very cool watch. Well, unlike all the other legends on the stage, you know, I have not a single slightest piece of idea why people are following me on Twitter. And you know, I'm trying to understand it as I go. I'm a CMT charter market technician, right? So just like you mentioned, you know, the communities serve very often constructive as well as destructive purposes. You know, we tend to follow those herding instincts in times. Those are our primal instincts. And whatever the crowd goes, when there's 1,000 people running at you, you don't think twice, you just run with them, right? Otherwise, they're gonna run you over. So the communities are strong by nature because they are groups of people who very often get polarized. And that can be a good thing and that can be a bad thing, depending on the context, right? So there is a crowd wisdom or madness of crowds, again, depending on the context. And if we do run the communities constructively, well, there's crowd wisdom and there's the synergy, network effect, where 2 + 2 = 5, right? When there is destruction, well, we actually take the step back. And, well, I only hope my best to rumble myself through the discussion to speak about the constructive approach to the communities.
Good, thank you. So we'll go to specific questions, and you mentioned communities. I will combine 2 questions. So is it possible to build a community with limited resources, and what strategies have you found most effective in building and nurturing a strong and engaged community around crypto projects? No, just answer. And
I think for me, it really comes down to authenticity. I'm actually not a content creator, so I don't have a YouTube channel. I spend very little time actually creating content. I just share what I do and how I enjoy my life and what investments I'm making, and that's what I do. So I'm not actually putting a lot of resources. I'm not actually putting a lot of time. But I've always been true to my followers, like, hey guys, this is what I'm doing, and you have the opportunity to do this. And at no point during my success, even today, I don't know what I'm doing half the time. Like, I'm invested in 600 companies. Obviously, I don't have conviction in a few of them. So it's like, I think it's always being authentic to yourself, and that's the best way to build a community. And I've actually come to know a lot of the crypto KOLs, because I run KOL Capital, and I've worked with a lot of crypto KOLs, and I've seen them start from nowhere and then grow. And one of the biggest things that I think I give credit to their success is persistence, is being persistent in what you do. So you got to be consistent and persistent. You're not going to think, you can't just create content and think you're going to have a lot of people watching it. You have to keep doing it regularly, day in and day out, and eventually, maybe somebody will pick you up, and that's how your journey starts. And I can show you that that's the best way if you want to actually build a community, is stay consistent and stay authentic, and eventually you will win.
I really agree with the word authenticity there, and I think that the power of a community is actually what is going to make you grow. People will understand that realize real value. And at some point in time, if you go in, day out, and you share from your experience with no hidden agenda, at some point in time, people who are on the same vibe with you are going to come, because your tribe is your vibe, right? So exactly like you said very, very well, in my opinion, I think if you do the same things over and over and over again, the universe is going to fall in love with a relentless heart. This is what I'm doing. I don't think I'm a special guy. I just have 14 years of lessons from the markets, and I enjoy writing, and I have a passion for what I'm doing. Even if I'm going to be 60 years old, I'm still going to be in the market. I'm still going to share my thoughts online. Even if one person at 1 a.m. is going to message me, if I'm going to be there, I'm going to answer to that person, because I know how it is to start from zero, with no followers, with no marketing, with nobody to help you there. So in my opinion, just do what you do it with passion, and don't look back. Follow your heart.
Yeah, very, very well said. For me, I think to build a crypto community, first you have to start, right? So I think that's the most important thing. A lot of people just don't do that. They have an idea and they try to create something, and then it remains at the idea level. So you need to like really start, and then after you start, you need to be to know very, very well what you want to do, and don't give up if something happens along the way, to just keep push forward every time. Like for me, I started in crypto 2016. I had no idea that this is going to blow up so much. I started my YouTube channel 2018 because when I looked online, I saw no one that was trying to explain what crypto is to people, now on a basic level. So I started there, and then I just grew year by year, basically. If I look from my first video from 2018, I was like a totally different person. So I think it's if you put 1% more, so if you look at yourself from the previous year and you have 1% more that you had the previous year, I think it's a success for you. So every time I look at my content, I look at myself as a person, and I'm trying to see if, hey, am I better than the previous year? If the answer is yes, I'm doing the right thing. If the answer is no, I'm doing the wrong thing, basically. So yeah, I think that's important to start, to have a clear idea, to be very sincere in what you do. Like, for example, I always put commercial when it's a commercial for people to know. I'm always very straight up with them. I'm trying to be as transparent as I can. So I think that's very, very important when you want to build a community, and be very natural. You know, I wake up, I put a tweet. Every thought is very, very important that you have to tell people that some will agree, some will not. You create a discussion, and then you go from there.
Good. Thank you very much. So my next question is regarding tokenomics and financials. So should influencer be engaged in shaping the tokenomics of a project? And I would like to know what is the percentage that a company or a project should allocate to influencers, I mean, to their community?
I think a good way to do this, I invested in 600 companies myself, or 400 of them I did as a VC, so as an investor, not as a KOL, right? So, and I've been investing a long time in private sales, and over the years, what I've come to see, and I'm also an influencer, so a lot of projects offer me free tokens to come and promote them. So what happens in that kind of a situation is that the incentives are not aligned. And the whole idea of tokenization is you align incentives. You make the user a part owner and a part manager, right? So I think what's interesting now, and that got on to me for starting KOL Capital, which is basically a syndicate of all the influencers who invest together, is to turn the influencer into an investor so he has skin in the game. But but you want to give him more credit because he brings more value to the table than any other VC who doesn't have a community. So what you do is you design tokenomics where the KOLs have a better price than maybe the VC or the Sequoia Capital or the Tiger or the Pandera. You have better terms than they do because the KOLs bring much more value than they do. So I think that's the best way to really play this, is to actually give credit where I love working in crypto and I love working in blockchain because it is the industry where value wins. The more value you give, the more value you get back. This is an industry based completely on merit. I talked about this also yesterday where I said, like, before crypto, I mean, I also have Web2 business and I had over 200 people working full time for me. All of them were working on salary. I was getting 99% of the value that they would create because I was the owner. I would get most of the value. In crypto, all my team is working on commissions. Everybody's a partner in the business. Nobody's working on salary. So if I grow, they all grow with me. And that's the best thing about crypto, is that it's a value-based business. So if you actually give value, if you're able to create value for others, you will get value back. And I think now we are able to change this. It's already happening. A lot of the top projects, they're all doing KOL rounds. I've had companies I invested in 3 years ago coming to me now and saying, you can invest at a better price than you invested 3 years ago with better terms if you want to invest in this new KOL round. But I said that's okay, because I invested back then as a VC and now I'm investing as a KOL. So it's a different, I think that's the best way to change tokenomics and also make the influencer investor and have skin in the game. So if the token doesn't do well, he also loses. It's not like it's not good for his community if they find out that he made money and we lost. But if he's actually investing, that's not true anymore. So I think that's the best way to really work around tokenomics, is to make the influencers also partners and they have a skin in the game.
Good. Vlad, do you want
Yes,
to
I agree with Evan. I'm also in his group, in his QL group. I also can relate with him because I also started as an investor. I invested in private sales in 2017. And back then, we used a lot of incubation methods, like helping projects with influencers. And I think it's very important to have a very strong link between KOLs and projects, not only for the awareness that they can bring, but also for the feedback. Because they have big communities, they can get feedback from the communities and send it to the projects. And I think it's a strong link. I don't know exactly how much will be the perfect percentage, but in this way, you get a lot of communities engaged in that project, and we know that a project is strong when they have a lot of people, a lot of normal people, not a lot of big whales and a lot of VCs, because in the past years we saw a lot of projects fail because they didn't have a big community. They just had like some big investors which just dumped their tokens. But I think a project is strong when they also have a strong and various community, because also their tokens will be very spread across multiple wallets. And it's healthy to do it like this.
Good.
Is that going to be me?
Sure.
Well, again, I'm in a difficult position because most of the things have already been shared, for instance, by Evan, right? So Evan is a legend. I've known him for many years, and he's known in this industry to, well, collaborate with a lot of good projects, and this guy clearly has experience, right? This is out of question. And what I think, is I take a look at it, the things, from more of a financial perspective. Since I am a CMT charter market technician, well, I do choose and I have to abide the code of ethics and standards of practice by the CFA, which is regulated entity. That is the Chartered Financial Advisors Institute, right? So whatever I do in terms of holding any stake in a project, be it as a key opinion leader, influencer, whatever you call that, as a matter of fact, there has to be disclosure, right? So any position that I have that may impact the market in one shape or form, may pump and dump the prices. First of all, it's illegal and unethical to do it, right? If I make a post, for instance, or I make a YouTube video, whatever that is, about a project, and they are paying me in whatever tokens, or I hold a stake, or I hold an investment in that project, I have to disclose this, right? Without disclosing that, I'm basically misleading people, misguiding people, and it's unethical, and it's just not really good thing. It's against common sense. So anything, there's nothing wrong with projects paying the influencers to do what they do, right? The influencers are like the big megaphone, basically, and that the company may hold in their hands, and they may just say something louder. They may want to make sure that more people hear what they want to say. And there's nothing wrong in that, right? That's how the business works. That's how they put the big, gigantic advertisements on the billboards. And instead of the megaphones in form of the influencers, they use the actual physical billboards, right? So there's nothing wrong in collaborating as the influencers between the projects. There's nothing wrong in holding a stake in a project. There is a lot of wrong things in just, well, not disclosing the stake. There's a lot of things that are wrong about pumping and dumping the prices, right? Such as, for instance, what's happening with the Congress people in the United States. Take a look at Nancy Pelosi, my good friend Unusual Waynes on Twitter. Always puts together a yearly report with the statement from the politically exposed people and what sort of like shares they hold. And most of them are basically insider trading. They trade based on insider information that is unethical, that is illegal, and they make gigantic, enormous returns out of that. And it happens that a person like Nancy Pelosi outperforms the S&P 500 benchmark by a lot, like multiple times. And basically, they are the best traders in history, right? Why? Because they are in a possession of insider information that they should never use, and yet they use it, right? So those are the people eventually, like I said, if it's an influencer, if it's a politically exposed person, well, that perhaps it's a legal term, so that's another story, right? However, any person, technically, when you think about that from the law perspective, is an influencer as long as they try and, well, call it, quote unquote, sell their stake to someone else, right? If this handsome-looking gentleman in the first row, for instance, holds a stake in a coin and a project, and he would make a post on Twitter about that without disclosing that makes him an influencer in the light of law, right? So there is not a critical number for any influencer, like what that means to be an influencer, or which level of followers, testifies that this is an influencer and that person is not an influencer. So it's more about if you hold a stake, it's a common sense and an ethical thing to do, as well as legal thing to do, to disclose the stake, right? So that translates to a lot of projects not really, well, a lot of projects asking clearly some of the people, some of my friends, not to disclose it, which is also unethical and also illegal, right? Because it's trying to ask someone to do something illegal. So that's not really good. So the quality comes in. There's nothing wrong in holding a stake.
That's correct. And Adrian touched a very sensitive point under the MiCA regulations. We discussed about it in this morning at the masterclass. Crypto advisors and sometimes influencers will have to disclose their holdings and how and why they received specific quantity of tokens, because this information could be considered sensitive information that may impact the market. So it's a very sensitive point. But I discussed with Adrian ASDT earlier today about how to start a community. Actually, which is, in your opinion, the first step in starting a community as a small project without unlimited resources?
Let's try to answer on that.
Is it possible?
I think it is. First of all, it depends on the project a lot, because if the project has value, that will be much easier. But I think one way are the airdrops, because that's the cheapest way. But again, we're going back to how valuable is the project and how serious is the team and all this stuff which people are looking into it.
Do you think airdrops will remain a statement in this industry, or it's only a trend?
I think on this bull market, yes. About being a statement in crypto, I think it's quite difficult to say that.
I think airdrops will be a very big, and this year it's not airdrops, it's points program. So if you look at all the top projects that are launching, they're all doing points, puffer points, blast points, Egen layer points, because then it's more gamified. So I think this year all the biggest projects will launch points program. And I think it's a really easy way. When people come to me and say, I have $10,000, I have $2,000, what can I do in crypto? I said, forget how much you have $0, spend your time. I want you to put 10 hours a week chasing airdrops, just using new projects and understanding how they work. You will make more money doing that than trying to turn your 10,000 into 100 or into 1 million. If you think you have no money, then you can think out of the box. Then you can go to projects and you can try to get these points. And to get these points, you just have to do some tasks. You have to give your time. That's it. Maybe some gas fee, $5. But mostly your time. If you do that regularly and you collect airdrops and points from maybe like 20, 40, 50 projects, and there's a lot of influencers who teach that online, how to do that. I'm just giving you the alpha, you have to learn somewhere else. But then you can go and actually earn, you will probably end the year with a few $100,000, maybe more if you pick up the right airdrops. So I think it'll be there for sure.
Yes, I think this airdrop trend will continue, probably with points, as Evan said, because this leverage, people can leverage their time in this way. And this also gives access to people who don't have a lot of money to also have some tokens, some implications in some projects they like. And I think it's a really good way in which people start using some protocols, some blockchains, some applications, and get rewarded for testing somehow those apps, those blockchains. And the projects also get rewarded because in these tests, they see if there's something is wrong, and they also build a community in this way. So I think it's a win-win situation, and the trend should continue, yes.
In my opinion, if the tasks are real from the technical point of view, that's a real airdrop. Just to follow and retweet something, it's not a valuable airdrop. But as you said, if you have to test the network to bridge different things, yeah, that's a very useful.
And also for staking, if you airdrop tokens to somebody who's staking, you are airdropping your tokens to somebody who is a long-term holder because that guy is staking. So this is also a good edge for this staking.
So Romania has a lot of intelligent people. Incredible country, but a lot of intelligent people, you know, who are here to learn. So how many of you, just quick experiment, how many of you remember masternodes? Raise your hand. Right? Masternodes were the airdrops of 2017 and 18, right? So sometimes those things come and go. Perhaps it's the airdrop right now. Same exact thought we had about the airdrops in 2018, and that happened to be, well, the masternodes at that time, right? They were the IEOs, they were the ICOs,
exactly.
IDOs.
It's always changing.
And you go, right?
Yeah.
So there's always something new. That's how the industry develops.
If I can add something, I think it's not sustainable this time around either. So it's nice to have airdrop and so on, but at some point the party will stop because it's all in relation to liquidity. So at some point there's not going to be liquidity, and a lot of projects will not really have that much capital in order to raise that much money and people to be interested. Like if you look at Binance Launchpad, all of them are listing at 50 to 60x right now because the liquidity is there. But at some point that liquidity is going to dry up. So I think it's not sustainable, but I think we need to come back to some kind of fair lunch type of project, not really VC backed from my point of view, but that's just what I think. I think we need to come back to the past, and you can see that now a lot of good projects are performing well, like Caspa and so on, because they have some type of narrative that way, and I think that narrative is going to continue. And people can still make money with fewer funds in that type of scenario as well. But yeah, I don't really think airdrops is something that is going to be sustainable. But you can contradict me.
Perfect. You offer me the best context for the last general question. So let's go back. We are OGs. We are we were part of all those crypto cycles. We have witnessed the expansions of Bitcoin, Chexes, Dexes, stablecoins, DeFi, meme coins. Right now, AI, and it seems that DePIN is the next narrative. I want to know from each of you, which one will be the next narrative? Yes, after.
I'm a gamer. I've been playing games since I was 6, so I think gaming is gonna be one of the biggest narratives. Maybe I'm biased. I'm sorry, I'm a nerd. My first money online I made on Diablo. When I was 14, I was selling items to people online, and my parents thought that I do something out of the book. They couldn't understand. So now I think that one of the biggest narratives is going to be gaming, and besides AI and what's going on right now. So my bet is on gaming.
So I would like to say, I actually talked about this today morning. Gaming is not a narrative for me, because gaming was a narrative last bull cycle also. I think gaming is a massive disruption. It's not a narrative anymore. When we talk about a narrative, it's something that's for a little bit of time, that's very trending. Gaming is not a trend. Gaming is there, and it will change how we play altogether. So Web3 games are going to come and take over, and very soon Web2 games won't really have a future anymore. So I don't think gaming, my biggest portfolio allocation is games, around 200 games that I've invested in also. So I don't think it's narrative. I think it's there forever. If you ask me to pick, you already mentioned the trends that I'm very bullish about is RWA, DePINs. AI, again, I don't think is narrative. I think AI is already changing the world in more ways than we realize. I like to say most people tend to underestimate what technology will do in 10 years and overestimate what technology will do in 2 years. So, and AI has been building for many years. And technology, like most, this is not just crypto, technology generally, Technology, unlike most other industries, you pick up hospitality, you pick up travel, you pick up fashion, you pick up food, all of them grow 10, 20, 30% a year, or around that range, give or take a few percent. Technology grows like this. It has a J-curve, because it takes time to build and get adoption. But you start building technology, and then it reaches a J-curve when it shots like this. Why do I say that? Because you can build an app once, and 7 billion people can use it. You have to make a pizza again to sell a pizza. You have to make a item of clothing again to sell it again. A room in a hotel, if it's used, somebody else can't use it. So every other industry mostly has a limitation of scale. Now with technology, you don't have that limitation, so you have that massive scale. So I think that the narrative itself is technology. And you have I like to invest in businesses that use technology to disrupt existing industries as we know it, and that's going to happen across a lot of different sectors.
Perfect. Quickly, very quickly, one idea, because we are very late.
For me, I'll try to be fast, but I cannot promise. So it's in relation to, as I said earlier, what's coming actually, the question is what's coming after Bitcoin, you know? You had gold, now you have Bitcoin. What is going to come after Bitcoin? So I think my answer will be some kind of fair lunch with AI. So I think that, because we need to come back to that. If crypto wants to be for everyone, as the beginning of crypto really was, we need to come back to that, to the fair lunch, no VCs, like VCs, I don't see, this time is no different. Like most of the projects that launch now, if you take a Say, Sui, whatever, they do launch the same way. There is a private, there is a public, there is so on, the coin pumps, it's a bull market, and then some people are gonna sell because they bought at lower prices. So this, in my view, is not sustainable for crypto, it's sustainable for Bitcoin, might be sustainable for Ethereum, because for Bitcoin now we have an ETF, but we need to come back to that. And I think some kind of Bitcoin, AI Bitcoin with a fair launch will be the next trend that's going to develop in the next probably 10 years. So I'll leave it there. I'll leave it there.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, just last few seconds. So regarding what I'm bullish on, okay, we have the new narratives like AI, deepin, real-world assets, and some of them, like metaverse, we know last bull market was like very big, but I think metaverse and some others are like ahead of their time. Like the technology will catch up in a few years from now. For now, it was the hype, but the technology will catch up like in 5 years or so. It's the same with real-world assets, I think. I think it's a little bit ahead of its time. It's just the hype for now. And we also have the narratives which are like everlasting, like the layer 1. Because just like Daniel said, with the Bitcoin and the layer 1s, I think people come to crypto for this thing. We want faster transactions, decentralization, and the layer 1s, from what I know in the last years, since 2017, in each bull market, layer 1s were like really good, and it's one narrative which I'm betting on in every bull market.
The layer 1s are too many.
One word?
Quick, define.
Define.
Tokenized RWAs, tokenized real-world assets, which is why we've partnered up with a traditional Swiss-based, fully regulated, tokenized hedge fund. If you want to learn more, catch us at the booth. Romanians are awesome people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the organizers, and sorry for this. Huge round of applause.
All right, thank you very much. That was community building and engagement for you folks. All right. We are a little bit later. I'm going to call the next panel. Ladies and gentlemen, is investing and fundraising strategy during bears versus bull market. Introducing first to this panel, ladies and gentlemen, he's the CEO and co-founder, Tokero. Please welcome to Marius Mora. All right, ladies and gentlemen, next, portfolio manager, Altana Digital Asset Fund. Please welcome to Roland Roventa. Next, co-founder and CEO of ROM Network. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to Mikhail Angelov. Next, he's a trader, baker, and candlestick maker. Once again, hello, Mr. Spread. Next, ladies and gentlemen, CBDO Modex. Please welcome to Omar Ulrich. All right, and of course, our moderator, CEO and partner, Market Across, Itai Elizur.
Hello, hello. Good. We have sound. We have sound. Check. We're good here? Do you hear me? All right, perfect. We're kind of running late in the game, so we want to try to cut straight to the point. Let's try and be a bit shorter and concise than our previous ones. A lot of what we want to talk about was already discussed, so that's great. Let's really do a speed round of who you guys are, what you do. I'll start. My name is Itai. I'm from Market Across. We're a PR and marketing agency working with a bunch of projects. Happy to also be part of this event and represent this event. And yeah, take it away.
Hello? Yes, hi, this is Michael, or Mike the Angel from Rome Network.
Guys, is there a screen behind us? Is that working or? All right, cool, sure.
So I'm representing one of the companies that is actually fundraising. So in the actual previous cycle of the winter and now in the spring, and I'm representing a project into the up and coming decentralized physical infrastructure space called Deepin. So at Rome, this is what we do, actually enable people to contribute to create a better service in the mobile network space.
Perfect. Thank you everyone for being here. My name is Roland. I work for Altana Wealth based in London and Monaco. Interestingly, we are the first crypto institutional fund to launch in Europe back in 2014. And I believe now we still are the largest liquid digital assets fund in crypto. I've been investing in crypto for the last 7 years, and now I do it at an institutional level based out of London, but originally I'm from here.
I have just a question, guys. Do you hear us? I just want to make sure. You guys hear us? Yes? And sound, can we please pump up the sound a bit? Thank you. Yes. No, that mic doesn't work as well.
Marius Mora here from Tokero. I can talk from the board's perspectives. One, a company that it's fundraising because we already raised like a seed, a pre-seed and a seed round, but also from the perspective of an investor because we invested on our launchpad in some project, and also I'm a member of Tech Angels Romania, one of the largest investors network in Europe.
I'm going to go very short. George, or Mr. Spread, been in the markets for 14 years. I'm also offering business consultancy for different projects which launched in the last 3-4 years. And I'm not going to keep on more time. So Itai, I know that we're short.
Yeah,
I'm just going to keep it
perfect.
short.
No, I just want to get the meat and potatoes. All right. Let's, guys in the back, please. Thanks. All right, perfect. Let's talk about retail. Everyone has been talking about ETF interest and institutional coming in, but I think that we're all really interested in the retail because I think people understand that retail is what pushes mass adoption. Last bull run needed, it's NFT moment, whatever. We're going to talk about that. What are you guys thinking right now? Is it more of, if I would say last bull run, there was a lot of private sale action like launch pads or whatever, take the bet, is it going to happen, not happen, will I 1000x? Now we're seeing a very different type of outroll. Point systems, and again, last panel was great, really helped us for that. Point system, airdrops, getting people involved, maybe much more trading on open market. If it used to be how many X's on day one, now we're looking much more what seems to be healthier growth. Do you think that's going to stay? Do you think that's something that the industry has learned and we're less about how many Xing the potential on day one? Or is it more about getting people involved, getting them in, and a much more, I would say, natural rise to fame?
I mean, I can probably take that one. I think that community is very important.
Just a bit closer.
Yeah, I think that community is very important in digital assets. I think that no protocol can ever be successful without a strong community. Yes, you do need strong fundamentals, you need strong tech, but community is really what pushes your project forward. And there's a bit of a trend against VCs because the VCs take advantage of the market conditions. They can invest at maybe cents to the dollar, and then the token lists at dollars. And I think that many protocols nowadays are switching to be more community friendly and want to share more of an allocation towards their community. Interestingly, in terms of the community, Most of the times the community enters crypto is after Bitcoin breaks all-time highs. So Bitcoin is now 66K. We're very close to all-time highs. I think the next 3 to 6 months, we're going to see a huge inflow of retail. Retail comes and goes, but over time, the crypto adoption expands. At the moment, in crypto, we have around 450 million active users, and I do expect this number to grow in multiples as regulation comes in and as crypto becomes increasingly more friendly to be used across different continents and different jurisdictions.
In my opinion, if we still want to, and if we want to bring more adoption and to make this whole niche, because we're still a niche, available to more people globally, I think we have to make this technology seamless. We are in our own bubble, and for now, for what is for us a MetaMask, a swap, liquidities, etc., may seem something very usual, but we really need to make this whole technology much more user-friendly for the global masses. And when someone is going to build a product, in my opinion right now, don't build it from your own idea, from your own perspective, build it for your own community, because Web3 is exactly the place where you have feedback live from your communities. You don't have that in classical businesses. So if we want to still continue on this trend and on your idea, Itai, I think you should be much closer to the community. Even if you're a VC, get inside there, put some people inside those communities, get to know your communities, which you want to attract, and I think this process can still continue. But people will be people. The technology is the best when the price goes up, so.
I sometimes say your community is as good as your floor price, but yeah.
Let's bring a bit one step maybe higher. So I think the typical founder story is that you have the great idea and you need to be able to bootstrap it to a level that there is an interest to invest it. I think Web3 was maybe years ago a bit in the Kevin Costner movie Field of Dreams. You know, everybody.
You just showed your age, and our age, by talking about Kevin Costner.
I remember that movie. You
Zac
know,
Efron.
The story goes that the guy dreams about if you build it, he will come. That's literally the line of the movie. And I think people thought that if I built something great, community would come, investors would come, and everything would be glorious. Well, last year it didn't happen, so the actual story that everything froze, literally. Still, fundamentals is fundamental, right? If you build something meaningful, then you expect to have community, and you would expect this community to contribute to an actual product or service that somebody would like to use, and then to grow it, you need investors. What I was missing in the last year as a founder was the actual support from the high-risk capital that actually to support me when I need it, not when I make it. So I think the dream that we could have retail investors come and join projects in an easier possible way, I think this could be one of the trends to happen in the next 12 months, if you call it bull run, because this would be fantastic, you know, just to be able to support your project from your community in the most efficient way. I mean, this would be my dream to see.
There's nothing more funny than finding someone who's saying he's a value investor, really believing in the space, but he's not interested in equity deals in the space. I'm saying, what if you're a real long-time investor, you literally have no interest in percentages of any of the companies you invest in. But yeah, I agree with you. Actually, a question that I find interesting, because I think we're talking about the space. There's something in that's a very big, I think, pro for Web3. We talked about community being ownership and whatever, but there's also an issue with that. So let's say I love Netflix, huge Netflix user. If Netflix stock goes down tomorrow 80%, well, if Netflix starts jacking up the prices or putting crappy content, I might be pissed. But I, as a user, am completely detached by that financial aspect. Isn't that something that's going to be an issue for us in Web3 as we gain this momentum, that we're going to have the clients of our tools are embedded also in the price action, and there might be, I don't know what, a war in Ukraine and Russia that changes macroeconomics, their thing goes down, they're going to get pissed off at a product that's been delivering the same thing a week before and a week after. What are your thoughts about that?
I mean, personally, I think you have the optionality to be involved in the price action or to not be involved in the price action. Web3 is all about bringing power back to the users, allowing users to have ownership over their identity, over their data. So in your case, you have Netflix account. You don't have to own Netflix stock or Netflix tokens. You can just log into Netflix to your Web3 account. You can pay Netflix with stable coins, with crypto, with Bitcoin, with whatever you want to pay it. And then you won't be affected in the situation in which Netflix goes down 80%. So I think Web3 is more about having access to an infrastructure via Web3 means and allowing you as a user to no longer be selling your data for free and having full control over everything that comes along with you being a user.
Okay, that didn't exactly answer my question, but let's go for that. Your thoughts, guys? Is this a bug or a feature? The fact that all of our users are exposed to volatile assets with prices, it's a good thing when it goes up, but when it goes down, that can become detrimental. What are your thoughts about that?
I'm going to go back to what I said before, and I'm going to say that if you build something, build it for your audience, but build it from the shoes of the user that you're going to have it. So if you're a Netflix user and I wanted to build Netflix, I still have to consume it. So don't deliver, at least from my point of view, don't deliver something that you dream about and nobody's going to use just because it's your idea, it's your fantasy. And if you cannot do that, at least hire some people or get some people inside your core team. For example, I'm going to give a niche, gaming. If I want to build a game, strategy game, and I have just an idea of scaling or economy, I'm gonna take a strategy gamer, maybe the best one on Twitch and on YouTube, for him to give me the ideas. So if I make an experience for the product that I'm building that is still gonna be so powerful and so good and so enjoyable that the price is not gonna affect the feelings of the users.
But I have to quote a tweet that I used in my previous panel that went viral. A guy who said, I just invested in StepIn, the token went down, I need to walk 30 hours a day for 10 years to get my money back. Like, you know, that's also, it's a thing, you know. And
I think that crypto is innovative, and as all new technology, you have adoption cycles like the .com, which do come with higher risk. You had the .com bubble in which basically every tech startup went down by 90% or they went bankrupt. So I think that in time, we will be able to have the right measures in place and to have the right types of apps. And StepIn is actually a good example, but it was the first iteration, the first successful iteration of GameFi and of walk to earn, I would say. So I think that in time, the industry matures, you'll have less fluctuations for Bitcoin, and as a result, we'll also have better structured games or protocols that protect investors or users from such issues, yeah.
Will we, sorry, yeah, go for it.
But that's an interesting, actually that's a great question. And I think the answer to the question is in the actual essence of the Web3 game itself. So people should understand that that's the game. I mean, you can actually be part of it and understand the risk or not be part of it. And I think the fluctuation is part of the overall understanding. So you participate because you speculate and then you understand it could go up and down. I think a project that exactly in the deep-in space that we are discussing probably is Helium, that people were actually expecting to get hundreds per month from their so-called miners, and then it went down to couple. But the interesting part is that it didn't stop people to participate because they still expect things to come back in the reality. Or maybe they knew from the beginning that it will be so volatile, so they still participate. So I think for everybody out there that wants to join some of those new exciting projects, so do your research and be prepared. That's probably the story there.
So that's a great follow-up for this question. Where do you see most interest today when people you talk to? It could be VCs, retail, projects, whatever. Is it in open markets? As we said, like B2C is killing it, you know, is killing whatever. There's the pre-ETF talks in Ethereum. That might push a lot of things. You know, if you would have put money in Arbitrum in the right time, post-launch, or even Polygon. So is it open markets and more mature things that have, I would say, track record? Or are we already back to what's the next one? What's the next gem? Like, what are your thoughts there?
Yeah, I think most of the people right now, especially the newcomers on the market, are looking for the next, let's say, next Bitcoin, next Ethereum, next eGold, next Solana, because I think in the popular opinion, they are thinking that maybe now Bitcoin, Ethereum can do too many exits in the near future, and they are looking for something great to be the Bitcoin for them, like, I don't know, for very, very early investors. So I think they are looking now for the next big thing.
But if at some point we as an industry want to get to a place where things don't go up 1,000% a year, that's, I think, we already talked about that. When that happens, are all these guys going to leave? When there is not that many potential options for 10,000x, because there's only one, like Tesla's gone like one of these in the past few years or whatever. Like, what happens then when there is no, even today, no one's going to outperform Bitcoin, but never mind, like in the long run. But what happens when we mature and things don't go up that much?
I think right now we are in the fires of the making of this system. I think this is just a baby system. I think if we're talking, there are two different topics. If you want to be co-owner of the project or of the service that you're using, you can, or you can just use it, or you can just be a user. But in this moment of this industry, if we're talking price action, etc., I think we're in the 1970s, 1980s with penny stocks, with pink stocks, with all of the crazy things happening. It's the Wild West. Now we see MiCA, we see regulations, we see adoption when it comes to Bitcoin ETF. So it's going to the Champions League, let's say.
You're saying that the same week that Dogecoin and Shiba created tens of billions of new value to their tokens.
Yeah, so what I think that happened with these ones, I think Elon Musk was a genius because he used Doge to onboard millions or maybe tens of millions of people to this ecosystem that would not ever be interested in Bitcoin. So this was just a vehicle of adoption. But to answer your question right now, when things are not going to go up so much, other things are going to start up and they're going to still go up so much. Nvidia was $10, $20, and look what is it.
You're right.
So.
Nvidia is one of those great examples. Perfect. What are your thoughts?
I think like any industry, it comes to a maturity, and then once it's mature enough, things start to normalize, perhaps. If you can say that normalization is what we expect now to happen in our space, yeah, we probably cannot expect the 100x, but maybe still things can go into the normal 10, 20, maybe couple of x. I think whether people want to have this normalization is another question, right? If people expect still to be the volatile Wild West, as mentioned, maybe they'll push it, but I think normalization is good because it allows real business to happen. And I think now we're in the stage that technologies or infrastructure has been already in the space that real actual use cases and real business can happen using the blockchain technology into the respective segments. Perhaps this is good. I don't know, let's ask the audience. I mean, who do you think that normalization is good now, that actually the return of not going to be crazy like 100x, but if you go to couple of X, like below 10.
Would all of you be here if no crypto assets would go up by 1,000% this year? Most likely not. I'm not saying all of you, but a good percent of us.
Itai, we're in it for the tech, right? All of us. We're in it for the tech, right? So, yeah. I think the audience is the same.
Okay, perfect. So actually I want to touch on something that was on our list of questions and it was touched earlier, and I'd love your, as more builders and VCs or whatever. There's a narrative now that capital is cheap. It wasn't cheap. In bear markets, when you wanted to build, the capital wasn't cheap and everyone hit it up the VCs and portfolio managers. Now that things seem liquid, VCs are out, we don't care about them, let's put in the KOLs, let's put in the listing managers, let's go straight to that. What are your thoughts about that? Because also when you do work with the VCs and the more fundamental ones, there's also a part of DD that you don't get with a lot of these people. There's a lot of, I would say, we hope to get assistance later, but what are your thoughts about the current narrative that capital is cheap, take out the suits, take out the VCs, they're the enemy, let's give the influencers all the power, and let's ride that to the next wave?
I think it could be a two-edged sword. I think that even the VCs, they work together with KOLs, with listing managers, because of the largest VCs, they need influencers and they need listing managers to make sure that their projects go to the right audience. And I think that you have to be very careful because the KOL space is very mixed. It can be very good or it can be very bad, and you definitely have to do your research regards to who you speak to. I've had personally positive and negative experiences. My fund invests in liquid assets mostly, but also VC opportunities. So in both of these cases, you need KOLs. I think that VCs, especially tier 1 VCs, come with strategic support that nobody else can offer, which is including of KOLs, and KOLs and other smaller players will never be able to compare themselves to the likes of A16Z, Pantera, Polychain, and the big names out there because they have grown themselves a brand and everything they touch is almost guaranteed to be successful, I would say.
I tend to personally agree with you, and I do agree with that. I think that there's professionalism is still important, and when it comes to KOLs, my tip for you, and just following what you said, most KOLs live one cycle because their reputation won't let them live another one. So if you want to follow a KOL's investment thesis, I try to see if he was active in last cycle and if the people that listened to him last cycle are still around. Because a lot of them lasted one cycle, and then after that, the audience said, we got the wrong end of the stick.
I mean, maybe the question is if you have responsibility to the community and to the enterprise, then you have to think of the whole spectrum. And I think the story goes that with the regulation in Europe especially, that you have to be also aware of not only where the money comes, but any potential link to terrorists or whoever organization. It becomes a big risk just to take public money from the retails without able to do all the due diligence behind. So from that point of view, it's less risky to go still with the VC route than to actually go for some sort of a complete public offering. But I think time will tell if this is really less risky or not. I don't have too strong opinion now, so let's see what.
Yeah, let's see how the things roll. What are your thoughts as someone who has a platform that helps retail people get involved?
Yeah, I think in the end we can try to guess which will be the next narrative for this bull market, how we will fundraise. Yeah. And as a short recap, we had the ICOs back in 2017-18. After that, in 2020, we had the private sales with angel investors and VCs, and after that, the launchpad. But I think my bet for the next period will be something quite interesting related to KOLs, and it will be the micro-influencers. I think right now the micro-influencers are very powerful into their small network, and they will help a lot for the fundraising. That's why I think we'll need to put a lot of attention into this space for the micro-influencers.
Could be, could be. I do think that if we become a fully regulated market, then 99% of these YouTube videos will get someone in jail. So that's going to be very interesting to see. Or just the concept of insider trading. If you just release a law of insider trading, it means that each one of these, if you're on the cap table of a project, you can't not sell in certain, even periods. So the whole, again, it's a feature, not a bug for the model, which is KOLs know about the news before they help pump the news, and then they buy and sell it. And it's okay, they don't even sell on the, even if the community doesn't lose, even if the price still goes going up, the actual mechanics are violating every law of insider trading that is there.
I think that what you said is very well, that a lot of KOLs are not here, because this is one of the features that I really love about bear markets. It cleans the ecosystem from a lot of bad actors when it comes to KOLs, even VCs. So let's not kid ourselves. Not only KOLs disappear, but also VCs disappear from the space. So I think a holistic approach is going to be the new meta, when a strong VC who understands the game that is being played is going to attract army or a bunch of KOLs who are really legit, who know their stuff and have high morals, and they have the same standards as them. So a holistic approach between a strong VC with a Web3 mentality with some strong KOLs, I think this is the way to go in the future.
I personally believe that as well, and whoever wants to learn more about how to fuck up a VC, I don't know if I could say that, check out a company called Tiger Global. They were one of the biggest hedge funds in the world, and then they said, cool, we're not just a hedge fund, let's also do a VC. In 2021-22, they did crypto and Web 2, and they were able to burn 15 years of carry, I don't know if of revenue that the hedge fund made, and they were able to burn it in 1.5 years of being a VC. So they burnt $5 or $6 or $7 billion.
I mean, it's bad for them, but it was good for Avax.
Yeah. That was half of the liquidity that we all lived on.
Yeah, Republic, they fundraised a couple $100 million tickets for every single protocol. Yeah, it was crazy.
So it's crazy. So learn about that. All right, so we're getting to the actual end of our time, and I want to be careful with everyone's time. So I'd give this a really short kind of shout-out section. You know, anyone you want to give a shout-out to, it could be something that someone should be reading about, I don't know, what real-world assets, it could be a protocol, it could be something you're working on, but if people can leave this session with 3 or 4 things they should Google and check out.
It's not something that anyone can Google, but BlackRock and the likes of the new ETFs have bought more than $5 billion worth of Bitcoin in the last 1.5 months. And I think my takeaway from this is that if you hold Bitcoin, don't sell your Bitcoin to the suits. That you want to control your assets, don't sell too early, and have a long-term approach when looking at this asset class, because historically this is what would have probably made you the best returns if you are an early stage investor.
Not your keys, not your crypto.
Maybe from my side, I mean, I'm biased towards what we are trying to build in the whole deepin space, so decentralized physical infrastructure. So basically, the message is that, search the project that you can associate with, that you see what they're building. I think the story that I like to give is that, what do they call an Irish pub in Ireland? I mean, it's just a pub, right? So basically, it's search for things that call the industry with their own name, and they help this particular industry because there is a product that is being created, a service which is being optimized, and of course it needs to have value. So I think we are now in maturity stage that technology is being put to the real use case, and if you like it, just join it in any possible way.
What I want to say is that we, the actors that are in this industry, we need to pay a lot of attention to financial education and the people that will also enter into the market, because they need a lot of guidance, because crypto, it's really nice, but can ruin a lot of lives if they are not financially educated enough. And I think it's a huge responsibility on this, and it's very underrated. It's a very, very underrated mission, and we need to pay a lot of attention on that.
I want to give a big shout out to Itai from Market Across, because PR companies, I think they're also not being bring up to stage so much. And I want to give a big shout out to my shifters and my paradigm shift community. Thank you very much.
Perfect, thank you very much. I actually want to give one of my own. It's my own personal, I would say, little warning. One of the biggest narratives right now, it's exploding, is liquid staking. Liquid staking, a nice way of saying creating more leverage, more derivatives, more fake assets. So I know it's all hot and dandy and Egan layer or whatever, but keep an eye on that, because that's a different way of saying under-collateralized loans or whatever. So we have a tendency to rehash the same problems. So if we thought DeFi is a bit too iffy with crazy APYs, or loans are really weird, everyone's in love with restaking right now, which isn't by definition that different from all the things that we ran away from. They're killing us. Take mine. They're not gonna close mine.
I was just saying that I think that restaking in the next 18 months will probably cause a black swan event at some point, because at some point when you withdraw ETH from the staking contract, you have a withdrawal period. The more ETH that gets withdrawn, the more withdrawal days you need. So at some point, if a couple of protocols break and you have a 200-day withdrawal period, that can break lots of things on ETH. And I think we're not there yet, but that's something that anyone that is crypto savvy should be looking at.
Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was investing and fundraising strategy for you. All right, guys, we are a little bit late, so I'm going to go this one a little bit faster than usual. Our next will be a workshop about crypto data, blockchain, and applicability. For this, I would like to call right here on stage, he's the co-founder and CEO of Crypto Data. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to Ovidiu Toma.
Hello. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Ovidiu Toma, the CEO and co-founder of Crypto Data. I'm so sorry I don't hear myself, and can I have a little bit less echo, please? Okay. I'm Ovidiu Toma, the CEO and co-founder of Crypto Data, a Romanian tech company. I would love to have the clicker, actually. This is the one. So our story starts back in 2014. When we set it up, one of the probably largest cryptocurrency mining data centers or facilities down here in Romania, in Buzău. We ended up by 2017 at probably 22, 23 megawatts installed power in mining machines, rigs, ASICs, name it. And by that time, the question arose, what do we do with so much hardware? Why do we actually pay so much energy for hardware with actually depreciation value and a very fast-forward depreciation value? How can we actually counterattack it? How can we actually find different alternatives, different applications, and different industries where we can actually research and develop this blockchain technology? Because back in the days, blockchain and cryptocurrencies, those two denominations were very confusing. Actually, not so many people made a big difference between blockchain and cryptocurrencies. So just to name it, blockchain is a technology, cryptocurrencies are a financial application. So back in the days, we thought, okay, why everybody wants to decentralize only the financial world? Only, okay, financials on blockchain, cryptocurrencies on blockchain. Why don't we actually search for alternatives? Why don't we actually put that much computing power to work for some other industries, some other application? Blockchain can go in financials, government, smart city, communication, name it, literally every single industry. But back in the days, our idea or our vision was actually to take the best from blockchain. That means the cryptographic algorithms. How can we use the cryptographic algorithms? What we can improve, what we can actually further decentralize. And the answer came actually very fast. Why don't we decentralize only the key generators? So the encryption key generators, and apply them in some other industries, such as data transmission, communication, telecommunication. What is actually the problem? Because back in the days, and even today, our philosophy is, okay, if I try to create a product, I need to first identify the problem I will be about to solve. If my product does not solve a problem, I don't create a product. I just work in vain. So the problem back in the days, even today, even the next 10 years, especially in the AI industry, in the quantum computing industry, our biggest enemy is the third party, the middleman. That middleman who all the time holds our encryption keys, holds our backups, generates actually the connection sessions. That middleman can spy on us, can collect data, unauthorized collect data, can leak data, can actually be hijacked, hacked, forced, blackmailed to disclose data. So in other words, the biggest issue is actually the middleman, which we rely on. Every single time I'm sending an email, I'm sending a data transmission, I'm sending a file or a message, I rely on the server, on the middleman server, to pass my message on. So that's actually the problem. How can we solve it? It's simple. We remove the middleman, we remove the witness in our data transmission, and then actually we have something safe. It's not like that. Because if I remove the middleman, okay, I can resolve most of the problems. But the biggest issue I cannot resolve is the key generating, okay? The encryption keys, the encryption protocol. That's where actually we came and joined the research and development facility we had here in Romania, the blockchain knowledge we had, cryptographic algorithms knowledge we had, and we came to this, what we call today the voice over blockchain protocol. That is actually a cryptographic algorithm, a data transmission algorithm that takes a new approach on encryption protocols. How to generate the encryption keys, how to transmit the encryption keys, how we handshake the data transmission between the users. So in other words, we created what we call today a secured data transmission architecture. Okay, that's amazing. I resolved the problem. Once we resolve the problem of the middleman, removing the middleman actually, removing the witness and that weak spot in our data transmission, we realized actually we found another problem. It's for nothing to actually secure data transmit between two or more devices if my environment, if the computer or the smartphone or the terminal I'm operating from, it's not secured. In other words, there's no point in operating a secured architecture from a virused Windows, virused Android, Mac OS, name it. So the other problem arises. How do we create a safer environment for the users? Because, of course, not every job requires to be tech-savvy. You might be a doctor, a teacher, a history writer, or any other job that actually doesn't give you those needed skills to securely operate a computer, to securely operate an antivirus, a firewall, name it. So, in other words, the biggest security issue now stands between the seat and the screen, and that's the operator. By 2018, we created, actually this is what we created, an operating system. We created from scratch an operating system both for mobile devices and for desktop computers, laptops, and any other type of a computer called CryptoData OS to actually bring the users a secured environment to operate corporate, to operate cryptocurrencies, all those volatile assets, all those company documents and everything. And yes, it comes with a lot of features, but of course, multimedia limited. That's the problem, actually. So back in the days, asking every single user in the market, do you understand there is a need of privacy? Do you understand privacy is a general issue today? Everybody said yes. Do you want a secured tool for privacy and to be able to securely browse, operate emails, data transmit, send emails, and everything? Everybody was aware. Everybody was in need of such a device. Once we created the first hardware device, this was our first hardware device. And it was the world's first smartphone with a physical private key for encryption. Yes, that's a patent from crypto data. So we created a smartphone with a secured environment, secured hardware, physical private key, secure data transmission between two or more devices, and we thought we will conquer the world. In reality, it wasn't like that. Because developing a secured operating system, a secured environment, actually generated an issue. Users kept looking for multimedia. Multimedia, third-party apps, face apps, Facebooks, social medias, and everything. If you were to draw a line, here you have multimedia, and here you have privacy. There's a fine line between two of them and a cursor. You have to choose. Whether you're going to multimedia, you lose privacy. If you go to privacy, you lose multimedia. So that's actually a problem everybody tried to resolve since the age of computers. Everybody tried to have a secured operating system, a secured environment, and multimedia at the same time. And those two are simply not compatible. It's simply not compatible. Okay, you add some new antiviruses, some new firewalls, some new Cisco hardware, still is not enough. So then, having this first device was indeed a success for the Romanian market. We managed to sell over 100,000 units, but still it was not enough to conquer the world and to have a mainstream technology, simply because our users kept looking for third-party apps and multimedia. So then our new device called BAS came in the market. So we designed from scratch a laptop, a computer, running two separate operating systems, and that's not something new. But what we did, actually, we hardware separated the two operating systems. In other words, a specifically designed by us chipset that manages to control two drives independently, completely separate. So that means actually two computers sharing the same screen, keyboard, power supply, and case. So now we managed to offer our users a multimedia experience. So everybody could have Windows, multimedia, and less privacy, and crypto data OS at the same time. So we somehow resolved the issue of having two different environments in the same device. Then, of course, our next product was the second generation smartphone with, again, two operating systems, the same approach, because we felt this is actually the need. Once you are willing to go multimedia, you boot up Android. When you're willing to do some secured stuff, to trade cryptos, and yes, trading crypto is actually one of the markets we focused on, because definitely in trading crypto and cryptocurrency holders, the assets are actually very volatile. So it's mandatory to have a secured environment within the cryptocurrency space and sphere. So in other words, the second smartphone, the second generation, came with two operating systems, one multimedia, the second one secured. What else? Then we understood hardware is amazing. Okay, we build up hardware. Why don't we actually take our data transmission architecture and put it in a day-by-day used app, such as WhatsApp, Telegram, Signal, and all the others? So then Whisper came. Whisper is actually a WhatsApp, Telegram, Signal, name it, feel-alike app, just it relies on our secure data transmission model. In other words, we do not rely on any middleman server. We do not rely on any middleman data collector. We do not collect data. We do not store encryption keys. Only the users do. So now we can actually interconnect the two users completely P2P without relying on a middleman that all the time is the snitch. That's cool. We created Whisper back in 2021 as a beta phase. 2022 was actually the main launch, and now we're at 2 million users. And yes, this is the living proof that blockchain applied in data transmission, in communication, can work. Blockchain can do its best data and key generator for communication, telecommunication, data transmission, and file transmission applications at its best. Whisper is now at 2 million users with a valuation of about $102 million as per KPMG valuation last month. It's not enough, of course. Having 2 million users is amazing for a Romanian company, for a Romanian startup, but still not enough, and we're actually growing our community over motorsport, over different channels of MotoGP and Formula One. So we're actually trying to offer a viable solution for all those users in the market looking for privacy, cybersecurity, secure data transmission, hiding away from data collection, because unauthorized data collection is mainstream today, and I'm pretty sure, as a joke, but that's a real fact. If you're about now, in the middle of springtime, to speak to a friend about winter tires, the next day you will only be served winter tire ads. Only winter tire ads in every platform you're Googling, you're browsing, and everything. Why? Because every single app we're using collects data to serve us for the best marketing possible. I might agree, I might not agree, because sometimes the vendors that collect data are completely unknown for us. We have no idea who collects data, what's the purpose, what's the usage of the data collection, and so on. So Whisper came actually on top of having a secured environment, on top of having a secured hardware. Whisper came as a tool for data transmission and communication. The next weak point we identified and the solution we created is the router. So Meter Guardian actually is a router operating our operating system, and we're trying our best to protect the users as well from these IoT devices. Because yes, IoT is mainstream today, but how many of you ever wondered how the cybersecurity team in one of those IoT providers look like? Very often we buy Chinese smartphones, Chinese vacuum cleaners, smart refrigerators, smart door locks, and everything. But definitely those teams are not actually looking for that cybersecurity we need, for that protection tools we need, and definitely all the time there is a vulnerability and a bug to be exploited. We considered Meter Guardian can actually further protect the user from all these IoT data leaks, IoT unauthorized connections, IoT different unsecured ports that might leak data, that might actually allow third-party bad actors to connect to our devices. The second generation of BASP computers is now in the market also. Last month we just announced it in one of our conferences in the United Arab Emirates. Now we have the second generation of laptops having the same architecture of two operating systems, hardware separated, in a shape of a computer/tablet, having all the highly specs needed in a 2024. So we have a very high power processor, CPU, we have a big RAM and everything needed, but we're operating at the same crypto data OS in a parallel with Windows. The Tinker 2.0 is our small form factor. We call it the smallest fully featured, fully powered computer, desktop computer. So back in the days, the shape of a desktop computer was, as we all know, a big, bulky, heavy box. Today we reduced it to 15 by 15 centimeters, having full power of an Intel i7 11th generation computer, fanless, noiseless, name it. Of course, running the same two operating systems, Crypto Data OS and the third-party operating system the users might need. What else do we do? Multimedia applications. This is what we call the latest innovation in terms of multimedia. Less privacy, because of course in multimedia you don't need that much of a privacy. This is a tool for all those guys who are looking to enjoy sightseeing, parties, and attending events, and this is actually the new generation smart glasses we developed. It's not AR nor VR, so we're not actually developing augmented reality or virtual reality. We just created a cool gizmo, a cool tool, so you can enjoy the moment, you can actually live stream from your glasses while you enjoy the moment. It's an amazing project, a dear project of ours that we developed together with the Untold company, the Romanian Untold company, actually dedicated for those entertainment and entertainment users. And now we get to an amazing project I really love one of my dear projects in crypto data. So if we can securely data transmit from one point to another, if we can actually secure the data transmission and the local operating system of a device, if we can implement VOBP, our protocol, in so many industries, why don't we look at the automotive industry? Why? We keep hearing about these latest technologies in the automotive industry. Every automobile, every car becomes smarter and smarter. So we're not actually anymore looking at mechanical vehicles. We're looking at smart electromechanical vehicles. In the age of bad actors and in the age of ransomware, how many of you ever wondered how a ransomware would look in the automotive industry? Bad. Even if it's cruel, even if it's sadic, imagine driving on a highway, your Tesla, 200 kilometers an hour, so out of a sudden you get a pop-up. Will you pay me 1 Bitcoin or I jump you off the cliff? It sounds bad, sounds hilarious, but we're not that far from this happening. We're not that far from the age of ransomware in the automotive industry. So in other words, we said, okay, what could possibly go wrong? How we can implement our technology in the automotive industry? What if we research and develop technologies for securing data transmission for the automotive industry, implemented in the smart city architectures and name it? Then the question arises, how do you create technology? Because that's the biggest issue nowadays, and that's actually the biggest thing some of the startups, in my opinion, did not understand. What is technology, actually? If I create a script on my computer locally in the office, do I have technology? No, I don't. I just have an attempt. I just have a trial. To create technology, you need to have a successful attempt in your office, of course. Successful script, device, name it. Then you need to properly document it, you need to properly patent, and you need a working proof of concept. Without following these 4 steps, there is no technology. All those things are just trials, trial and errors, tests, name it. How do we create technology for the automotive industry? So we have a bunch of amazing technologies to be implemented, a bunch of amazing ideas, a bunch of tests and devices we consider could help in the future the automotive industry. What could possibly go wrong? We said at Crypto Data, let's build the proof of concept. And how do you build a proof of concept in the automotive industry? Will you take a Dacia Logan and retrofit the computers with some new computers? You're a garage business. So I said, okay, let's build a working prototype in-house. So it took us 4 years to develop this beauty. It's called Momentum. It's Romania's first hypercar, fully developed, and I mean it, fully developed in Romania by Romanian engineers on the Romanian payroll, with Romanian technology and filing for patents from Romania. A lot of patents for the automotive industry in terms of interconnection, cybersecurity, security on board, data collection, data analysis, and so on. It's a fully working prototype, 850 horsepower, developed in Romania, launched in 2021 under the advisory of Martin Eberhard. Yes, Martin Eberhard, the co-founder of Tesla, former CEO of Tesla prior to Elon Musk, is our advisor in this project. We've launched it in the market 2 years ago as a proof of concept for our technologies. In other words, we're not dreaming ourselves to become automotive manufacturers. We're not. Simply because we don't have and we're lacking that kind of an experience to build a reliable vehicle. We do not build door locks and windscreen wipers and airbags and brakes because we're technicians and we're IT engineers. Instead, we build and develop technology relying on a blockchain and blockchain architecture in terms of key generating architectures for the automotive industry. So in other words, we consider ourselves to be a provider and a developer of technologies for the automotive industry. This is the toy. This has been exactly 2 years ago. Full pandemic, 2021. Mr. Eberhard, the visionary and our advisor, actually led us to the success and to launching this amazing device down here in Romania. In other words, we develop technologies implementing blockchain, cryptography, implementing cryptography. We learned, we guided, and we actually rely on blockchain technology. Yes, distributed ledgers and distributed key generators, in our opinion, is the future, especially when we're talking about quantum computing, when we're talking about AI and cybersecurity threads developed or perpetuated within the AI environment. A Romanian company with about 300 employees on a daily basis, on a daily payroll in Romania, moving actually away a little bit from pure payment and financial applications of blockchain towards technology, towards actually relying on blockchain technology for some other various industries. And yes, developing back payment solutions and ticketing solutions with our latest project, Runa, and I kindly ask you to keep an eye on it. It will be mainstream in about 20 days from now. I'm not going to spoil the surprise. It will be online in exactly 20 days from now on. So yes, we're developing now a completely new approach on ticketing and payment systems in partnership with a few very big names from the worldwide. Not gonna name it, not here to actually promote it, or not here to spoil the surprise of the launch that's gonna happen exactly 20 days from now. So thank you very much. I hope I haven't been so boring as a sound. I don't hear myself actually, I don't hear the tone of my voice and the speakers, but yes, here I am, Ovidiu Toma from Crypto Data.
Thank you, Ovidiu. That was a nice presentation for Workshop Crypto Data Blockchain Applicability. Next there will be a panel about mastering crypto marketing, navigating strategies, and avoiding mistakes. I would like to call first on stage, ladies and gentlemen, a globally recognized NFT marketing expert. Please welcome to Arvin Kamse. He's a little bit late, so we're going to wait for him. Next is the CMO and CEO Banksters. Please welcome to Alexandru Carbonariu. Next, ladies and gentlemen, she is the founder of BNB Web3. Please welcome to Silvia Mogas. Next, ladies and gentlemen, CMO XP Exchange. Please welcome to Alex Argirescu. Not yet, okay. Next, Business Development Manager, Cointelegraph. Please welcome to Mikola Lyubimov. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, please, big round of applause for our moderator, CryptoWiser COO, please, Nicholas Sargent.
Hello, everybody.
Hello. Mic check.
Everyone got sound?
Yeah.
Everything's
All right.
good.
Everyone can hear us? I'll take that as a yes. All right. My name is Nick. I'm the CEO of CryptoWiser. We're a global exchange comparison site and Bitcoin media site. So just everyone, if they could just introduce themselves really quick, and then we'll get going. So take it away, guys.
Nick from Cointelegraph.
Sound.
Silvia, the founder of BNB Web3. This is a blockchain company that we help brands with marketing strategy and execution.
Alex, CEO and CMO for Banksters, and I am obsessed with Web3 marketing.
Good to hear. All right, let's get straight into it. So one of the first topics I wanted to speak about was an intro and to expand on the most common marketing mistake you have seen or made in the Web3 industry, and how can others avoid it?
Sure. I can.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Okay. Mistake putting, let's say, I would say you need to put all of your, let's say, eggs in multiple baskets. So don't put your eggs in one single basket. So the common mistake I've seen from other projects is that they focus on one part and they're missing some other parts. So this is my opinion, my 2 cents regarding this. So you should have like a split marketing plan for each of your stages, but also to have an outside of the box marketing plus to have a different type of marketing depending on the time you're going to launch. So in conclusion, put the eggs in different baskets, try to expand, and there you go.
So the mistake you see is someone will put everything they have into one marketing strategy.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen projects putting all of their funding into KOLs and influencers. That is wrong. That is actually wrong. You should have a percentage for influencers, a percentage for PR, a percentage for media outlets, a percentage for community growth, a percentage for ads and whatnot. So you should have a spread out to spread out your resources and funding.
Okay, and from the Cointelegraph perspective, what have you seen?
I do agree with your point. So we also, in terms of the diversity of marketing strategies, we should not forget that Web3 community is really different from Web2 community, because when we build Web2 community, what we do is, unfortunately, we have to rely on third parties. What's the third parties? Google and Meta, because we do like a audience arbitrage and we pay for them, so we basically rely. And with Web3 community, it's a perfectly economically aligned combination of users, builders, and investors. And of course, for those three groups of the community, you need to have some kind of different marketing strategies. It's my first point. The second point, I work with a bunch of projects in Cointelegraph, and a lot of them are like pre-seed, seed startups. And what I've been noticing about them is they, like at the very beginning, they don't really care about the community sometimes, because they are focused on development, they are focused on the technical side, they invest all the time, all the funds, all the attention to build the product, but not to build the community. If you don't have a live application, you don't have like something for a community to use, focus on educating this community, because if you educate the community, by the time when you go public, when your DApp or like protocol or whatever it is goes live, you will have an educated community that will know how to use it. So that's my second point.
All right, Sylvia, from an agency point of view?
I'm going to add from more the communication side. So, for example, if we build a product that is our consumers are going to be Web3, so we can communicate NFTs, wallet, but when we want to get on board Web2 companies or end users, we shouldn't communicate that words. So we should communicate instead of NFTs like VIPs or whatever. It decreases the friction, and I have seen so many projects fail for this reason, because they don't do the proper education to their audience, their Web2 audience. They are saying that you have to build a wallet, and people get lost.
Okay, a lot to think about there. And I wanted to expand on something you said earlier about all the eggs in different baskets. And I know one of those baskets would be social media. So a few questions on that. What social media channel do you see being on the top in the next few years, specifically in the crypto industry?
So we all know for a fact that Twitter is #1 at the moment. Now I heard that they're looking into video spaces, which will be very interesting. Me personally, I'm looking forward towards the web video space. That will drag a lot of attention on them, but I think there are some players coming into town, like TikTok, even Instagram, and we discussed it, Wasp or something like that. Farcaster, yeah. So there are some players coming in, and we should pay attention on them, because at the end of the day, what we're trying to do here is to onboard the Web2 user and comfortably take him towards Web3.
Sylvia?
Yeah, I would say I agree. So we have the traditional social medias, like I'm going to add Instagram also, so TikTok. Everyone who has been in the industry, potentially when they want to communicate, they go to a Discord Telegram with the groups. These groups are helping a lot with the community. And if you are launching a token, you need that. And then Twitter as well. On the other hand, we are building as well decentralized applications. So what we are looking is to empower our creators to have the ownership of their publications. Imagine, always I say that, imagine you are a brand and you have dependency of Instagram to sell your products. So imagine Instagram disappear. What are you going to do? So it's a direction that we are going to, decentralization. So to have some apps, social medias, to be able to have all your publications, your likes on your wallet. This is, for example, you can find Farcaster, as we said, that they create some frames, in the frames that you can mint your own NFT in that platform. And then we have as well, for example, Lens Protocol. Lens Protocol, everything that you post, you have in your wallet. That is really, really cool.
All right, I have a small survey for the audience. Anyone uses Warpcast? Anyone uses DBank? Nice. Lens Protocol? Nice. Christina from Cointelegraph, by the way. So, yeah, so my point here from the media perspective is that Web3 communities would not exist without social media, without those Discord groups, channels, different channels where you can like discuss like general inquiries, tech inquiries, like make a ticket, you know, it's vital. But from the media perspective, it can be risky because it's good for communication, but it's not good for news consumption, because there are a lot of cases when the news and social media are not verified. That's why such medias as a Cointelegraph exist on the market, and we provide the verified news, and we can be a trusted source of information. So social media, of course, it's important, but it's a coin with like two sides.
Okay, and you also mentioned earlier that a common mistake is not building that community. And also, I guess that leads on to trust with your audience. How can you build trust through media and marketing for your project?
The key is transparency, because you have to be transparent. Perfect case scenario, the audience needs to fully understand what you do. There is where media steps into the game, so we like educate the audience of like what the project does and how that works. Next step, the audience has to believe in your project in order to whether like create attraction or invest into this project. And third point is the community needs to have a clear picture of the future of the project, because if the community has no clue in what direction is the project going, it's just not gonna work out. So that's what I think.
Okay.
I totally agree. I'm just going to add a tip. So if you are a founder, communicate to your community, be transparent, and be approachable. So if the community have any questions, answer them. My former CEO used to do that, and it's something that our investors appreciate a lot.
Okay, and kind of expanding this, and say you're a small project and you're just starting out. You want to spread your eggs across multiple baskets. Maybe this is directed towards you, Sylvia, from an agency point of view. But what would someone look for in hiring external marketing agencies? What would you look for, and is there a stage that they should do it internally, or do you think it's worth it to hire them right away?
I've been in both sides. So when I was working in a company, I used to hire marketing agencies for example, doing PR for me or managing my influencers. And now as an agency, it's a boutique agency. The agency, now I rebranded as BNB Web3, but it started as blockchain marketing boutique. What we try to build is trust with our projects. So we don't accept any project, so we need to be sure that this project is legitimate. And also on the other side, the project needs to trust us. So for me, it's important. And align visions, values, and be able to communicate in both directions.
Okay.
It depends on the budget, man. If you are a startup, you should do your in-house marketing no matter what. You have to go there and grind and grind and grind for every damn user without lowering down the CPA and increasing your conversion rate anytime you have the chance. But at some point, as soon as your project evolves, you need time. Time is the most important thing in your project. And there you buy yourself time by hiring these agencies. And of course, you need to check their portfolio, what they have done in the past, and how current they are on this market. The market today, actually the market now is different from what happened 4 hours ago because of Bitcoin. So the market is changing. If your agency or your marketing team doesn't change and is not current, you're finished.
But if you are to hire an external marketing agency, you have to vibe with them. You have to be on the same page, and the agency needs to ask deep questions. Sometimes they will be uncomfortable, and the agency needs to be proactive. And the agency, like, if you are to work with an external agency, they need to evaluate you. For example, when I speak to clients, I ask questions like, sometimes like, how does your staffing looks for like next like several 2 years? Like, all right, you got this person in the company. What is this person gonna do in 2 years? I need to understand if the project is legit. Same stuff with the agency.
All right, great. And connected to that, so we all know this is a fast developing market. How do you think the marketing has developed in the last 2 years, and where do you see it in the future?
It developed a lot. I think now the current market has brought more professionals in marketing. 2 years ago, come on, you had the DJ guy handling your Twitter, to the moon hashtags, whatever. There are no more hashtags on Twitter. Elon took them out. So you need to hire professionals, and these professionals come from Web 2. So I think the Web 3 marketing professionals are a little bit obsolete. There are some that really good, and they know what is happening currently. However, a lot of new professionals came in on Web 3 because there are a lot of money in marketing in Web 3.
Okay.
I have been noticing the trend that the attention span of a regular Web3 user, not only Web3 users, like, even Web2 users, is decreasing. So I think that marketing will evolve in a way where we need to look for solutions like TikTok. Because in TikTok, you can get a ton of new information in just like under, I don't know, 30, 15 seconds.
I actually did a campaign for a project that cost me $350, and I got 100K views, and I got like 30, 40 Web2 users.
That's
that
what I'm
is
saying.
a good, with a low, very low CPA. So that is a good idea. But you need to know how the algorithm works, and you need your community to back you up with those videos and these challenges that you're doing. So we did like a challenge, make a video of this project, use these hashtags, like teaching them, so they will be included in the algorithm, and then we went from 0 to 100K views, and we onboarded Web2 user. Plus Web3, of course.
I personally did a video of me doing barbecue on TikTok. I got like 100-something K views. I'm kind of proud of it.
And it's kind of a nice connection too. So that was obviously, you spent how much? 150 bucks?
350.
350 bucks. So that's obviously a very successful marketing campaign.
Actually, you know what I did? The $350 were the rewards. So number one, 150, number two, 100, number three, $50. You know what the community members did? They boosted the TikTok themselves. And we had like 40, 50 accounts, everyone boosting to get the reward. So it was a crazy thing. Just an idea that we did.
And that leads me on, so what do you look at as a successful marketing campaign? For example, you with Cointelegraph, obviously one of the biggest names in crypto media. When someone comes to you and you publish something, advertising or anything in the media, PR, what makes that successful for them?
For me, a successful marketing campaign is the marketing campaign that has achieved the predefined goals. Because you have to set the goals, you have to achieve that, as easy as that. And in most of the cases, a successful marketing campaign, the output of it is a community that has grown, that has been educated, and that creates genuine traction for the project.
And do you think companies working with a reputable brand like you, that's kind of not a shortcut, but an insight into building that community?
It's not a shortcut. Cointelegraph is a completely different thing. We are about bringing trust to the project because Cointelegraph does not write about anyone out there 100%. We actually have a quite decent rejection rate. So no, it's about trust. It's about increasing the visibility on the market. It's about the brand awareness.
And Sylvia, from an agency point of view, what does a successful marketing campaign look like to you?
I quite agree with him. I'm going to add that I like to do cross-channel campaigns. So I define where my target audience is. I define different channels, and I try to communicate accordingly in each channel the same information to don't confuse our audience. And I think it works really well. And also, when I'm doing a campaign, I can do a crypto campaign as everyone does, and using the main channels, but try to open a little bit, think out of the box, and think what you can add that you can do differently that other people did in the past.
Okay, great. Sorry to cut you off. We're out of time, but thank you very much, everybody. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Mastering Crypto Marketing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the moment of conclusion. We have a little bit more until we finish the Crypto Expo Europe. So I'm going to call this panel for the conclusion. What we learned based on the experience, can we define some guidelines on the market? This will be the question. For that, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call the next panel. Calling first is Europe Business Development Manager for KuCoin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dorian Vinceleoni. Okay, I guess Mr. Dorian is still out. We're going to wait for him. Until then, ladies and gentlemen, please have a round of applause for the CEO, co-founder of Tokero, Marius Mora. All right, ladies and gentlemen, calling next. He is the global head of people, Gate.io. Please welcome to Nelson Dewey Lopez. Our next panelist, he's a senior vice president of Crypto.com. Please welcome Mr. Sicker. Our next panelist, COO of BitGet. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Ugar Usi Zaid. She's institutional business development for Binance. Please, once again, welcome to Michela Silvestri. And I would like to call our moderator, CEO and founder of Lila Max Media of NASDAQ, host, new to the street, Newsmax TV. Please welcome Jane King.
Wow, you all get gold stars for sticking around this long. I promise this will be fun and short. So we're going to get right to this because there was so much amazing information. I learned so much at this conference. I'll just run down real quickly some notes I took, and then I'm going to let everybody share. I learned about AI agents, how they're like mini humans, how these AI agents will be used in search, e-commerce, logistics, chains, the stock market, how regulators are always late and slow. Blockchain can be used to make energy more efficient and sustainable, and how it can decentralize the energy marketplace, something I kind of already knew, but got more details about that. How you pick a crypto exchange, and how that has a lot to do with your expertise in the area. How TV advertising is running on an outdated model. NFTs are not dead, and there are lots of solutions in a variety of industries, and how educators and students are learning about blockchain and AI together, and how that could lead to really some new innovation and some interesting projects. So we're going to kind of conclude with what our thoughts were. Do you want to take over, and then we'll go down and we'll go fast.
Well, I think I would like to give a heads up to the Binance Romania team, because I did learn a lot from them and the community that they're building in Romania. I couldn't have ever imagined that the ecosystem is as developed as it currently is. The amount of projects, the size of the ecosystem is absolutely magnificent. From someone coming from abroad who has never been in Romania before, I'm just absolutely shocked with the community here. Very strong community, very strong projects, startups that I want to see 10 years from now. They're already doing big things, and what they're gonna do in the future, well, the future we'll see. But like it's really, really admirable. Thanks to Andre and Elijah for creating so strong community, and hopefully we can keep up the good work here the Binance is doing in Romania.
Perfect. From the, again, BitGet side, I'm really surprised to see a really mixed audience in terms of their background. Like, we saw nice projects in here, but also had an access really good talent that would open the doors. But also the community was very diverse with the representation from both Europe and CIS countries, even from Turkey, that I was really surprised to see everyone together. And definitely, I believe the learning point when it comes to the learning in crypto, it never stops. Every day there's something new, and there are so many things that even I've been around 8-10 years, but I have to learn more about these new developments on Bitcoin side, how communities work, and all the other cool projects that are coming up. And as I mentioned this afternoon on my speech, I believe crypto is all about being a builder and being a believer. Believers are the ones who stay for a longer ride. We don't care about bear market, bull market, or price, even though we definitely celebrate Bitcoin at 65K and more. But we've been here when Bitcoin was 1,000, 1,700,000, when people called and told that bubble, it was a bubble and bursted. We still were here, we're still building. And while I'm excited to see more and more interest in this bull market coming up, in a green market, I hope that all the community that we are building here and connections we are making will be in a longer term thrive, and everyone will turn to be a true builder and true believer.
Thank you for that. I think my biggest takeaway has been on DeFi, to be honest. And one thing that's become clear is there is not enough product convergence on DeFi. Which means that the interoperability between chains, for example, will be some time into the future, not so soon, right? Because in a bull market, what you have is a lot of build and people building in all directions. So you're not going to see a convergence that leads to interoperability. But having said that, incredibly bullish, as you've seen from, price is just one factor, but based on community, feel, vibe, growth, just incredibly bullish. So what I hope to see more of is a greater shift towards DeFi, because if the philosophical point is to kind of remove as much intermediation as possible, then that's where we should be naturally heading towards. So that's been sort of my biggest takeaway from this.
Thank you. So from my side, definitely a surprise. Not because I had any reason to expect otherwise, I was just ignorant, but really surprised with the vibrancy and the energy of the community in Web3 here in Romania. Romania will be all right. I want to be back at the end of the month as well. Really, really cool projects native to this country really coming up. So that was good. Then regarding the contents of the conference as well, I think they did an outstanding job and pinning the relevant verticals, and really could not have come at a better time for the market as well, I think. But more than that, I want to address the sentiment. There's a lot of talk about sentiment these days, the sentiment of the market. And for a bit of background, I work with a couple of VCs and accelerators, and I remember maybe 2 years ago, they would tell me, Nelson, we're going to invest in this or that project, and often we would hear, because I like the founder. Then the bear market came, the conversations got real techie, and today, outside, out there, I heard someone saying, I'm going to invest in this project, I met the guy here, I like the founder. And I thought, wow, well, we just come full circle, haven't we? That was quick. I think we're all very optimistic. I know in Web3 we all feed off of the vibes of each other, but no roadmap, just vibes, really isn't a sound investment strategy. I think there's a lot of money to be made. A lot of people are going to do really well in what's to come, but there's also a lot of things to be broken along the way, and I really hope we can learn from the lessons of the previous bull market. So if you're here and you're building something, in as much as you can, ignore the market and please, please, please keep building, yeah? If you're an investor on the investment front, this is not financial advice, but small note on the market, I don't think it's early. I think by now, if you invest, you should be fully positioned for what's to come. You should have every token you want to have, even if you don't have enough or as much as you would like to. But by now, you should be looking at the market as a chess table, looking at all your tokens and all your portfolio. You should be fully positioned for what's to come. Now is not too early.
Fortunately, this is not investment advice. So,
so yeah, those are my notes.
I just realized that I'm the only Romanian here on the stage, and I want to thank you in the name of the whole Romanian community out there for all your efforts to come here and to share your experience with us. So please, a big round of applause for these people here, for the panelists. Yeah, and thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy Romania. I hope you enjoy Bucharest, and you'll come back very soon here. My main takeaway after those 2 days full of action is that almost everything that we are doing is community-driven. We need to offer before ask something, and continue to offer value.
on my end, it will be sincere thanks from KuCoin to the Crypto Europe, Crypto Expo Europe organizers for all the great work they have achieved here, the whole team that they assembled, the projects that came, and that's the second point. Romanian people inside the ecosystem, you can be really proud. You have a local ecosystem that's really living. It has developed a lot, and there is a lot of projects here that have a bright future ahead, that kept building during the bear market, and that are now ready to reap the fruits from the bull. Honestly, let's enjoy the future from now on.
Yes, thank you all so much, and thank you as well, and thank you to all the organizers of the event. I know it's not easy to plan something like this, so amazing job for them. And it's 6 o'clock, so why don't we go have dinner and a cocktail? Thank you all. We'll see you next year.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was the conclusion, but don't go. Please stay for another 3 minutes because we have special things. This is the moment. We are almost over. We have 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we like to thank the Crypto Expo Europe team, and for that, I would like to call the representative of that. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to Ruxandra Tataru.
Hi everyone. First I will a bit apologize because I'm tired, so I'm gonna talk a bit slower. I want to thank to each and every one of you that attended our event. We are always talking about mass adoption, and I think the first step for that is education. And this is what we try to do here. So for that, I want to thank to all the speakers that accepted our invitation and shared from their experience. I want to thank to all the sponsors for trusting in us. Without you, this could not exist. And I want to thank to all the attendees. We were very impressed by the number of them. Thank you everyone for coming. And the last, I want to thank to my team, because it's a team effort. And for that, I want to invite here on the stage Adriana. So please, round of applause for them. Anna. Alex, if he's around. And Mugur Frunzeti, the founder of Crypto Expo Europe. If he's around also, I don't know where he is. Or not? Well, thank you, everyone. Thank you for coming. And I hope to see you all next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruxandra. Thank you, everybody, for attending this wonderful show, Crypto Expo Europe. See you next year. That was Mike Dammers. Thank you.